Hold on, chat. Yo, let's go. YouTube chat's working for once. Hell yeah. Okay, chat. We have lost time to make up for. Because I didn't stream yesterday. I just played Fortnite instead. Okay. So, I think I'm talking to one guy tomorrow about Israel-Palestine, right? So, I need to basically start fleshing out all of these points. Yeah. These are basically just quotes that I have down here. And I need, thanks for subscribing. What, wait, what the hell? Why did it show up on Streamlabs? I don't really use Streamlabs. I only use Streamlabs for donations, but thanks for subscribing. I don't know why it showed up in Streamlabs and not on Botrix. See, on Botrix, I have my alerts actually set up, so it's like custom. Look. See how it's YouTube red and also has the fucking guy twerking? You know what I bet it was? I bet it was just someone who subscribed, not watching the stream. And Streamlabs picks that up, and Botrix doesn't. If I had to guess. Because no one's actually watching my stream right now. Fuck, I took one day off from reading, and now I don't even want to, because now it's like feels like work again. Yeah, so that's for YouTube. Can I disable it for subscribers? I don't really want subscriber alerts from YouTube on Streamlabs. I don't know if I can. I really only want Streamlabs alerts if somebody tips me on Streamlabs. Wait, subscriber alerts disabled. There we go. Okay. But it should still work if I do like test donation. Yeah, okay.
This is a test donation for $33.
Sick. All right. We can start reading now. Okay. Um, definitely not gonna read that much of Scars of War today. Or maybe we will, but it won't be in order. We'll skip around to maybe to like the later negotiations after the 67 war, because I don't really. We're not gonna talk about fucking the 1948 war much. Or at least I don't plan on it. Okay. We definitely gotta finish the intent thing. Um, and then we definitely have to finish the genocide intent thing too. The genocide law study thing. And I have to go. Oh, oh no! I have to go deep into the apartheid thing, and then I got to go into the open air prison slash uh, concentration. Camp. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. We might start here. Or maybe here. I don't know. If we are to read it. I don't know if we will. But let's start with finishing this intent thing. Okay, well. Just 30 more pages. That's easy. That's so easy. I can do that in 10 minutes. Okay. This is the only energy drink I have today, unfortunately. So who knows how long I'll end up streaming for. Because I might get too tired. I think all my viewers only watch me at 2 a.m. Unfortunately. All right. Let's get started. Let's lock in. Okay. One torque break, and we're locking in. Okay. Oh, wait. Hold on. Can you hear my music? No. Good. All right. Only I get to hear that. It's copyrighted. Okay. Part 3. Dolus Eventialis at Rome. One possible explanation for the ICTY's broad interpretation of the principle of distinction is that international criminal law has moved wholesale towards the acceptance of doli eventialis as an appropriate mental state. At least some scholars conclude that this movement began with the adoption of the Rome Statute in 1998. The Rome Statute includes a default provision on mental states, Article 30, which states that the minimum requirement for criminal liability under the statute is intent and knowledge. The statute defines intent as in relation to conduct that a person means to engage in a conduct, and in relation to a consequence that person means to cause that consequence or is aware that it will occur in the ordinary course of events. The reference to the ordinary course of events neatly tracks with the common law definitions of purpose and knowledge, and certainly suggests a mental state requirement far more demanding than mere recklessness. However, at least some ICC judges have ruled that dolus eventialis satisfies this standard. This provides a critical examination of this claim and finds the evidence wanting. Whatever. Okay, so in Rome statute, intent is defined as okay. This has led some ICC judges to accept a dolus eventialis I should say that accepts dolus eventialis as a form of intent. Okay. The Article 30 default rule. There are multiple complications to the analysis. First, Article 30 starts with the caveat. Hold on. Why does this look weird? Oh shit, hold on. I gotta plug it in too. Oh wait, I should be recording too, just in case. There are multiple complications to the analysis. First, Article 30 starts with the caveat that the default rule in mental state applies unless otherwise provided. What? This statement perplexes scholars because they cannot decide how to finish a statement unless otherwise provided where. On one reading, unless otherwise provided refers to other sections of the Rome Statute or even potentially other international instruments generating individual criminal responsibility. The other, far broader reading is that unless otherwise provided refers to any area of international criminal law, including customary provisions in their customary definitions of international criminality. Under this view, the default requirement can be circumvented rather easily every time a clear rule of customary international law permits criminal liability for reckless behavior. Even without the circumventing power of the unless otherwise provided carve-out, plenty of courts have recognized the concept of intent as used in Article 30 might include recklessness based on the civil law concept of dolus eventialis as a species of dolus. So, I guess that's really weird to me, okay? Oh, God fucking damn it. So, does not answer where such a rule could be otherwise provided. Under this view, the default requirement can be circumvented easily every time a clear rule of customary international law. Okay. Even without the circumventing power of the unless otherwise provided carve-out, plenty of courts have recognized that the concept of intent as used in Article 30 might include recklessness based on the civil law concept of dolus eventialis as a species of dolus. These decisions represent a decidedly civil law reading of Article 30, and other courts have expressed caution regarding this reading. Some proponents of the European view on mental states look to the Rome Statute for guidance on what constitutes culpable intent. Other imperative guide, one imperative guide to structure the analysis is to ask what the drafters of the Rome Statute had in mind when they drafted Article 30. However, the drafting history of the Rome Statute suggests that dolus eventialis was explicitly considered and rejected by the drafters of the Rome Statute. Okay, so when's the last time I said dolus eventialis? I just want to copy it. I don't want to type it out again. of the Rome Statute, and I don't want to say disregarded. Explicitly rejected. But it dropped within the Rome Statute because doing so might send the wrong signal that these forms of culpability were sufficient for criminal liability as general rule. In particular, an early draft for Article 30 of the Rome Statute doesn't include a fourth paragraph specifically dealing with recklessness, but it was dropped from the final text after it proved impossible to reach agreement on the issue. Commentators and negotiators have generally concluded that the most delegations were skeptical about including dolus eventualis and recklessness within the Rome Statute's mental rule. This reading of the negotiations was supported by the ICC pre-trial chamber in the Bemba confirmation of charges decision. Nonetheless, commentators and some judges continue to maintain that dolus eventualis falls within the Rome Statute's Article 30 rule. In essence, this argument attempts to do so by textual interpretations, what negotiators failed to accomplish at Rome. Get recklessness or dolus eventualis within the standard of the Rome Statute framework on mental states. Or as negotiator Roger Clark put the point sharply, dolus eventualis and its common law cousin recklessness suffered banishment by conscience. If it is to be read in a statute, it is in the teeth of the language and history. Shabas agrees, concluding that dolus eventualis was rejected in the early Rome Statute negotiations. The textual argument for its banishment could not be clearer. The 1996 report from the Predatory Committee included a draft proposal of Article 30 with a fourth paragraph reading, for the purpose of the statute, unless otherwise provided, where the statute provides that. For the purposes of the statute, and unless otherwise provided, where the statute provides a crime may be committed recklessly, a person is reckless with respect to a circumstance or a consequence of it if the person is aware of a risk that the circumstance exists or that the consequence will occur. The person is aware the risk is highly unreasonable. The person is aware of the risk. The risk is highly unreasonable to take. And the person is indifferent to the possibility of the circumstance exist or that the consequence will occur. The proposal explained in the fourth paragraph with the following note: the concept of recklessness and dolus eventualis should be further considered in this view of the seriousness of the crimes considered there. Therefore, paragraph 4 would provide a definition of recklessness to be used where the statute explicitly provides that a specific crime or element may be committed recklessly. In all situations, the general rule, as stated in paragraph 1, is that crimes must be committed intentionally and knowingly. What is interesting about the preceding clarification is that it explains the significance of the criminal lexicon being used by the drafters. Dolus eventualis and recklessness were viewed as separate and apart from intent and knowledge, not a subcategory of one global principle of intent that considered all forms of dolus. It would then seem absurd to read dolus eventualis back into the language of intent and knowledge when the drafters were, all the while, working on the assumption that dolus eventualis was a mental state that resided below intent and knowledge on the ladder of culpability. The fourth paragraph of the disputed section survived all the way to the April 9, 1998 Preparatory Committee meeting, where draft Article 29 still included a paragraph on recklessness and dolus eventualis. Thereafter, however, the fourth paragraph was excised from the article, and never made it into the further statute's text when the final version was presented at Rome in July of 1998. The only possible way of interpreting the exclusion was that there was no consensus among the drafters that recklessness and dolus eventualis were sufficiently culpable mental states to satisfy the proposal default rule. So, a fourth paragraph specifically referring to what? How do we spell specifically? Referring to dolus eventualis and or recklessness. Survived all the way to draft 29 of the oh wait, sorry, draft article 29. So I just say was excised because, and then we'll put the quote in. The notion of dolus. Given our limitations of appealing to the Traviox preparatories. What is this? Oh, the official record of negotiation. Okay, yeah. What are the potential arguments for reading dolus eventualis back into the Rome Statute or international law generally? First, there are claims that it is implicit in the notion of dolus. That is, it is a form of intent, a claim that ought to be taken seriously. If civil law trained lawyers are inclined to understand the term intent as encompassing three separate subparts, directus, indirectus, and eventualis, then it perhaps too swift to automatically reject dolus eventualis under the umbrella of intent. Just as the civil law classification violates the common law scheme, so too the common law scheme violates the civil law classification. In order to understand the proper classification, it is necessary to understand what is meant by intent here. If one understands intent broadly and encompassing as encompassing a volitional, okay. A volitional component, the will, an awareness component, or cognition, then there is some merit in the inclusion. Acting with purpose, dolus directus, involves the highest form of volition, i.e. a desire to bring a particular state of affairs into being. Acting with knowledge, dolus indirectus, also provides a volitional component because the actor brings about a state of affairs that is practically certain to obtain even though as the state of affairs is not his or her purpose for acting. As for dolus eventualis, though, the question is whether there is a volitional component here at all. So I should say what intent requires. Intent generally requires a volitional the will component and a, what was the word they used for cognition? An awareness. Or cognition component. With a dolus eventualis view of intent, there is I don't know, arguably no volition component to say the volition component it's arguably not met. Yeah, thanks to whoever came in for 0.5 seconds and liked the stream. God damn, I don't get it. Oh, I got another subscriber too. We're blowing up, y'all. It's happening. The non-fun is back, okay? We were dormant for a while. Non-fun game is back. Oh, Logan Jericho. Thanks. Wait, isn't that the same guy that subscribed earlier? Hold on. That is the same guy that subscribed earlier. Whatever. It had the twerking guy this time, so it's better this time. Scholars have staked out a seemingly infinite supply of positions on this issue, and at least part of the disagreement stems from the fact that even dolus eventualis does not have a settled meaning. Just as intent is ambiguous, so too dolus eventualis is ambiguous at a second level, meaning different things in different legal systems, and sometimes even within a legal system, depending on which theory of dolus eventualis is supported by a judge or scholar. The immense variety of dolus eventualis usually goes unrecognized by academic commentators, although some are sensitive to radical municipality. Donald Pirogoff and Daryl Robinson, for example, concludes that the concept of dolus eventualis does not have a monolithic or uniform meaning with all civil law systems. Nevertheless, in all civil law systems, it appears to include the concept connotated by the phrase will occur in the ordinary course of events, i.e., an awareness of a substantial or high degree of probability that the consequence will occur. However, in some civil law systems, it also includes the situation of awareness of a substantial or serious risk that a consequence will occur and indifference about whether it does, which similar to the concept of recklessness in many common law countries. Additionally, some civil law countries may also consider some mental states of inadvertence to be included in this concept. Due to different national concepts, attempts to define what the concepts were abandoned during negotiations. Wherever it may be, the merits Sorry, my mic keeps peaking, but like I have a compressor on it that should stop that, and I don't know why it isn't. Let me turn the ratio up a little bit. A lot. Due to different national concepts, attempts to define the concepts were abandoned during the negotiations. Whatever may be the merits of this... It peaked again. Hold on. I'm going to turn it up until it stops. We're going to 11, baby. We're going to 11. Hell yeah. Okay. Due to different national concepts, attempts to define... Okay. I'll turn it down. Turn my mic down a little bit. Were abandoned during the negotiations. Filters. Gain. 2.5. Okay. Whatever may be the merit of the distinction, under national legal systems, it is clear that the first noted meaning of dolus eventualis is included, i.e. will occur under the ordinary course of events. The latter meaning of dolus eventualis or recklessness were not incorporated explicitly in Article 30, although it may seem open to the court to interpret the inclusion of some aspects of these meanings, which import a high degree of advertence or probability. On the first interpretation, dolus eventualis might mean that the actor is aware of the consequences of his actions occurring in the ordinary course of events. However, this definition of dolus eventualis is really closer in substance to dolus indirectus, or the common law standard of acting knowingly, which MPC is defined as acting with practical certainty that a result will occur. So, even dolus eventualis itself is ambiguous under international law. One reading. I don't know, includes when someone sees a result occurring in the ordinary yeah. Result that will occur in ordinary course of events. Another meaning okay. The first reading is, I don't know, closer to the standard of dolus indirectus or acting knowingly. Where is that? for acting knowingly. I need to finish this, and I'll lay out like a really good like. I don't want to just lay out a dialogue tree, but I do want to, for this specific point, I do want to basically lay out a dialogue tree that I can have like memorized basically. Am I spelling indirectus? Or the common law standard of acting knowingly, which an NPC is defined as with practical certainty a result will occur. On a second interpretation, dolus eventualis might mean the actor reconciles himself, accepts, or approves of the result. All phrases that have been associated with the concept consent and approval theory of dolus eventualis applied by some German courts. But it is totally mysterious what it means for an actor to reconcile himself to a future occurrence. If it means that he was aware of the possibility of a result but simply decides to engage in action anyway, then it seems no different than recklessness. If it means something more, how can he approve the result without sliding it into purpose? The basic problem here is that the consent and approval version of dolus eventualis exists in a liminal region in between recklessness and knowingly. He's talked about this a little bit before. A region for which common law lawyers have no associated legal term or concept. It is therefore no surprise that common law, I think he said earlier, something I really liked, was like it either exists. Man, it's not really all the notes I took in part 2. It was like it either exist below acting knowingly and above acting recklessly, for which there is no analogous legal term. There it is. Okay. Either the same as recklessness or one level above recklessness, but one level below acting knowingly, for which there is no analogous U.S. concept. But what matters is that dolus eventualis is either the same as recklessness or closely resembles it, because it represents liability for risk-taking behavior. So in this context, it arguably doesn't matter that much. Because either way, I think his argument is it shouldn't be included under the same like intent as acting with purpose or acting with knowledge. It's therefore no surprise that common law trained lawyers stumble over themselves when trying to understand and express the mental state associated with this version of dolus eventualis. Simply put, it does not exist in American law. American lawyers are trained to punch up or punch down on an actor whose mental states reside in this region. On a third interpretation, one can understand dolus eventualis based on a probability theory where the defendant is aware that his risk-taking behavior will probably produce a given result. Third, here I should say, really, this should go away. I should say this first reading. Relies on a probability theory, did it say? Yeah, based on a probability theory. But that, to me, just seems like acting knowingly. But maybe it's, maybe it's different. Okay. It is clear that this version of dolus eventualis comes close to common law recklessness, thus explaining why some commentators take the position that dolus eventualis and recklessness are one and the same. Some theories of dolus eventualis, this is indeed true. At some point, it seems clear that the probability version of dolus eventualis is precluded by Article 30 of the Rome Statute, which requires that the actor be aware that the event will occur rather than might occur or probably occur. Wait, so it said... So even dolus eventualis, under international law, they have to be aware that it will occur, not might occur, probably occur. Precluded means, yeah. Prevent or exclude by this, yeah. The language of Article 30 is about future events and the defendant's awareness of them, and the actor's callousness with no regard to risky outcomes. Dolus eventualis is about risk, but the plain language of Article 30 is about events that will occur, not events that might occur. C, unless otherwise provided. I'm no lawyer, but this phrase seems like bullshit. I don't why would you... I don't understand why you would include it without at least specifying where. And I don't even really understand why would you write something and say, here's our founding document for establishing criminal intent. But if it's provided elsewhere, then you don't gotta fucking use this. Why would we even bother writing this? I don't... A second argument that might support the inclusion of dolus eventualis as an applicable mental state in the Rome Statute and international law. Generally, the claim that the Rome Statute's reference to unless otherwise provided provides a backdoor through which dolus eventualis might enter. On this reading, Article 30 does not usually allow for dolus eventualis unless otherwise provided, and several commentators have concluded that one can look to customary international law to find that dolus eventualis is otherwise provided as an appropriate mental state for international criminal law. This view, through widespread and scholarly literature, finds little support in the Truvox preparatories. As Robinson notes, the standard view of the phrase is that it refers to other provisions in the Rome Statute, such that intent and knowledge are the default mental states unless a separate provision of the Rome Statute provides for a different mental state, as in, for example, the specific intent provisions regarding genocide. Wait, hold on. 147. I want to see this now. Okay. And note 110. Okay, hold on. Let me just jot this down. Patreon. We're on 30. Okay. So, let's find note 110. I want to read more about the specific intent provisions regarding genocide. That's why I want to write this down. Hold on. 30. Okay, 110. I might have to use Sci-Hub. Oh, hell yeah. I don't even have to use Sci-Hub, man. Okay. Um, he said like page 800 though. There's only 45 here. But I'm assuming this is probably part of a larger thing, right? So, I don't know, 849 did. Hold on. At number 40. Okay. Hold on, let me copy this. Where's the DOI link? Why is there no DOI? I might just have to look it up. Sci-Hub. I don't understand. Auto Trigger second edition 2008. DOI. Well, that's not right. Why is it? Okay, but he said like page 800. I don't know. These are different page numbers because like it's just this article. I need the actual. Let's see if I can find this. Oh, wow. $650, dude. Worth. Can we get some super chats in here for $650? I need this. Where's the DOI? Where's the DOI? Come on, show me the. Okay, might just put that down there. Because this is what he's talking about. Unfortunately, Sahib doesn't have the requested document. Ah, darn. That was just. Hold on. Never mind. We have the main part we need. That's fine. Okay. I'm gonna pee real quick. God, I'm obsessed with my YouTube analytics right now, though. I don't understand. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. I kind of want to turn my space heater on, but I think that'll fuck the audio up. Well, it won't that much. I have noise suppression on. It should be fine. I don't get. I don't. It doesn't make any sense. It's still going up too. I think it might be trickling down a little bit because it's already 246. It doesn't have. I don't know. I don't. It doesn't make any sense. I guess all of my videos, I just have to wait 2 days, and then I'll find out if they're successful. But look at this, 627, man. I guess that's still below my peak. I think it was at 634 for a brief moment. Maybe it was only 632. Yeah, 632. We're almost there. 5 more. I got 6 more to beat it. All right, we gotta lock in again. I just don't. I hate it. I don't get YouTube. I like YouTube the best out of all the platforms now. Okay, we'll come back to this later, and then I guess I don't really need that right now. Okay, so we read at least the first sentence of this. We read up into this footnote. Yeah, so the specific intent required for genocide. Okay. This scheme liberated the drafters from having to specify a mental state for every single crime in the special part of the Rome Statute. A more controversial reading of the Article 30, unless otherwise provided, suggests that it might refer to the elements of crimes, a document negotiated and passed by the Assembly of State Parties, which codifies the doctrinal elements for each crime in the statute. But even this view is controversial, since by its own terms, the element of crimes are not only meant to assist judges in interpreting the statute as a secondary source or aid in the process of interpretation. It's permissible, or it was intended, that the unless otherwise provided clause would be triggered by a secondary document like the ICC elements of crime, which is undeniably a lower source of statutory law on the hierarchy of codification. Why is there a question mark here? Oh, because this is a question. Is it permissible, or was it intended? That seems like, again, I'm no lawyer, but I don't know why they would put unless otherwise provided in a document that's meant to codify these things. I think the only reasonable thing there is to assume that they meant unless otherwise provided by like another thing passed by the state parties, right? I just don't understand. Like, hey, let's make a document to codify international law in criminality, right? But we are going to put this bullshit unless otherwise provided statement in there, which means actually the lawyers can just pull shit out of their ass and say, well, it was provided here in my porn magazine. Good one, Jared. Good one, non-fun. That was a good one. Can we get some subs for that? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That was a good one. Okay. Whatever view one takes on the merits of appealing to the elements of crimes as a source for an unless otherwise provided argument, there is virtually no support in the Traviox preparatories for even the more radical view that the unless otherwise provided clause might point back to lower and less stringent mental elements found in unwritten customary international law. Yeah, so the bullshit. I won't say that. I won't. Let's take a chill pill here, not fun crew. Okay. So I don't know where to put this quote, but I kind of want just this quote. I don't really know if I need my own bullet point here. All right. Who are you debating tomorrow? It's no one you would know. It's my like IRL frenemy. His name is Andrew. You want to know what's funny? His name is actually his full name is Andrew Wilson. So I could definitely clickbait the title because I will be doing a debate with Andrew Wilson. It's just not the Andrew Wilson that is from the Crucible. It's just not this Andrew Wilson. But I won't be lying. New subscriber, Logan. That's crazy, dude. It'll be interesting. He's I think I'm gonna talk to him, and I wanna see if I can talk to this guy at some point. This guy is awesome, dude. His streams are awesome. And then that'll, I don't know, probably be the end of the Israel-Palestine arc. And then I got some people that want to debate the immigration shit with me. Actually, I don't know, I'll probably chat to you at some point about Israel-Palestine. I gotta read. I didn't read anything yesterday, though. I'm going to spend like 12 hours reading today. Did I mention the unless otherwise provided thing before? Yeah. I don't like that he went over it and then started going over the stuff and then went back to it because I want to put these notes under here, but at the same time, they come later. I don't know. Damn, bro, don't you have school? No. So I graduated early technically, but like not, but 1 semester early. So like it's not impressive or anything. So I graduated like in January, and I'm not doing anything right now. Dude, can you? One thing I did realize though, can you imagine how good my grades would have been if I put as much effort into schoolwork as I did with this? 3 hours, 6 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 4 hours. This is gonna be like 12 hours. Don't flex. I specifically said it's not that impressive, okay? Because it's not like I was super smart, so I graduated early. It was just like I just took my classes a little bit earlier than I otherwise would have had to. My grades are not that good or anything. Like, I don't know. Don't you web school? Don't, Emmy? That's a shadow flex. It's not meant to be. I mean, it's a flex in the sense that I have free time. Okay. There are several reasons why this argument is unappealing and unacceptable. First, it runs completely counter the entire raison d'etre. I'm taking the MCAT in 3 months. I just take occasional breaks every now and then. Hold on, MCAT. I know what that is, but why don't I? Who would you like to see president in 2024? Oh, MCAT is the medical. Oh, yeah. You live in the U.S., right? Being a doctor in the U.S. is fucked. Or becoming a doctor in the U.S. is like unreasonably hard. I would like to see Dark Brandon, my man, the Bidenator, be president in 2024. Wait, let me put my Discord link everywhere in case people want to join. Non-Canada is literally 2 times as hard. Really? I've read about like in the US, it takes a ton of money, a ton of time, and money really means debt. It really means putting yourself in a ton of debt. Versus like in Germany, it takes a lot less long and a lot less money. But their doctors aren't any worse than ours. Our doctors aren't any better than German doctors, even though they need a ton of, yeah. The most important reason or purpose for someone or something's existence. Raison d'etre. So look, this is literally what I was saying earlier. It's like literally the entire point of this document was let's fucking codify criminal international law. I don't like the reasons provided for criminalizing something or like establishing intent shouldn't be found anywhere else than this document or like other documents passed by the state parties. I don't understand why it would be found anywhere else. Yeah. First, it runs completely counter to the entire reason, or I already forgot how to pronounce it, raison d'etre of the Rome Statute process, which was to liberate ICL from its customary origins in favor of a stringent and rigorous codification process that met the demands of the principle of legality. Yeah, so okay. I don't even know. I'm never going to be having a conversation with somebody. I'm going to say, well, I don't really think a dolus eventualis view of intent is really a good statute of intent. They're not going to know what dolus eventualis means, first of all. But like but everyone is capable of like understanding dolus eventualis, right? And like the general stuff. So that's just like I don't really think recklessness is a good standard of intent for like targeting civilians. I think it might be good for like proportionality arguments, but not in favor of either like genocide or deliberately targeting civilians. They're never going to pull out. Well, actually, Section 30 of the Rome Statute, it actually provides one statement that says, unless otherwise provided, which means we can use German common law to assign intent for this. And then I'm going to come back with, well, actually, I think a more rigorous reading will showcase that that standard of intent doesn't actually work because it runs completely contrary to the raison d'etre of the Rome Statute process. Like, that's just never going to happen. So the entire reason the Rome Statute process exists is to liberate ICL from its customary origins and apply. Do you think the fact that I have gooning in the title means YouTube's not recommending the stream as much? That can't be it, right? That couldn't be. They wouldn't do that. A written penal code with all of its specificity and completeness not found in either the ICTY or ICTR. Fuck, what is this? This is Yugoslavia. Rwanda. Okay, Yugoslavia and Rwanda. A written penal code with all of its specificity and completeness not found in either the Yugoslavia or Rwanda tribunal statutes would help place ICL on a level playing field with domestic penal systems, giving adequate notice to future defendants regarding the scope of content and criminal prohibitions. To then allow the unless otherwise provided clause to point back to customary international law is to turn one's back on the statute, on the, salutary? Oh, yeah. Okay, I know this word. I did go to high school. I did do my vocab sometimes. Except a few times when I didn't. On this salutary trajectory and unwind the greatest development in the field in the last 25 years. Yeah. So God damn it. I keep being stupid. Who put the cat on my brain? Dumb cat on my brain. Jesus, what the fuck? I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I didn't even upload yesterday. Gooning. I am gooning right now. To something that I will never even have to bring up in the debate. Because it is so niche and so obscure. Goon break. I'm gonna make a thing like twerk break, but call it goon break. It's gonna have Kai Cenat twerking on it. Okay, we have to lock in. Zach, can you like the stream? Can we get some subs and likes in here? Good one. Okay. Hell yeah, we got a like in here. Okay. Second, it is not clear how customary or international law could provide a basis to support a lower mental element. Custom chat, check this out. Oh, is it my live stream? Oh, dude, what the dude? Oh my god, dude. What? Wow, I love this guy. I will like and sub to him. And join your Discord. I did that. You did that like years ago, man. I don't understand. I don't understand why my microphone is like too quiet. Hold on, what if I do that and then I go to filters and then I put the gain down until I stop peaking all the time? Does that fix it? Does that help? Testing. Is this working? Does this work? Did I fix it? I don't, like, my microphone is like too quiet. Like, I want to, usually for YouTube videos, I have the volume like halfway up and I can still hear them fine. But my videos, I always have to put it all the way up. But my microphone is like peaking, so it doesn't like. So I can't make it louder without it peaking even more. I don't really get it. I don't really understand. I don't know. It seems to be fine now. I mean, it peaked a little there, but whatever. Okay. Customary international law, traditionally defined, consists of state practice and opinion juris? Opinion of law or necessities. Consists of state practice and opinion juris. The decisions of international tribunals, whether the Yugoslavia ones or the Nuremberg ones or the Tokyo ones, cannot serve as the originators or customary norms, since they are not examples of state practice. They are international criminal precedent, a source of law, as yet unrecognized as a basis for customary international law. Moreover, even an appeal to mental states in domestic penal systems would not fit the criteria for customary international law, since such actions are rarely, if ever, taken with a reciprocal sense of legal obligation in the sense required for opinion juris. Perhaps such domestic developments might constitute general principles of law, but this move is radically under-theorized in the contemporary literature. Finally, it would be odd if a general principle of law could undo the default mental state explicitly codified in Article 30 by virtue of the unless otherwise provided clause. In what sense is it provided? Oh, that's true. Wait, no, it's not. Well, because it would have to be provided in order to be ruled on, and then that ruling could be provided. Yeah, I don't think it would, because you would need a first. This makes sense in my own head, but I don't think it makes. I don't think it's gonna make sense to anyone else, because there could be like a court case. This is a court case that like provides a different thing of intent or whatever, that provides a different Article 30 thing. But this court case would have to get its thing from either like another court case that provides something different than Article 30. Well, you guys can't see half of this. Or it would just have to pull it out of its ass. that's shit from the as. Does that make sense? It can't be provided unless it's already provided. Oh, fuck you. I don't even know. I don't even know if I need this. I don't even know. It's just never. It's a little interesting to me, but at the same time, it's very much not. And at the same time, it very much is never, ever, ever going to be brought up in a debate ever, unless somebody else has read this very specific document and we like have a disagreement about this very specific document. And I suspect that that is not going to happen. Just a guess. Just a little guess there. Okay, turn my compressor up to 12. I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't know what I'm doing. I need like Adobe's audio editor, but I need it to do it in real time. And it can't do that. Worth argues, as few other commentators have, that customary international law should be permitted to displace the default mental intent, and that accordingly dolus eventualis should count as an appropriate mental state. The warrant for this position is in the contention that Article 30 does not explicitly list which sources of law are appropriate for this exercise. Under this argument, it is taken as significant that the drafters of the Rome Statute did not write the provisions to state unless otherwise provided in this statute or the elements of crime. Sorry, the YouTube preview lags behind quite a bit because of that. I will see chat pop up on it, and I'm like, oh, someone might have sent something, but they didn't. It was someone sending something 10 minutes ago. I'm really seeing now. Worth then argues that if the appropriate sources of law can be extended to the ICC elements of crimes, it should also be extended to customary international law because their reasoning in support of the former extension applies with equal force in the latter extension. This, however, is decidedly not the case. The elements of crime are a codified instrument negotiated by the assembly state parties and was clearly designed to provide added content to the scope of criminal provisions in the Rome Statute. To suggest that unless otherwise provided might apply to the elements of crime is simply a modest extension outside the four corners of the Rome Statute. An appeal to customary international law, however, is not modest under any stretch of the imagination. It moves the legal analysis away from the textual interpretation into the realm of customary international law, and in doing so infringes on the principle of legality. It opens up problems regarding notice and vagueness that challenge the very foundation of international law, of international criminal law, as a system of criminal justice as opposed to international justice. As a final point, this issue is already addressed in the general introduction to the elements of crimes, which anticipated deviations from the Article 30 default rule, and notes that the relevant exceptions are noted below in the elements of crime. No reference to customary international law appears here. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. I want to just take a note on like the general definition of this. The definition. After the unless otherwise provided clause is the default rule. I don't know. I still puts me in a weird place because like every army does intentionally kill civilians, and it's perfectly okay to intentionally kill civilians sometimes when they are collateral damage to like what's it? I need a better way to put it. I don't know the difference between like defining like something as incidental damage. Like if there's a building that has like 10 terrorists and 1 civilian in it, and I know that 1 civilian is in it, and I know if I drone strike that building that 1 civilian is going to die, that civilian is not being intentionally targeted because that civilian is not being made the like object or primary objective of the attack, right? But is that considered incidental, or is that considered intentional, but it's still okay because it's not disproportionate? I think that like it's because you're acting with knowledge, right? It's still is indirectus. But I think in here, it said it like that should be associated with proportionality. Makes it clear that indiscriminate attacks, if they are to be equated with any war crime, are to be equated with creating disproportionate collateral damage to civilians. I don't know. I'm calling it right now, chat. Clip this so when it happens in the debate, I can say I still called this. At one point he's gonna say something like, "Well, Israel is indiscriminately attacking civilians, so that's genocide," or like he'll try to use the point that Israel is quote unquote indiscriminately attacking civilians, but he won't say that's bad just because indiscriminately attacking civilians is bad in and of itself. He'll try to make a point. He'll try to like draw that he'll try to use it as like evidence that Israel is committing either ethnic cleansing or genocide. And I'll say, well, Article 51 of the Additional Protocol 1 makes it clear that indiscriminate attacks should be counted as disproportionate attacks, not genocidal or ethnic cleansing or anything like that. And he'll say, well, I don't care about international law. I just think that's evidence. Yeah. He'll say, I think it's evidence, and probably like disregard this. He'll just say, well, I think the fact that Israel's doing that clearly means that they're trying to genocide Palestinians. Yeah, and then I'll say something like, well, it's fine that you think that, but words have meaning, and the meaning of genocide does not include indiscriminate attacks. And he'll say, well, I think if you're indiscriminately attacking someone, I think that's evidence of genocide. And I'll say, well, your connotation is not matching your denotation. Clip that, write that down. An hour, 43 minutes. An hour, 43 minutes, 50 seconds. Watch, it's gonna happen. Shit, we've read like 3 pages. No, I guess we've read more. Do we start on page 20? I think we started on page 23. Yeah. So we've read 10 pages. Okay, we're making decent progress. I think the next sections will be more interesting. Because, I don't know when the next one starts. Are we in section 4? Aren't we on... We're on part 3, right? So this is 5. 5 is the double effect, which I think will be interesting. 4 isn't... Oh, wait. So we're about to be done with 3. We're on 4, basically. I don't think intent in Geneva will be... I think 5 will be interesting, though. More interesting than this. A purposive interpretation of the Rome Statute, an element of crimes, yields the same legal result. One might argue that since the advent of the Joint Criminal Enterprise 3 as a modal liability, establishing responsibility for foreseeable acts of collaborators who stray from the common plan, dolus eventualis effectively meets the standard for most crimes under ICL at the level of modes of liability. Perhaps the use of modes of liability to lower the mens rea requirements has effectively transformed the default mental state of ICL from intent and knowledge to dolus eventualis. But if that is what the drafters of Rome Statute intended, why did they not just set the default mental state as the dolus eventualis? According to the proponents, dolus eventualis would satisfy the mental element for almost every crime, with the exception of genocide requiring special intent. That's okay. So, even if we are to accept a dolus eventualis view, that wouldn't meet the special intent requirements of genocide, because genocide requires very special and specific intent. Even if dolus eventualis satisfied the mental element for almost every crime. would not meet the specific intent. Or its special intent. Required for genocide. The problem with this view is that dolus eventualis would no longer remain an exception to the Article 30 default rule. It would become the new default rule, accomplishing by interpretation what diplomatic negotiations could not. Okay. Part 4. Slash heading 3. Part 4. Intent in Geneva. Maybe I should have the titles to all of these. Oh, it doesn't even. Okay. And then what was section 2 called? Dolus eventualis at the Hawk. Why does it even... Oh wait, I have it down here. Okay, part 4, intent in Geneva. Wait, why did I close my YouTube analytics? I like looking at the numbers go up because it makes me feel happy. Oh, Jesus. I don't know about America, but it's a narrative put in place in the UK, at least, that native Brits don't want to work. And if it weren't for immigrants, the country would be lost without them. Then you look at some stats, and based on per capita, Brits have one of the lowest unemployment rates in the country, with Bengalians being on top. The idea that children are more of a burden than Muslims, for example, is nonsense. With children, it is an investment. You're not going to get much out of them. You're not going to get much back from a 30-year-old man from another country who has little to no qualifications or useful trades, but they can develop. Children don't have qualifications or useful trades either. You invest in them. You can invest in immigrants too. The idea that immigration promotes economic growth is the same. It does. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, look up PPF curve, human capital. I don't know what to tell you. In reference to the UK's GDP growth and GDP growth, UK hasn't even had GDP growth, man. Growth in GDP and net migration show that it isn't the case. I can imagine it's the same around the West. Third worlders see all the nice things. We have the safety nets, welfare, and they want to come to live like we do, even if it means not working. In regards to Islam and Muslims, I bring up the fact that the Quran promotes subjugation of all non-Muslims and leave it. Yeah, they cannot be integrated into the Western society. Do you mean? I don't. I just don't like. It seems like there aren't many Muslims, at least in the U.S., that are actively actually want to impose Sharia law, and we literally have checks in place to prevent tyrannies of the majority. In a this is literally the paradox of tolerance. You can't be tolerant of intolerance, but that doesn't necessarily mean they can't come over here. It just means they can't impose their will on other people. Which is why we already have checks in a democracy for that type of thing. What do you think about Boko Haram? I don't know a lot about Boko Haram, but they're pretty bad. I haven't heard anything good about them. That's why I tell this guy you should join. They've abducted many children to seek. Yeah, I heard they've been doing that for a while. But yeah, didn't they just abduct 200 something children from a school in northern Nigeria? I haven't. Maybe there's something I'm missing, but I don't really think anyone says anything good about them. God, this is the next non-fun arc that we're gonna go on after Israel-Palestine, apparently. $311. God damn. Do you prefer Hassan or Destiny? What a dumbass question. That's just not. Listen, I don't want to just view the world through streamers, my guy. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. But let's just mention that allegedly I have some comments like, bro, it's trying to be Destiny 2, and me, mom, I want loaner box. Mom, we have loaner box at home. The loaner box at home. Let's just say there's some people who like comparing me to Destiny and loaner box. But you shouldn't. I don't like. Why are you even talking about people? Just talk about the ideas. I got a DM from somebody too that was like, you should try to be more original. It's okay to take inspiration, but I wouldn't ape people's styles like Destiny, Letterbox. That's me. Oh wait, were you really the one that sent that DM, or are you just talking about the comment? Me? No, the other guy in chat. Comment. Yeah. I'm original, guys. I'm original. I'm not loner. I'm not loner box in Destiny. I'm not. I'm different. I'm different. I'm different. I'm different. They don't have torque break, for instance. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Funeral Leech. I'm glad the torque break got you to follow. Yeah, they don't have torque break. They don't have bikini time. Um, they don't have the Trump train. The Trump train's going to take a second. They don't have this. They don't have all the Fredericks. My new followers aren't going to understand Frederick. Frederick's an inside joke to my old fans, the non-fun OGs. You guys are also non-fun OGs, but the Trump train is coming. Oh, this is the Fred zone. Oh God, he's coming. Biden, help me. Biden, please. I don't understand white humor. Oh God, he's back. God damn it. What the fuck? That's the Trump train. I have a thing that'll if I want to, I can have the Trump train come like every 7 minutes, and it's awesome. It's to blur my screen for when I play Jackbox and people draw penises. I can blur it. This is okay. This takes some explaining. Basically, hold on. This BoJack Horseman's not supposed to be here. Wait. Okay. Basically, this is Ninja, and Ninja likes the Big Mac better, and that's Pokimane, and she likes the Whopper better. And then there's Mr. Beast. He likes Mr. Beast Burger, but he's busy filming a video right now. And then there's Markiplier. He likes the FNAF Burger, and Dr. Disrespect likes the Wendy's Baconator. And then there's Clicks, and Clicks likes the Clover's Burger. Yeah. And then we have Vegeta. And this is Vegeta reacting to me. Oh wait, this is Vegeta reacting to me with also Evolved Jake and Fortnite Durburger reacting. And then this is just normal Vegeta reacting to me. I'm a serious streamer now, guys. Anyways. I guess we gotta, like, breed now. What do you think about Israel-Palestine? I think Hamas should release all hostages and engage in exchange for a permanent ceasefire. I mean, as much as I want Hamas to release all the hostages, the problem is any permanent ceasefire with Hamas still around, it's just going to mean 10 years from now, there's going to be more hostages, right? I feel like it, yeah. Hamas lets it go, man. I don't think they can continue to exist. And, like, the status quo is clearly not sustainable. Because they said they will do it again. Obviously, they're going to do, even if they said they won't do it again, why on earth would you trust Hamas to not do it again? Like they've done it in the past multiple times, haven't they? And maybe it's not just Hamas, but yeah, it's like I don't like there have been prisoner exchanges before because Hamas will capture hostages. Like I don't understand why you would trust this time. They just like promise not to do it, and then like I don't, yeah. And like as long as Hamas exists, the blockade is going to have to be on Gaza, right? So like if you don't like the blockade, Hamas kind of has to go before you can get rid of the blockade. Um, yeah, and the blockade is fucked. Anyway, we have to read this. I gotta read this. Funeral Elite. My Discord link is pinned. If you want to, you can join it. I gotta read this right now. We can chat about stuff later. Okay. Having analyzed the historical development of mental states at the Rome Statute drafting conference, we must now turn to the concept of intent, how the concept of intent was understood by the drafters of the Geneva Conventions and the additional protocols. What exactly did the negotiators intend, pun intended, when they codified the rules against directly attacking civilians and launching disproportionate attacks? And considering the negotiating history, not only are the two tracks not collapsed, they are as distinct as can be. So, yeah. How the concept of intent was understood. Hold on. I want to check my YouTube analytics. The numbers make me happy. The numbers make me so happy. One notification. An interesting proposition. What are your reasons? So I spoke coherent. I'm going to say semi-coherent, but the idea that like immigration doesn't cause economic growth is absurd. Wait. My next arc. So I'm inviting as many people as possible to talk to. $317 views. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. It doesn't even make any sense. I don't. Whatever. Oh, I should have told him. Christian nationalism sounds crusade-like. It kind of is. By the way, you person, funeral bleach. If you're into Discord, I think you're a random guy. You can send me stuff to read, and I will read it at some point, hopefully. I don't know. I didn't even do good in it. I didn't expect it to get views. I probably wouldn't have uploaded it if I expected to get 300 views, because I was totally not prepared for the type of arguments that he was making, because they were fucking absurd. Like, I'm used to pointing out to people, "Are you from the U.S.?" Yeah. That's another thing. We're both in the U.S. and we're talking about European immigration. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Why don't we just talk about the U.S.? I don't give a shit about Europe. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I like the U.S. I like the U.S. a little bit. You know what? I want to. Here's what I'm gonna do. I want to go to college in Czechia, because because Czechia is amazing, man. Look at it. It's beautiful. They have the nice streets with apartments on the sides, and there's tram lines in the middle, and you don't have to own a car. You can just walk everywhere, and it's beautiful, and it's awesome, man. I want to go here. Look at it. Look at this. I want to live here. I want to live right here, right above a coffee shop. In a fight between the U.S. and China, I'll support the U.S. I mean, that's one way to look at it. I would probably side with the U.S. too. I mean, it depends. I mean, if the U.S. was actually the aggressor, then I might not necessarily side with the U.S., but we're glad to have your support, I guess. Okay. We read this. Yep. There are substantial textual reasons for why distinction and proportionality must be understood as two normatively distinct prohibitions. Okay. First, Additional Protocol 1 codifies both the principles of distinction and proportionality. However, Additional Protocol 2, regulating non-international armed conflicts, codifies the principle of distinction but includes no similar codification for the principle of proportionality. The two principles must represent different norms, otherwise there would be no significant reason to include the principle of proportionality in Additional Protocol 1 but not in Additional Protocol 2. Second, the grave breaches regime in Additional Protocol 1 codifies separate grave breaches for making civilians the object of attack and launching a disproportionate attack. So, okay, I'll say Additional Protocol 1 codifies both tracks separately. Right here. Really, I should say textual reasons for not collapsing, or I don't like the word distinction, because we're talking about distinction. Distinction is a concept under international law, and distinction I want to just use as a word to, distincting between two things. For I can just say distinction in the two tracks. Can you guys believe I graduated early and I can't spell separately? Close enough for it to even recognize that I'm trying to spell separately. So AP1, only codifies. It only codifies targeting, right? Yeah. If they were not collapsed, what's a better? What did they say? Yeah. Okay. They must represent different norms. Wait. Where the hell do you live, random guy? This is a super low quality picture. Israel. Oh, sick. Oh, wait. Hold on. How old are you? I took the picture. On what? This is a fuck, dude. You have phones in Israel, don't you? What the hell, dude? This is so pixelated, my man. Hold on. Can you join the waiting room real quick, and I can drag you in to talk to me for a second? I want to ask you like one quick question. Okay, wait a second. I need to bring something. You're good. One, but not the other. Okay. Second, the Great Breaches regime in Additional Protocol 1 codifies separate Great Breaches for making civilians to objects of an attack and launching a disproportionate attack. So this is interesting because Additional Protocol 2 is what codifies non-international conflicts, and the current Israel-Palestine situation is probably best codified as a non-international conflict. And I didn't know this only considers the principle of distinction, but not proportionality. Now, proportionality is still a thing under customary international law, under the ICRC rules, which Israel acknowledges. So Israel is still bound to launch proportionate attacks just because they aren't a party to Additional Protocol 2, and just because Additional Protocol 2 doesn't say or doesn't codify proportionality doesn't mean Israel can launch disproportionate attacks. They're still not allowed to do that. Upload, upload the fucking, upload the Destiny debate. What are you doing, bro? God, 326. And it's still going up. It's not even slowing down. It's like stagnating a little bit, I guess. But it's not I shouldn't say it's just growing like linearly, not exponentially. I don't, it doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. I need random guy to come back. I don't want to read too much without because I'm gonna be like in the middle of reading. He's gonna come back, but okay. The negotiating history of Protocol 1 and Protocol 2 supports this textual reading. For example, the Ukrainian delegation made it clear that attacks against civilians were not only impermissible if it was the primary reason for attack, as opposed to the collateral consequence. Also, the United States made clear during the discussion that the distinction and proportionality were different, and that it was the latter that became Article 51 of the Protocol 1 that only dealt with intentional attacks. The first sentence of Article 47, Paragraph 2 prohibits such attacks as may be directed against non-military objectives. It does not deal with the question of collateral damage caused by attacks directed at military objectives. Furthermore, the UK made a similar point. His delegation also welcomed the reaffirmation in Paragraph 2 of the customary law rule that civilian objects must not be the direct object of attack. It did, however, interpret the paragraph as dealing with the question of incidental damage caused by attacks directed against military objectives. In this view, the purpose of the first sentence of the paragraph was to prohibit only such attacks as might be directed against non-military objectives. This issue was so important that several other delegations, including Germany, the Netherlands, and Canada, repeated this understanding almost verbatim. Furthermore, the leading commentary on the additional protocols makes it clear that the two tracks are normatively distinct, expanding the relationship between the various subsections of Article 51 and the grave breaches definition in Article 85. Commentary makes clear that the rules of proportionality apply whenever collateral damage occurs. Specifically, the commentary concludes that the grave breach consists in directing an attack against the protected persons as such. According to the commentary, legitimate attacks against military targets with secondary effects on civilians are dealt with by the subparagraphs B and C of Article 85, Section 3. In defining the relevant mental state, the commentary concludes that it is not sufficient that the will to launch an indiscriminate attack exists. In addition, the person taking the action has to have knowledge that certain consequences will follow. As for disproportionate attacks, the mere recklessness is not sufficient either. A high degree of precaution is required. A grave breach, on the other hand, presupposes more: the knowledge, not only the presumption, that such an attack will cause excessive in any kind. So this is interesting. It's even proportionality really shouldn't be governed by dolus eventialis. That's what he's arguing here. Or what it seems like they were arguing. So, in defining its relevant mental states, the commentary concludes that it is not sufficient that the will to launch an indiscriminate attack exists, in addition to the person taking the action has to have the knowledge that certain consequences will follow. Yeah, so I'm going to just take some of these quotes. So let's say, I don't know, intent in indiscriminate tax and proportionality. I feel like it's going to be really important at the beginning of the debate for me to try to lay out these two tracks and try to make them very clear. And anytime he's trying to collapse the two tracks, I'm gonna have to call back to that and say, stop, you're collapsing the two tracks. You don't want to collapse the two tracks. They're two tracks for a reason. I feel like that's going to be really important to do, and I have to find a good way to do that. It's not sufficient at the Okay. Where did that guy go? It says it says he's idle. Okay. There's a simple reason why proportionality calculations cannot be governed by a mental state lower than knowledge. Although proportionality assessments involve collateral effects of bombing a legitimate target, the effects cannot come completely by surprise and still violate the underlying norm. They must be explicitly envisioned. According to the commentary, the relevant criterion, right? That's how you'd say that, criterion? The relevant criterion, whether the attack will cause disproportionate casualties to civilians, as evaluated ex ante. Is that in advance? Ex ante, based on forecasts rather than actual results. Okay. Sorry. Okay, they must be explicitly envisioned. According to the commentary, the relevant criterion is whether the attack will cause disproportionate casualties to civilians, as evaluated ex ante by the military commander. Military commander can only make an ex ante decision about proportionality by assuming that some result will occur and then making assessments regarding it. But this mental state, envisioning the killing of civilians and coming to some conclusion as to whether the number of deaths will be proportionate or disproportionate, does not violate the principle of distinction. Simply envisioning the deaths of civilians does not mean that the commander has directed an attack against the civilians. If this mental state violates the principle of distinction, then no commander could ever engage in a proportionality analysis without having first violated the principle of distinction. This would, in essence, render the rule of proportionality completely superfluous and stop the analysis at the level of distinction. This runs counter to the whole point of having the rule of proportionality, which is implicated when there is recognition that collateral civilian casualties or damage to civilian objects may be expected. Fuck. Okay, I like this whole paragraph, but I don't want to just have the full paragraph in here. So I'm going to try and summarize it above, and then I'll where the hell did funeral leech go, man? I wish you had more energy drinks. Okay. What the fuck? Okay, so proportionality requires a mental state above recklessness, because the crime of committing disproportionate attacks requires foreseeing disproportionate damage to civilians and civilian objects. Is that in intent? Okay, that isn't. That should be. Okay. During negotiations leading to the additional protocol, the rule of proportionality passed by a margin of 56-6 with 3 absentations. France argued that overzealous regulation of civilian casualties impermissibly infringed on the national right of legitimate defense, an issue that came into the forefront during the ICJ advisory opinion on nuclear weapons. In other words, it states, if a state is faced with an existential threat of defeat, is it permissible to cause excessive damage to enemy civilians? This is kind of interesting when it comes to Israel-Palestine. But I don't know. Like, Israel's military by now is so powerful that if it's only engaging in war with Hamas and not with other Arab states, then there really isn't like any existential threat of defeat, right? Like, Hamas is not gonna topple the Israeli government. Yeah, like, I don't think there was any like real risk of Israel falling on October 7th. Like, yeah. Other objections included concerns over the indeterminacy of the concept of excessive civilian damage. However, other states emphasized that excessive damage was to be understood relative to a concrete and direct military advantage, and that remote gains in the future were not to be excluded from the calculation by virtue of their speculative nature. Were to be excluded. Other delegations complained that Article 58 gave grave breaches regime, particularly with regard to what counted as excessive damage, as worrisomely imprecise. Several members noted that that subparagraph 5 of Article 51 on proportionality was subject to multiple interpretations. In this vein, did participants in the negotiations believe that by enacting Article 85 on grave breaches, which defended the appropriate mental state as acting willfully, they were effectively altering the required mental state from Article 51? If they were, it was arguably to increase the required mental state to make it a grave breach rather than to lower the mental state. Wait, sorry? What? Okay. I need to reread that because that didn't make sense to me. Several members noted that paragraph 5 of Article 51 was subject to multiple interpretations. In this vein, the participants in the negotiations believed that by enacting Article 85 on grave breaches, which defined the appropriate mental states as acting willfully, they were effectively altering the required mental state from Article 51. If they were, it was arguably to increase the mental state to make it a grave breach rather than to lower the mental state. That makes sense. If you're saying it's a grave breach, I would expect the intent to be higher, have to be higher, right? Because a grave breach is worse, and it lets it's a serious violation, and I think it means like anyone can prosecute you, not just the person you're at war with, or not just like the UN. Oh wait, I wonder if the I see Arthi. I wonder if they have something on apartheid. Okay. The inclusion of a stricter mental state requirement in Article 85 helped temperature concerns about the uncertain applications of the standard of excess damage. There were also concerns about the prohibition against placing military units in civilian areas, a prohibition designed to prevent states from impermissibly leveraging the principle of distinction by using civilians as human shields. However, there was also broad agreement that the principles of distinction and proportionality codified in the additional protocol represented substantial advancement in the codification of the laws of war. The rule of proportionality is based partially on the lesser evils argument because it makes large concessions in favor of military necessity. But concessions in favor of military necessity need not be understood in a negative light. Rather, IHL norms have practically in enforcement concerns built into them at what? Oh, sorry. Practicality and enforcement concerns built into them at a ground level. Okay, so oh fuck, why did I close my notes? Oh, no shit. No one's watching right now. I'm gonna get a drink. I'll put Frederick on the screen to entertain you. Uh-oh. Hello? My keyboard just disconnected itself and reconnected. I don't know what the hell that was. That's fine, I bet. Are you kidding me? You came back while I was getting a drink? I think it could be. Hold on. Sorry. I didn't see your earlier messages. A solution to a problem, I think a two-state solution is a good idea, but can never be achieved. I would agree with that. It can't be achieved with Hamas. I think it can be achieved if Hamas is replaced. I think that's part of the. My understanding is that's part of the goal with the war now. Basically, they got to get rid of Hamas, and Gaza is probably going to have to be brought into the control of like the Palestinian Authority. Yeah. If you want to, hold on. You're from Israel. I want to talk to you for like a few seconds. You should be able to in my Discord if you want to. I'm going to make you or anything. Join the waiting room, and I can drag you into my room, my VC. I hate speaking in English. Okay, that's good. I'll ask you. I can ask you, and you can answer in the chat. Then it's just it's just a little weird to like ask it in chat. Okay, so one thing I've heard, right, from somebody else who doesn't live in Israel, is that Israel is a small enough country that I think they've had like 200 people die already in the war, 200 soldiers, and Israel's small enough where everybody at least knows somebody that died in the war. That died in the war. Is that true? Either in this war or in the Second Intifada. I should say, like, at least everybody knows somebody that knows someone who died in the war. So there's another degree of separation. Kind of, my sister and parents both know. Yeah. And then another thing, I don't know how old you are. Have you had to serve in the IDF yet? Or are you exempt because you're Orthodox? Or I got profile 21, which should be unfit for military service. Okay. They're not gonna be useful to answer my question. Because I want to know. Oh, you might get offended at this. How radicalized the IDF is, because like, it does seem like sometimes like the IDF, whether it be to poor training or whether it be to radicals in the IDF have like shot civilians before for basically no reason, whether it be in the like Palestinian March of Return, when I think the UN did their investigation and they said like the guards shot like 200 civilians for no good reason, and I think one civilian they said they had a good reason to shoot because he was threatening them, or whether it be that journalist Shireen Israel journalist Shireen someone who this girl, this journalist, where it seems like we have pretty good evidence that they shot her without just cause. And then most recently, the so-called Flower Massacre, where it seems like Israeli forces shot civilians they probably did not have just cause in shooting. And I want to know if you think that's all made up, or if you think that's because the IDF has like poor training on the rules of engagement, or if you think that's because there are radicalized members of the IDF who really don't really see Palestinians as like humans, or if it's some combination of the three. I think it might be possible there are a lot of soldiers who are radicalized, maybe the settlers. However, I think the Israeli military prisons were made for such incidents. So that's true. However, one thing I've heard, in which there seems to be a little evidence for, is that IDF soldiers sometimes only get like a slap on the wrist when they commit crimes. So, shoot. There was that one soldier who I think like stabbed a Palestinian, and I think they determined that he was a Azaria was like a soldier who shot and killed a wounded Palestinian, and then Netanyahu wanted him pardoned. And it seems like there are, my understanding is that there are other cases of things like this happening. Yeah, Ilir Azaria. How old are you, by the way? I don't need like an exact number, but like did you like live through the second Intifada? That's what I'm really. He killed a terrorist, but the terrorist at the time was already wounded, so there was no reason. Okay, to shoot him again. 21. Thank you. That just gives me like a time scope of like what you will remember if I think of an event that like happened in Israel. Okay. I gotta go back to reading this. Fuck. I don't know what I should read after this. I want to go deep. I need to go deeper into the apartheid thing, but it just seems so. That one's gonna be kind of hard. I think. I don't know. What do you funeral elites? What do you think of the Israel's an apartheid state claims? I'm curious. The rule of proportionality is based primarily on lesser evil arguments because it makes large. Yep, read that. But concessions in favor of military necessity need not be understood in a negative light. Rather, IHL norms have practicality and enforcement concerns built into them at the ground level. Yeah, I want this. Because international law exists to balance nations' right to self-defense and the protection of civilians, and it has to balance those two things. And if you go too far in either one of those things, it starts to kind of break. It has to balance the protection of civilians with the protections of nations' right to self-defense. I'm not an apartheid expert, but from what I understand, it doesn't really fit because Israeli Arabs are also in the Knesset and they are allowed to do the same thing. Yeah, so most of the time when people claim apartheid, they don't necessarily claim apartheid within Israel proper. They're saying that because of the military occupation of the West Bank, and sometimes they'll also mention, sometimes people also say the blockade of the Gaza Strip fits into this, that Israel's essentially giving different rights to Palestinians and Israelis, especially when it comes to because there are settlers in the West Bank who are guaranteed most of the same rights as Israelis and Israel proper, but the Palestinians in the West Bank aren't. Now, that's not really based on race; it's based on citizenship. And really, I don't like it because, like, even if it is apartheid, like, okay, it's apartheid, but that doesn't change anything because the only way you solve that is by solving the occupation, which even if it wasn't apartheid, the occupation would still be something that has to be solved. So does it, like, I don't get it. Like, it just doesn't change anything to me because it's like either way, it's like there's still just one issue. My mouse is flashing color. I don't know why it's doing that. Usually it's just one solid color. Okay, fixed. Indeed, this is a distinguishing feature of IHL compared with international human rights law, which historically has favored aspirational norms that serve as a guiding function. In contrast, IHL is designed to codify rules that can and will be followed. Once participants start rejecting the rules, they risk sliding towards total war and an endless spiral of reprisals. For this reason, IHL takes baby steps to the extent that it outruns the current practices Sorry, it takes baby steps. To the extent that it outruns current practice, it runs the risk of being irrelevant. Indeed, that is the exact problem with the Yugoslavia's tribunal of the application of the rules regarding distinction and proportionality. It is not consistent with current practice. If you redefine intent this way, it will be ignored and is being ignored by military powers both large and small. Why would Palestinians in the West Bank participate in elections in the Knesset? They have their own political parties and authorities, so I don't think they should have equal rights inside of Israel. The problem with that is Israeli settlers get to vote in the Knesset, right? So there's that, and then the second thing is people don't just point to the voting; they point to the military court system. Then they'll say essentially Palestinians are given different rights to due process and stuff because of the military courts in Palestine. Vox has this good video. Yeah. But even I will say this is bad. Obviously, there are some things about this which are bad. For example, they mention in here a lot of times when Palestinians are arrested, they're given documents in Hebrew, and most of the Palestinians can't read Hebrew. So they're forced to sign documents they don't understand, and they don't get public defenders. And that's bad. But is that really? Are we really going to stretch the definition of apartheid to include that? Jesus, were you the one that asked me if I liked Destiny? Because I do like Destiny, and I will read his notes and see if he answered my question for me. How do you spell apartheid? Apart. Okay. Apartheid definitions. Article 7, Section 2. H. The crime of apartheid means inhumane acts. I think it's possible to say Israel apartheid if you change the definition of apartheid a little bit. That's the problem. That's one of the but this is my main frustration. Okay, is that people's connotation C, should match their denotation. Okay, the denotation is how you define something. Okay, so over here we have the South Africa apartheid, right? And then over here we have the Jim Crow laws, we'll say, in the US. Okay. And then down here we'll have we'll have Israel. Really, I'm pretty sure apartheid, strictly speaking from international law, we should draw the line here. Even Jim Crow might not necessarily count as apartheid with the strict definition under international law. And the connotation is the feeling people get from a word, right? So if your connotation, since most people define apartheid like this, right? The connotation you get is very negative. So the connotation you get is the South Africa apartheid, and sometimes the Jim Crow, right? But what super pro-Palestinian people do is they expand the denotation to include Israel, right? But then they try to keep the same connotation as this, right? So they do this with genocide too. So over here you'll have the Holocaust, right? and then Jesus. Okay, we're just gonna do H for the Holocaust. You'll have the Holocaust. And then down here you have what Israel does again, and then they try to expand the definition of genocide to keep what Israel's doing counted as genocide, right? But then they try to keep the same connotation associated with the Holocaust, because the word genocide, most people just associate that like with the Holocaust, or like maybe like some of the Yugoslav wars and like some of the Rwanda stuff, right? And what Israel is doing is like down here. It's just like, yeah, it's just annoying. Because if you expand your denotation, you should also have to expand your connotation. I think the problem is, if you define what Israel is doing as genocide, then I don't think you can say that all genocide is bad. And genocide is a term that has meaning, and we should want to keep genocide's negative connotation, right? Because we need there to be a word that describes this type of thing that is like always bad. And you just don't get to do that if you expand the definition to include Israel. Does that make sense? Like, I don't like people's connotation should match their denotation. That's just one thing. Like, that's just something I find super frustrating. To prove Israel is committing a genocide, you have to first prove that their goal isn't to dismantle. Yeah, exactly. Because genocide requires a specific intent, special intent. It can't even just be that they're committing disproportionate attacks or whatever. It has to be special intent to try to kill all of. I guess it doesn't technically have to be all, because it can be in part or in whole. Yeah, but even if Israel literally nuked the Gaza Strip, that wouldn't necessarily be genocide. That would be a disproportionate attack. It would still be bad, but it might not be genocide unless they had the specific intent to specifically kill Palestinians as the object of the attack, not as incidental damage. It like literally their goal has to be to kill them all, for the purpose of killing them all, not like, I don't know, it doesn't work. And one thing I've heard, if Sample Text is watching, that'd be funny, is that I think France pays Roma people to leave, right? I guess I'll allow that. I'm glad. I'm glad Twitch blocked that. But like, France will literally give money for Roma people to leave France. Does that make France an apartheid state? Oh, hey, a message from Sample Text. Say you like America or I'm leaving. I mean, I don't hate America or anything. I like America. I'm glad I live in America. I think America definitely has done some bad things. I think America probably should use some more of its leverage with Israel. Fuck, wait, someone sent me a thing I have to read about that. Thanks, I'll say. I think I might have. This is probably somewhere in my notes document. Whatever. Okay. Two people have been indicted as of 2021 in South Africa. There are no laws or policies that treat different races inside Israel differently. Most of the different treatment either comes through immigration policy, which countries have the right to dictate. Thanks, hi, I like Booba for the follow. If you here, I'll give you a bikini time for that. Hell yeah. So yeah, I mean, every country has a right to dictate their immigration policy, or it comes through citizenship status. The nation-state law creates no legal distinction between civilians, and it's never been utilized for legislation and policy making. Applied to different territory. Gaza Strip, there are no Jews. I think there's a war crime you can accuse Israel of more easily, but I'm pro-Palestinian. Yeah, that's another thing. Is I super hate, because there definitely are legitimate criticisms of Israel, right? Like, we read that fucking the attack on the Jabali refugee camp, which like was probably disproportionate. But it's just like people have this obsession. I think I said that. I have it like written down. Like, people have this obsession with making everything into the worst possible version of the thing. So it can't just be some versions of the West Bank restrictions are bad. It has to be called apartheid. It can't just be that some elements of blockade in Gaza are overly restricted. It has to be called an unjust occupation. It can't just be that collateral damage Gaza is extremely high. And Israel should be careful when choosing targets. It has to be described as a genocide. And then once again, that goes back to the connotation denotation thing. Law is not applied on racial domination. It's applied based on citizenship status. The Palestinians initially compared themselves to the NLF in Algeria. Now are comparing themselves to South Africa. Well, Palestinian activists are kind of brain dead, but I get what you mean. They also spam they do that on Twitter. If you are a fan of the AI images, fuck, I think there's this website, wordsofjustice.org, I think. Yeah. Where you can literally, it'll show you posts on Instagram. Oh, it used to be just Reddit and Twitter, but now it's on Instagram too. Where you can like posts or reply to them automatically with AI. You can refute stuff, so it'll like find a pro-Israel post. Yeah, it'll find like a pro-Israel post, and then you can reply with AI, and you can just automatically hashtag free Palestine. Yeah. Or you can generate your own post. So, I don't know. P. Generate post. I didn't even include it. The recent attacks in Gaza and Al-Aqsa are part of a historic strategy to brutalize Palestinians. Yeah. It's absurd. Yeah. Reply with AI. I got a message that was held for review. Twitch is so censorous low you can't even say Israel is lame. Bro, you just exposed Palestinian activists wondering why so many of them sound botted. Yeah. People literally, it's insane. I don't like it's. And you gotta wonder too, is at this point, does Russia and China, our evil anti-Western hegemony enemies, do they have like just massive troll farms that are constantly spewing shit out that's just AI generated? Yeah. Shit. Does he have anything? People love calling it an illegal occupation, but it's the only thing they're using to describe it as illegal. Resolution 242, which arguably doesn't say Israel has to withdraw from the West Bank, because Israel will claim its territory in a that they captured in a defensive war, and then they did withdraw from the Sinai. And it doesn't say the occupied territories. It just says territories occupied. Resolution 242, not legally binding. Wait, what do you mean not? It's a Security Council resolution. Isn't it binding? Yeah, peaceful resolution requirement of this was violated by every Arab state. And continuing to violate PLO. We want it to be left a little vague and subject to future negotiations. Yeah. Why does he say it's not legally binding? Okay. I don't know. We'll get back to that later, but I have to finish reading the intent stuff. That's already in here. Pretty far 242 is under Article 6, which makes it not legally binding. You can look it up. I'll look it up later. I guess I'll put that on here. 242, Article 6, not binding. I'll keep reading about Dolus Eventialis. Okay, so I think we were halfway through this paragraph. No, I think we finished this paragraph. Yeah. It's basically saying international law protects civilians too much. It'll be ignored. If it doesn't, yeah. It has to balance protecting civilians and nations' right to self-defense. Okay. There is, however, one area where recklessness might be sufficient to meet the mental state requirements. Article 57 of Additional Protocol 1 requires that the attacking force take all feasible precautions to minimize civilian deaths. Insofar as this article codifies a duty of due care, it would be transgressed by an attacking force that is reckless in its conduct and fails to meet the appropriate precautions. This is one area where recklessness or dolus eventialis would be appropriate for applying a prohibition from Additional Protocol 1. States were particularly concerned about the applicability of the word feasible precisely because a duty of care mental standard was lower than for other prohibitions contained in the protocol. To be honest, we kind of need Trump back. These countries see that Biden is weak AF and they're like, oh shit, it's open season. That's why I don't think that's true at all. Donald Trump had literally explicitly said that Donald Trump, number one, constantly undermined NATO, constantly was upset at all our allies who he thought didn't spend enough. And then number two, literally just a few days ago, whatever, he said he would encourage Russia to do whatever the hell they want to countries that don't pay enough into NATO. Yeah, he's insane. I don't think that's true at all. And also, Hamas attacked on the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War. They would have done so either way. Undermining NATO is good. That's not true, man. The 2% requirement is just a that's a recommendation, which most countries are trying to meet. If you look at it, their spending is increased. I don't think they're not just coasting off our money, man. And by the way, I don't even care if they're cutting off our money, really, because U.S. military equipment is just so fucking good. Why would I want Estonia to spend money on a jet or a tank when if we spent that same amount of money on a jet or a tank, we could make a better jet or tank and then just have a mutual defense treaty with Estonia? We literally have a comparative advantage in military equipment. We are comparatively better at producing military equipment. I used to be you and just Trump until I really researched his actions. I can't imagine someone disliking Trump and then researching his actions and then liking him. Are you fucking joking? Have you read any of this shit about like all his indictments? You can join the Discord server, by the way. We're doing Israel Palestine right now, but afterwards we can chat. Biden's a total ass, bro. What do you mean he's a total ass? I don't think he's a total ass. I think Biden's a very sweet old man. I think Joe Biden's much better than Trump, but I don't know a lot about American politics. I don't really like the conservative nature of the Republican Party. They're not even conservative anymore, man. They're insane. He's lame AF. What do you mean? I really liked. He just announced his housing thing. His he's gonna give a tax break to Trump is goated trust. Man, join the Discord server. Send me some stuff to read, and we'll chat about it one day, but not today. I really like Biden housing. Yeah, so right here, there was an article. I really like this. He's going to subsidize first-time homeowners, and he's going to subsidize people to sell their homes, which I think is really good because right now, fuck. Hold on. High cost. Was it? Who was it? I think it was Slow Boring. Right now, there's a lot of boomers who aren't downsizing. Oh, fuck you. A large share of the households were owned by empty nester adults with no kids. What is a large share? Empty nesters own twice as many large homes as millennials with kids. Yeah. So it's really, we should probably really be incentivizing people to boomers to downsize. Empty nesters should downsize and then either rent out their home or sell their home. And this should, in theory, do that. And then he also proposed like $20 billion to build more housing, but the Congress is not going to like that. Democrats used to be center left. They're pretty far to the left now, promoting LGBTQ stuff and censorship. I don't think LGBTQ stuff is far left. I think that's pretty center left, man. And promoting, I don't know exactly what you mean by the censorship stuff. I don't. It depends. But I heard American leftists will not vote for him because of his pros. Yeah, a lot of super left-wing people don't want to vote for Biden because they say he's genocidal, which I don't think is true at all. But just my view. Join the Discord server. Send me some. We can chat about this tomorrow. Okay, I gotta read this shit though. Left wing is usually more anti-first and second. I mean, yeah, but I wouldn't. But that doesn't have anything to do with the LGBTQ stuff. Oh, you did also mention censorship, but yeah, I mean generally. But the problem is, the conservative, like Trump, constantly blasted the media, like constantly for fake news and stuff, and yeah, it's absurd. Democrats don't really do that. Okay. So dolus eventualis. Fuck, how do I? Where is? The standard. content provided in article, was it 57 of Additional Protocol 1? Nuts. Which requires attackers take little bro, you're so studious. True. Can you imagine if I put this much effort into my schoolwork? My grades would have been so great, man. If I spent fucking 20 hours reading stuff for my schoolwork, I wouldn't even. I didn't even read the stuff I was assigned to read while I was in school. Insofar as this article codifies a duty, the Democratic Party is not even, yeah. I don't know what far left means anymore, man. Insofar as this article codifies a duty of due care, it would be transgressed by an attacking force that is reckless in its conduct and fails to, yeah, so we read this. States were particularly concerned about the applicability of the word feasible because a duty of care mental standard is lower. Yep. We read that. Okay. Did we stop here? Indeed, this lower mental state was one of the reasons why the provision needed to be watered down with the notion of feasibility so as to remove any concerns about it devolving into a strict liability scheme. The need to take precautions and the possibility of engaging in reckless behavior that flouts the required precautions will be directly addressed below further on in part 5. But why the fuck? Why? I don't understand. Just say the word that you mean and then put the Latin phrase in parentheses so next time I see the Latin word, I know what it means and I don't have to fucking Google it. Bernie and AC called himself Democratic Socialist, but there was a difference. Without a distinction, maybe like Social Democrats. See, I don't like it. Yeah. I don't know. Bernie will call himself a Democratic Socialist, but like really, he just means Social Democrat. But even if like it's like true like socialists, like actual socialists, policy wise, are gonna still be like Social Democrats because you can't really just do socialism if you're a member of Congress. Okay, part 5. Why did Bernie use socialism as a label then? It was a lot more of a gamble. Yeah, I don't really know. I think he was trying to appeal to young people. Yeah. I don't really like to do that. I like a lot of the I think Paul Krugman wrote a lot about it. Paul Krugman. Bernie isn't a socialist, but he plays one on TV. Okay, well, fuck you, Google. It might be because I have the paywall extension. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Bernie Sanders is associated with on TV. I remember reading this, but it was a while ago. I'd say it's mainly about personal branding with a dash of glee. Yeah. Bernie is not. Bernie caucuses with the Democrats, but he is technically an independent. So like I don't remember exactly how it works, but like he obviously is more aligned with with the Democrats, and I think he gets funding from the Democrats, and he is on the Democratic primary, but he still is technically an independent. Um, but he's basically an independent in name only. Okay, chat. We're gonna test my knowledge here. Okay, let's see if I can remember my basic moral framework here. Self is morally neutral, and they only intend a good outcome, and the good outcome is not achieved through the bad outcome, right? Morally good and neutral. The agent intends the good effect and not the negative effect. The evil effect is not a means to produce a good effect. And then 4, I didn't include 4 in there, but yeah, the evil effect is not disproportionate to the good effect. Thank God. I should never doubt myself. I always know. I know everything. I remember all my Sam Harris moral framework stuff. Okay. The conflation of tracks 1 and 2 does more than simply violate the negotiating history, the Geneva Conventions, and additional protocols. More importantly, it eviscerates the underlying conceptual framework upon which the principles of distinction and proportionality were modeled. The core principles of IHL, both in their design and implementation, codified a basic moral intuition behind the double effect, the doctrine of the double effect. So the separation of the 2 tracks is mandated not just by law and history, but also by theory and philosophy. Collapsing the tracks, as the Yugoslavia tribunals has done, unmoors the principle of distinction and proportionality from the original philosophical theory that gave birth to them. The result is a set of erroneous legal conclusions that violate the deeply held moral intuitions that underlie the doctrine of the double effect. Okay, so I kind of want to define what the doctrine of the double effect is first, but he doesn't do it until later. But it's fine, because I know what it is. I know what it is, and I was right. So, wait, did I? Okay. Okay, so IHL generally, or I should say, the doctrine of double effect is codified in IHL rules about collateral damage, distinction, and proportionality. Yeah, so I'm just gonna put this quote in here. Oh shit! What I do? Nope. Thomas Aquinas first formulated the doctrine of double effect, though not under that title or banner. But the underlying principle was certainly all Aquinas. Am I saying that? I'm going to assume it's Aquinas, and it is traditionally associated with the Catholic moral theology. The philosopher's concern was the moral permissibility of killing in self-defense. Although defensive force against an imminent threat is clearly legitimate, it would appear prima facie on first impression. So why don't you just fucking say on first impression, and then in parentheses you can have prima facie, and then I'll know what it means. That's all you have to do. That's all I ask. It would appear prima facie that exercising that force violates the moral prohibition against killing, thus resulting in a paradox. Aquinas therefore sought to explain how killing in self-defense could be consistent with the moral prohibition against killing another human being. His answer was to separate the intended effects of the defender's actions from the secondary effects of that action. The defender intends to neutralize the unwarranted threat, and its effect is morally permissible, even though it also results in a secondary effect, the killing of the attacker. Under Aquinas' view, the defender's act has a double effect, one that is intended and one that is merely foreseen. The defender's intent is to neutralize the threat, the permissible effect, and he merely foresees but does not particularly desire, the secondary effect. This explains why defensive force is morally permissible. Whether the doctrine of double effect represents the correct moral or legal framework for self-defense is controversial and doubtful. There are many competing theories of self-defense. Francis Combe argues that the doctrine of double effect represents a conceptual distinction between best expressed by something called the counterfactual test. The counterfactual test asks the following hypothetical. An evil would not occur if you acted, but all else remained the same. Would you, as a rational agent, have a reason not to act? According to Combe, the counterfactual explains the intent-foresight distinction between the agent who intends the evil at least has some reason not to act, but an agent who merely foresees evil would have no reason not to act. Ultimately, Combe concludes that the doctrine of double effect, as traditionally formulated, is both under and over-inclusive and ought to be revised. However, Combe's argument for when the doctrine of double effect appears to permit impermissible actions, deal with non-war cases that have little or nothing to do with the wartime bombing of combatants and civilians. Yeah, I don't really know why. I don't think you could codify this very well. An evil would not occur if you have acted, but all else remain the same. Yeah. Regardless of the recent academic criticisms in the domain of moral philosophy, the doctrine of double effect proved hugely successful as a moral theory that expresses the same relevance of the intent-foresight distinction. There are many areas of human life where agents intend an action but foresee secondary consequences, and we take the agent's primary intent to be relevant for answering the question of whether the action was morally or legally permissible. The bombing of targets in wartime is precisely one of these situations. Consequently, this part ignores two logically distinct arguments. First, the core IJL principles on distinction and proportionality are direct outgrowths of the doctrine of double effect, such as collapsing the principle eviscerates the underlying moral theory that they were designed to codify. Second, the doctrine of double effect is normatively correct in a context of warfare, and so the legal doctrine, when properly interpreted, gets the issue exactly right and should not be interpreted away into oblivion. It should be emphasized that these two arguments are conceptually distinct. For purposes of this article's core thread, only the first argument is necessary. In order to conclude that the Yugoslavia's tribunal's collapsing of the two tracks is legally problematic, it is sufficient to argue that the legal doctrine is modeled after the double effect, so any legal interpretation of the doctrine that violates the doctrine of double effect represents a poor legal argument. Okay, so I shouldn't say like if it was, but like, okay. maybe. Okay, legal doctrine is modeled after the double effect. So any legal argument. Hold on a minute. Hold on. This is going to take a second. Enjoy fucking bikini time. Jesus, what the heck? 363 views in the last 48 hours. $36 hours of watch time. I didn't get like any yesterday though because I didn't stream. What's your channel? It's just called Non-Fawn on YouTube. It's also like in the Discord server. Like it automatically tells you when I'm streaming on YouTube, so you can click on that if you want to. But the Twitch stream is a lot less delayed, and the chat's a lot less delayed. Yeah. But I have to be Non-Fawn 420 on Twitch because I think my original Non-Fawn account got banned. So I'm Non-Fawn 420. To reach this conclusion, one needs not to accept the doctrine of double effect is normally correct as a matter of moral philosophy. As it happens, Part 5b shall make precisely this argument through within the context of this paper. This point is purely supererogatory. The point is useful though, because the normative defense of the doctrine of double effect adds great urgency to the need to correct the recent missteps in the legal precedents from the international tribunals. Since the doctrine of double effect is morally correct, the collapsing of the two tracks result in legal outcomes that are morally indefensible. Oh, my headphones are freaking out right now. The Bluetooth is not happy with me. Okay. However, even opponents of the doctrine of double effect, and there are plenty, should thanks for the sample text. However, even opponents of the doctrine of double effect, and there are plenty, should take heed and recognize that the core principles of IHL are meant to codify the doctrine of double effect, whatever they might feel about its moral legitimacy. As a matter of legal interpretation, such opponents would be duty-bound to interpret the core IHL principles in the correct light. though perhaps they might have moral reasons for prospectively seeking doctrinal revisions. Okay, section A, conversions of the doctrine of double effect in IHL. The doctrine of double effect is a central element of philosophical literature on intent and foresight, and there have been many attempts to codify the philosophical principle. Although the species of the codification may vary considerably by author, there is broad agreement that the doctrine of double effect includes the following principles. An agent may perform an action that he foresees will have a negative effect if and only if, 1, the act is morally good and neutral, and the agent intends the good effect and not the negative effect, and the evil effect is not a means to produce the good effect, and the evil effect is not disproportionate to the good effect. Shit, I shouldn't have told people about my Twitch, because I want the YouTube watch time. The Twitch is a lot less delayed. Here, actually, I'm going to put my Twitch link in the description real quick. And my Kick link. So it probably is better if people watch on whatever platform they want, but all right. Cool. No, let's stop that. Okay. The specifics of the doctrine of double effect have generated no shortage of commentary, and there are competing formulations. For example, in a very well-known alteration to the doctrine, Warren Quinn argues that the standard formulation is inadequate because Okay, thanks, BotRex, for just now notifying people that I'm streaming, even though I've been streaming forever. It has the updated title this time, though. Warren Quinn argues that the standard formulation is inadequate because there may be situations where a impermissible action is not necessary. It's not necessarily the means to an evil result, though in most cases it will be the means to that evil result. What? Okay, I need to reread that. Warren Quinn argues that the standard formulation is inadequate because there may be situations where an impermissible action is not necessarily the means to an evil result, though in most cases it will be the means to an evil result. Okay. So, for example, consider the terrorist who wants to attack a residential building in order to achieve a larger political objective. The standard response is that even if the political objective were legitimate and morally desirable, the attack would still be condemned by the doctrine of double effect because the deaths of civilians is a means to produce the positive effect. A causal pathway deemed impermissible by the traditional formulation of the double effect. However, strictly speaking, the terrorist does not need the civilians to die in order to achieve the political objective. He needs the public or government to think that they are dead. As it happens, the best way to make the public think the civilians are dead is to actually kill them, though this is not the only logical means of doing so. But the use of terrorism is clearly impermissible, so the current formulation of the doctrine of the double effect must be erroneous. Kinda, but doesn't that, I guess strictly speaking, if he really only needs people to think that they're dead, then it wouldn't be this, but like, I don't know. Consequently, Quinn argues that the doctrine of double effect should be reformulated to track a distinction between direct and indirect agency. To put things in the most general way, we should say that it distinguishes between agency in which causes harm to some victims, at least in part, from the agents deliberately involving them in something in order to further purpose. Sorry. That didn't make sense to me. I need to reread that. I think I missed a word. To put things in the most general way, we should say that it distinguishes between agency, in which harm comes to some victims, at least in part from the agents deliberately involving themselves in something in order to further this purpose, precisely by the way of their being so involved. This is a horrible fucking way to phrase that, but I understand what they're saying now. Agency, in which they figure as incidental objects, and harmful agency, in which either nothing is in that way intended for the victims, or what is so intended does not contribute to their harm. Both the original formulation and Quinn's reformulation accurately track the core IHL principles on distinction and proportionality. According to Quinn's version of the doctrine of the double effect, an army unit attacking a target that will cause civilian death is only permissible if the attacking force is somehow deliberately involving them in the situation so as to further its project. This direct agency is impermissible, but an attacking force complying with IHL would not be violating this principle, since the attacking force has no interest in killing the civilians. On the other hand, the terrorists would run afoul of this principle precisely because of the terrorists directly involving the civilians and intends their deaths to further his larger purpose. Indeed, the doctrine of double effect so closely tracks the core IHL principles of distinction and proportionality that the moral philosophical literature on IHL uses the distinction between lawful tactical bombing and illegal terror bombings as signposts against which their formulations of the doctrine of double effect ought to be judged. As a matter of methodology, moral philosophers often take as their starting point our intuitions that terror bombing is impermissible and tactical bombing is permissible, even if both produce the same number of civilian deaths. On the basis of these firmly held intuitions, philosophers then attempt to construct a technical formulation of the doctrine of double effect that yields the right outcome in these two situations, i.e. declares the terror bombing impermissible and the tactical bombing permissible. If it does not, philosophers assume that their formulation of the doctrine requires an amendment. This demonstrates the close conceptual connection between the doctrine of double effect and the IHL principles of distinction and proportionality. Michael Walzer includes an extensive and justly famous discussion of the doctrine of double effect in his Just and Unjust Wars, and describes it as the central justification for military action which inevitably causes civilian casualties. I have often found it being used in military and political debates. Officers will tend to speak in its terms, knowingly or unknowingly, whenever the activity they are planning is likely to injure non-combatants. Catholic writers themselves frequently use military examples. It is one of their purposes to suggest that we ought to think when a soldier in firing at the enemy foresees that he will shoot some civilians or nearby. Such foresight is common enough in war. Soldiers could probably not fight at all, except in the desert and at sea, without endangering nearby civilians. And yet it is not proximity, but only some contribution to the fighting that makes a civilian liable to attack. Double effect is a way of reconciling the absolute prohibition against attacking non-combatants with the legitimate conduct of military activity. Walzer goes on to offer his own revision of the doctrine of double effect that owes much to the recent developments in codified IHL, specifically the duty to reduce civilian casualties examined in Part 4 of this article. Specifically, Walzer argues that it is insufficient for the attacker not to intend to kill innocent civilians. Rather, the attacker must intend not to kill the innocent... What? To not intend to kill the innocent civilians. Rather, the attacker must intend not to kill the innocent civilians. Oh, sorry. My dyslexia brain is broken. Okay. Walzer argues that it is insufficient for the attacker to not intend to kill civilians. Rather, the attacker must intend not to kill the civilians. Okay. So it can't just be a lack of intent. You have to consciously intend not to. Yeah. Okay. For this reason, Walzer describes his variation of the doctrine of double intention as a way of capturing how this distinction between not intending and intending not. How does one know whether an attacker intends not to kill the innocent civilians? According to Walter, the intention not to kill the innocent civilians is made manifest by the attacker taking overall reasonable precautions to prevent the innocent civilians from being killed. In Walter's famous example, World War I, soldier Frank Richards shouted warnings before dropping grenades into basements where enemy soldiers were suspected of hiding. These warnings offered an opportunity for hiding civilians to emerge unarmed, but it also increased the risk that enemy troops would emerge shooting and placed Richards and his fellow soldiers at greater risk. For Walter, such precautions were not only laudatory, but also morally necessary. Walter's requirements that the attacker... I'm thinking back to the that Liber Institute article we read, the like duty to warn. Yeah, that was like, I think it was like specifically you have to take feasible precautions, I think it said, to warn people. And there's like a specific exception, like where circumstances don't allow. So it's not, is it in this? Advanced warning, okay, wait, it's in this, right? God damn it. Why did that? Okay, hold on. Notion. I figured out what that was, why I kept accidentally doing that, by the way. It's because Opera GX has a panic button built into it where you can automatically close everything and open a tab. I swear, I bet it doesn't. That's hostage taking. Where is duty to warn? I swear we read that one on duty to warn. I don't know, it's here. Yeah, unless where circumstances do not permit. Well, I guess it was probably in the... We might have to read that duty to warn thing then, because apparently we didn't. Yeah. Because this was just talking about how, like... People have described Israel's warning to evacuate northern Gaza as a forced displacement order, which, number one, it wasn't even forced. And number two, they have a duty to provide warnings when they can. So it's just like, I don't know, it was just, if they warn the people there, then that's a forced displacement order. If they don't warn the people there, then that's genocide. And they're bombing areas. They didn't even tell people to evacuate. Yeah. So that's what they made for Israel, IHL. Okay. Back to... this. What was that guy's name? We were like somewhere around here. We read that. We read this. Okay, here we go. Walter's requirement that the attacker take precautions or review... Hold on, sorry, one more second. Oh, we got another subscriber. 628. We're so close, guys, to my all-time peak of like 630 something. 32. 32 is my peak. And then we fell off. There's a lot of periods of falling off. Walter's requirement that the attacker take precautions, or viewed from the opposite side, that the victims owed a duty of care, completely tracks the most recent developments of IHL. Additional Protocol 1 requires that the attacking forces take all feasible precautions to ensure that innocent civilians are spared from attack. It should be noted that there is considerable doubt as to whether the additional protocol rules have had as much influence as its drafters intended. Specifically, the inclusion of the term feasible is meant to hedge against an interpretation of the principle that demands greater risks to the attacking force in order to satisfy their duty of care to the innocent civilians who might be harmed during the attack. Who is to say what is feasible and what is not? That question is only answered by a pre-existing standard of what level of risk attacking soldiers are required to endure. How much are the attacking forces permitted to value their own force protection over the duty of care to the innocent civilians? Unfortunately, Additional Protocol 1 does not provide an answer. Yeah, I've read about that before. I don't know if I need to add anything to that, but it is, yeah. So I also kind of want to add, yeah, it doesn't answer how much forces are allowed to value their own force protection. How big is Israel's military? IDF size of, like, not reserve troops. 169. Reserve is 465,000. If you're a reserve member in Israel, is that voluntary, or is like every military age male a reserve personnel? Because one thing, I was talking to someone who doesn't live in Israel, but lives in New York and has like pretty close ties to Israel, and he mentioned, like, if Israel actually wanted to send people into the tunnels, that would mean like hundreds of soldiers dead, and like in a country as small as Israel, like those numbers do matter. Like for the U.S., it doesn't really matter, like on the macro scale, if 2,000 people die in Afghanistan, right? Because we have a super large population. 2,000 people over 20 years is nothing. But for Israel, even like 200 people dying in the tunnels in Gaza could mean like could be a big deal, especially when the IDF has to also protect the West Bank with all their settlements and occupation there. However, the negotiators of the Additional Protocol 1 were all well aware of the limitations of the formulation that they were adopting. Plenty of negotiators complained that the inclusion of the word feasible would potentially wear down the provisions to the point where it could not be consistently enforced. Nonetheless, there was wide understanding that failure to include the word feasible might render the provisions unsupportable by many nations, and further, that a black and white provision without a feasibility constraint would be difficult for state parties to comply with. If attacking forces are required to take all precautions to prevent civilians from being killed, then presumably they must give the civilians both the opportunity and means to evacuate. And if they do not have the means, the attacking forces must provide the means to them. By the time this is all accomplished, the enemy forces would have long since fled the area and probably killed the attacking forces from the rear. This is hardly a workable standard. Consequently, some constraint was required to limit the black and white nature of the prohibition. And in any event, regardless of the desirability of the feasible constraint, the additional protocol's precautionary rule directly tracks the moral consequence that Walzer identified as following directly from the doctrine of the double effect. There is another anxiety about Walzer's requirement, which is the exact dividing line between not intending and intending not. What is the difference between those two mental states? If an attacker wants to kill enemy soldiers but is aware of the risk that enemy civilians will be killed when the building is struck, does the attacker not intend or intend not? It is hard to say since the distinction is elusive. Kind of, but like it would just depend. Like here's what I would say. Oh fuck, but maybe it does get a little complicated. But I would say if you're just not intending, you wouldn't necessarily like call the building and tell them to evacuate. That wouldn't be a necessary thing of you not intending it, because you could not intend it and still not take all the precautions necessary to to intend not to do it. If you specifically intend not to do it, you would have to call the building to evacuate, like Israel does occasionally. But it could be the case that you intend not to and you want to call the building, but let's say for some reason you can't, because there are times during war where feasibly that just wouldn't be possible. What's up, Alex? Yeah. That does get hard, but oops, I didn't mean to pin your message, sorry. Okay. I'm gonna read to end this paragraph, then I gotta pee. Yeah. Okay. Do people really think that Palestine will win the war, though? Palestinians do. No, I don't no. People, and rightly so. I mean, the problem is the West, it is true, the West can only tolerate so many pictures of children being buried under rubble. There's only a certain amount of those pictures and videos that the West can tolerate before we start to become, I think Sam Harris, I'm quoting Sam Harris here, before we literally start to become unrecognizable to ourselves. I really like his way of phrasing it. Yeah, there's simply no good way to fight an enemy of this kind. When you are fighting jihadists, your own scruples, the shame and horror you feel at killing non-combatants become another weapon in their hands. Jihadists are very clever. They know by our own moral code the images of innocent civilians being killed in Gaza are totally unacceptable. They know that we can only tolerate so much of that, lest we become unrecognizable to ourselves, lest we become monsters. But these people already are monsters. Yeah. Oh, thanks for joining the Discord, buddy. I'm assuming that's you. Yeah, I mean, what are you reading? I'm reading this Cornell Law, not a study. Opinion? I don't know. It's about targeting and intent. Basically, it goes over the differences between distinction and proportionality, where like it goes into like the different types of intent required for intentionally killing civilians under international law, or just like engaging in disproportionate attacks. People still think a war is proportionate. Well, what do you mean by proportion? Because people use the term proportionality wrong. Proportionality is an important concept. But proportionality is not you get to kill the same number of civilians that Hamas gets to that killed on October 7th. Yeah, I don't think you're using the wrong definition of proportionality, my man. Proportionality is the balance between direct, concrete military gain and the expected harm to civilian and civilian objects. That is an important concept because I don't think people understand this intuitively. I don't think anyone would say if there was one low-level Hamas soldier and 100 civilians in a room, no one would say it's acceptable to blow up that room. But if you reversed it, if there were 100 Hamas, let's say like high-level Hamas commanders and one civilian in a room, I think everyone would probably say it's probably fine to blow up that room. Low-level Hamas soldier, I mean like a not a commander or anything, just like a militant, just like a, yeah. Whereas, again, like I said, let's say every single leader of Hamas is in a room, and there's one civilian in that room. It's probably okay to blow up that room. Probably. That's what proportionality really means. Walter cashes out the distinction by relying on its own external manifestation, e.g., the precautions that the attacker takes in order to reduce the likelihood that civilians will be killed. While there is nothing wrong with charting the external manifestations of an internal state, there is something suspicious about about substituting a reference to external manifestations for an explanation of the underlying mental state. Should it not be possible to offer a clear explanation of the distinction between intending and not intending? Jesus, sorry, my brain is so broken. Without making reference to the attacker's actions. It is, after all, a set of mental states that we're describing. I mean, I won't blame neither Palestine nor Israel. This war has been going on for almost 80 years, 1948. Everyone wants the war to be ended with or without a lot of deaths. I mean, sure, but the way Hamas wants to end a war is very different from the way Israel wants to end a war. In terms of a final settlement. Yeah. Okay. We gotta read this. I mean, Hamas leaders anti-Christian and pretty well, they're like jihadists, yes. Okay. I gotta pee. I'll be back. I'll put on bikini time and twerk break while I'm gone. Enjoy. Work break did not make the people stay. Everyone's gone. Whatever, I think I got a Discord server join out of them, so that's what really matters. Yeah, damn. Sorry, I was looking at a 21 layer air fryer nacho cake. That was really important. I'm really glad my friend sent me that. I really had to see that. Why doesn't it just tell me? Okay. Just 4 more subscribers. All-time peak. Okay, back to the stupid reading. We're almost done. 46 out of 53. I think the last page is probably just... the last page is still reading. Damn it. Okay. Nor the validity of the intent foresight distinction. What a... Man. Could not write a more boring title. Okay. In a previous section, I defended the claim that the core IHL principles are based on a doctrine of the double effect, such that any interpretation of IHL that fails to accord with the doctrine ought to be recognized as a substantial misstep deserving of correction. Now, in the present section, I argue that the doctrine of the double effect is also normatively correct, thus adding urgency to any legal interpretation that fails to respect the doctrine. This is what I'm more interested in, because I have a feeling when I engage with people on this, they're gonna like start asking for like really good moral arguments and not like just legal ones. Now in the present section, oh, I read that. I shall offer 2 major reasons for this moral defense. The reductio ad absurdum to pacifism. First, several authors note that rejecting the doctrine of double effect inevitably leads to unvarnished pacifism, a morally untenable position given the number of unjustified threats and aggression that we and others face in the world today. Here's why. Tactical bombing during armed conflict will always kill some civilians. It is virtually impossible to conduct offensive operations without harming at least some innocent civilians in the process. Moreover, it will always be possible to foresee this result. If the doctrine of the double effect is rejected, then these deaths become morally impermissible, and with it, the military campaign becomes morally impermissible because one is an inevitable outgrowth of the other. Consequently, the only solution is pacifism, since military forces always result in some collateral damage. This is a common complaint, though it understates the problem. Rejecting the doctrine of the double effect not only leads to pacifism, it leads to full-blown paralysis. In our everyday lives, we engage in a range of activities that foreseeably result in collateral consequences. Doctors dispense injections without knowing full well that there is a risk of a small... Doctors dispense injections knowing full well that there is a risk that a small percentage of patients will have a negative reaction and die. Motorists drive knowingly full well that their decision to drive will increase the risk relative to not driving of an auto accident, which will kill or injure an innocent party. Farmers sell food knowing that a small percentage of their shoppers will run the risk of fatal or near fatal allergic reactions to food. These outcomes are all foreseen. The consequences make the underlying actions impermissible. Then the only permissible course of action is to stay home and do nothing. The rejection of the doctrine of double effect leads to nothing but not just pacifism, but complete paralysis. So, okay. That's not like a super great moral argument, just because it's like, well, I don't like what would be the case if it wasn't true, so therefore it's true. I don't know, but it's good. It's good to have those analogies, I guess, to say like, well, if you don't think it's okay, then a lot of things aren't okay. Then you'd have to stay home all day. Yeah. Okay. Fuck, I might just copy this title, despite it being so fucking dumb. But wait, a consequentialist might respond. Without the doctrine of the double effect, the correct moral position is to maximize the correct outcome. And the world would be a better place because motorists drive cars, farmers sell food, and doctors administer life-saving injections. On this account, the intention does not matter. What matters is the overall increase to expected utility. The problem with this through-going consequentialism is that its rejection of the significance of intent, i.e., rejecting the distinction between doing harm and allowing harm, fails our accord with closely held moral intuitions about both criminal law and the law of armed conflict. The criminal law is based around the notion that intentionally killing someone is far worse than merely foreseeing the risk of death as a consequence. Although there is some debate about this mental element in the literature, philosophy, and criminal law, it would be odd to suggest intention never matters. 2. The distinction between terrorist and lawful combatants. Okay. Secondly, the failure to distinguish between intent and foresight would inevitably collapse the moral distinction between tactical and terrorism and tactical bombing. Both the terrorist and the tactical bomber cause civilian casualties. What distinguishes them is their intent. The terrorist intends to kill civilians, while the tactical bomber intends to kill enemy soldiers but foresees that civilians will be killed as collateral damage. If one rejects the distinction between intent and foresight, one is committed to the moral proposition that terrorism and tactical bombing are morally equivalent, with the moral permissibility to be determined not by their methodology but by rather the legitimacy of their political goals. But that violates their intuition. That there is something crucially different between a terrorist and a tactical bomber. I really like. Oh fuck! I need a PDF of "End of Faith" by Sam Harris. He has some really good stuff in there, like specifically about this. I think he talks about Noam Chomsky and the bullshit moral equivalences. No, wait, hold on. "End of Faith," Sam Harris PDF. Hell yeah. Okay. Leftist unreason. Oh, why doesn't it? There we go. Leftist unreasoning in a strange case of Noam Chomsky. Hold on, we might have to read a little bit before this too. The danger of wishful thinking. I think I'm falling off again. God damn it. The views are slowing down, man. That's a shame. Okay. If one rejects the distinction between intent and foresight, one is committed to the moral proposition that terrorism and tactical bombing are moral equivalents with the moral. Yeah, okay, we read that. John Finnis and Walter both discussed the intentional bombing of a civilian target by British and German airmen during World War II. According to at least some historical accounts, Churchill realized that while British forces excelled in strategic bombing capability, they lagged behind in air-to-air fighting capability. Consequently, if the war only involved dogfights, the British would lose. But if the war included strategic bombing in German cities, the British would gain a comparative advantage. Hitler responded with reprisals against British civilian centers, thus leading to a new round of reprisals from the British and their eventual total air war against civilian populations of both countries. I don't know if I like the framing of that, because I don't know. I'm so, over the last like 6 months, I've become like so like West good, anti-West bad pilled. Maybe that's not a good thing, but like I just like the like attempts to draw any moral equivalences here are like so bad. Like even the bombing at Dresden. I watched this video. This is a good video. I like this video. Yeah, the attempts to draw moral equivalence, even from like our morale bombing was bad. Okay, we can all agree on that. I'm not in favor of morale bombing. I think morale bombing's bad. I think it's a waste of resources. I think it's immoral. However, okay, the Germans would find maps and draw maps of neighborhoods that had a majority of Jewish people in them, and then bomb those neighborhoods to try to kill Jewish people. Okay? The British, well, it's still bad. The Allies would bomb, would do essentially morale bombing, where they would arguably, they would argue that they were like trying to break the morale of the enemy side by bombing civilian areas. And also, it wasn't even always that. Like the bombing at Dresden, we bombed Dresden because the Soviet Union asked us to, because they wanted to avoid another like siege of Budapest with like ground to ground fighting. Like that was done with the intention of minimizing. Or it wasn't just minimizing civilian harm, because it was also putting a value on their fighters, right? It's like it wasn't just minimizing civilian harms. It was trying to minimize harm to their own fighting force. But yeah, it was done like with the intention of minimizing harm. It wasn't to try to draw a moral equivalence is fucking insane to me. From what I've read, from my understanding of World War II. Anyways. Finnis takes note that the British government took great pains to insist to the public that British bombers were directing their attacks against German military installations, and that any civilian deaths were purely collateral. Although subsequent information cast doubt on the veracity of this claim, Finnis is left interested in the underlying truth of the claim, and more interested in the motivation behind the lie, if there was one. The public would not have accepted deliberate bombing of the German civilian population precisely because the British public believed that there was an acute difference between deliberately killing civilians and foreseeing their collateral deaths while striking a bona fide military operation. Although this does not demonstrate the moral rectitude of the doctrine of double effect, it does demonstrate that its substance is very widely shared intuition. 3. The objection from practical rationality. Fuck. Okay. I don't know if I need anything from this yet, really. Oh, thanks to whoever came in for a nanosecond on YouTube. There's one final concept. Wait, hold on. Did I include the second one? Yeah. Okay. There's one final objection to the double effect doctrine. One that flows from our conception of practical rationality. Arguably, rational agents understand that actions have consequences. When an agent wills an action, he also wills the consequences of his action because he accepts the two as a package deal. I can kind of understand that. But they're different. The argument is like they're different types of intent, right? They're different types of will. In other words, you intend what you foresee. As applied to tactical bombing, the bomber wills that enemy soldiers are killed, and since the civilian deaths are a consequence of his action, he wills that as well, since they are a package deal. But really, the distinction should lie in like whether or not you're making the civilian like the object of the attack, right? So the distinction between intent and foresight is illusory. We intend what we foresee once we envision the consequences of our action. However, this portrait of practical rationality fails to accord with our common sense understanding of our own mental states. Each action of ours results in potentially infinite number of consequences that, in our actuarial age, can be cataloged with precise risk. Associated with each one. Given this capacity, a simple intention is turned into a near infinite conjunction of multiple intentions that stretch as far as the eye can see or calculate. This logical conclusion flies in the face of our own phenomenological experience of our intentions, which are often discrete and logically distinct from future consequences that we foresee might happen. Our own experience of intentions is intentionally discrete and quantifiable because agents have special epistemic access to their intentional states. Agents inwardly experience intent far differently than they would experience predicted consequences. Furthermore, all cases of negligence would be transformed into cases of intentional wrongdoing. I like this quote too. Okay. We're almost there. Three more pages. And then we have a lot more stuff to read after these 3 pages, but we're good. We're being chillin'. 4. Practical certainty, knowledge, and collateral damage. The appeal to the doctrine of double effect might suggest an even stronger argument. This article concluded that mere knowledge of the risk to civilians is insufficient to establish a violation of the principle of distinction. But the doctrine of double effect is often used to describe this. Hold on, I kind of like. I'm gonna like shove this somewhere in my opening. I don't know, we'll put it down there for now. But the doctrine of double effect is often used to describe innocent civilians, or to describe situations where the attacker is virtually or practically certain that innocent civilians will be killed, though the attacker's purpose is to kill a legitimate target. Such situations are best described as acting with knowledge, a much higher mental state than acting recklessly or with dolus eventialis. In short, defenders of the doctrine of the double effect sometimes trade on the model penal code distinction between acting with purpose, dolus directus, and acting with knowledge, dolus indirectus. Under this view, it would be permissible to kill protected persons if the purpose of the attack was to kill legitimate targets. In other words, violating the principle of distinction requires the attacking force act with full-blown dolus directus. I mean, yeah, basically, right? This represents the most extreme version of the doctrine of the double effect argument. However, determining this argument's plausibility depends on assessing the purpose knowledge distinction in IHL. Were the negotiators of the Decimal Protocol 1 drafting the principle of distinction with the mental state of purpose in mind? Resolving this question runs headfirst into the original ambiguity of intent that promoted the drafters of the model penal code to break up the concept of intent into 2 separate mental states for purpose and knowledge. This move was required by the simple fact that the concept of intent is inherently ambiguous. Sometimes intent means purpose, and sometimes intent means knowledge. Within the context of the doctrine of double effect, intent clearly tracks the mental state of acting with purpose. The whole point of the doctrine is to immunize agents for foreseeable collateral actions. The fact that foreseeable consequences was practically certain to all is no reason to exclude the doctrine of the double effect from applying. Indeed, in the philosophical literature and doctrine of double effect, philosophy refers Philosophers refer to the intent-foresight distinction, an expression that only makes sense if intent means purpose. If intent meant knowledge, then the expression would equate the knowledge-foresight distinction, which is no distinction at all. The concept of knowledge would be on both sides of the putative distinction. As a final point, the historical pedigree of the doctrine of double effect from Aquinas teaches us that the doctrine applies in situations of self-defense where the defender knows with practical certainty that his defensive forces will kill the aggressor. Okay. I do want to add like this stuff. Okay. Okay. In short, defenders of the doctrine of double effect sometimes trade on the moral penal code distinction between acting with purpose and acting with knowledge. Okay. So that's one thing. Like acting with knowledge is still permissible. Fuck. Okay. I'm trying to think of a good way to write this down. I don't know if I want this full quote here. We don't give it a citation. That one. Fuck, I don't have a good way to like summarizing this stuff because I think this stuff is really good. I'll summarize it and then I'll have all this stuff under it, I guess. This is like when I read books and I highlight 80% of the page, which I do a lot. I'm super. Hold on. I want to. Hold on, chat. I have to be 50 followers to reach affiliate, but I've streamed 8 hours. I'm averaging 0.51 out of 3 viewers right now. I've gotten Twitch affiliate before, technically, on Hot Tubs ADHD. And this is a lot more work than Hot Tubs ADHD, though. Okay, I don't get that one. I don't know. I just hate. I wish I could just stream on YouTube. I hope Twitch goes bankrupt, and I just get to stream on YouTube. I hope Twitch and Kick both go bankrupt. But I also I need YouTube to make their shit more like Twitch. Okay. So I should say, well, hold on, actually. Still apply when civilian. I want to use the same wording in here. I don't know, like the principle of distinction when civilian death is here. Doesn't it say? Okay. We read that. Okay. However, there are legal obstacles to grafting the stronger version of the doctrine of the double effect onto the law of targeting. First, the Rome Statute default rule on mens rea, codified in Article 30, refers to acting with intent and knowledge. Oh, I forgot about that. That's true. In previous parts, this article rejected a dolus eventialis inspired interpretation of principal distinction because dolus eventialis is inconsistent with the default mens rea. The same argument would not apply to the interpretation of the core principles of distinction that are required mental state of acting with knowledge. It would be entirely consistent within recent international law cases, developments regarding mental states. There is evidence that cuts in one direction, of course. Article 51, Section 2 of Additional Protocol 1 specifically states that the civilian population, as such, as well as individual civilians, shall not be made the object of attack, acts or threat to violence, the primary purpose of which is to spread terror among the civilian population, are prohibited. The first phrase, directed and shall not be the object of attack, suggests a volitional component as associated with purpose. Ooh. That's a good point. Hell yeah. Okay. So fuck, I don't even know. Okay. So even if civilian, I guess, okay, collateral damage is foreseen and certain, it does not fall under the definition of intent associated with additional protocol 1. What was it? 57? 51, section 2. We can just do AP1. Which states just a volitional component associated with purpose rather than just knowledge. Also, as the ICRC commentary notes, the second sentence is, then undoubtedly applies a standard of intent that accords with purpose, not mere knowledge. Okay, wow. Okay, it's sick. This provides evidence that the principal distinction should not be understood with regard to the mental state of purpose. That being said, it is unclear whether the mental state expressed in the second sentence, the primary purpose, is designed only to cover acts of terror bombing, whether the more general principle of distinction expressed in the first sentence of Article 51 is also governed by the primary purpose standard. Article 51, Section 2 is inherently ambiguous in this regard. Perhaps it expresses a single principal distinction, and its second sentence simply adds more content to the principle expressed in a more general form in the first sentences, or alternatively, it expresses two separate principles, each of which have different mental states requirements. The first being the general principle of distinction governed by the knowledge standard, and the second being an entirely separate prohibition against terror bombing governed by the purpose standard. But if this is the correct parsing of the provision, why are there two separate principles lumped together into one subsection? Yeah, I don't think that makes sense to do it that way. Almost there, chat. We're on like the last page. We're basically there. Basically, it's fine. We're chill. We're being chillin'. Okay. Oh, it's so over. I mean, it's reached 300 views, I guess. But it's flattening out. The curve has been flattened. I need more. The problem is, no one is going to watch this research, obviously. But I need to do it to have conversations. But I need conversations now. I need them now in order to keep the growth that I'm getting. Hopefully, I'm talking to that guy tomorrow. So hopefully that I can get that uploaded by that night, the same day. Because I think I'm talking to him at 2 tomorrow. We'll probably go from like 2 to 4 or something. Yeah, and then so 2 to 4. It'll probably take me like 3 hours to edit it. So like it'll be up at like 8. I'll hopefully get it up by 8 p.m. That's what I'm thinking. 8 p.m. Okay, 8 p.m. tomorrow. Fuck, I need to set up the stuff for it too. And I just realized my mic stand is falling off. I need a new desk, man. Okay. I wish it would show me the audience retention because I wonder how long. It is. I don't know. I wonder if anyone actually watched the whole thing or if they watched 10 minutes of it and left. In the end, there may be no resolution to this ambiguity because the dispute is once again representative of a fundamentally irresolvable tension in the concept of intent. One way of understanding intention is a clash against a clash of legal cultures. Common law lawyers are more inclined to view intent through the lens of purpose for conduct, while civil law lawyers might be inclined to view dolus directus and dolus indirectus as two elements of intent. Another way of understanding the tension is a repetition of the old model penal code debate over intent. However, the model penal code solved the problem by essentially dissolving it, splitting the concept into two separate mental states, purpose and knowledge. Unfortunately, no such solution is available here unless IHL were to take a page from the model penal code and banish the language of intent from its pages. This would involve rewriting the additional protocols with explicit references to the concept of purpose and knowledge and defining what these terms mean. Given the difficulty with which those instruments were initially negotiated and drafted. Such an undertaking represents a quixotic hope. Furthermore, retained ambiguities are often essential for international negotiations. They allow both sides of a debate to agree on a common text with the understanding that each will carry forward with its preferred interpretation and argue for it both in international tribunals and the court of world opinion. Scholars love precision, but excessive precision is no virtue from the perspective of diplomatic excellency. No, I know what it means. I don't know how to pronounce it. Okay. Conclusion. All right. Hell yeah. A lot of times I just paste the whole conclusion because I end up liking the conclusion. It's important to understand precisely what is at stake in this debate. Nothing less than a distinction between terrorist and soldier. Although it is frequently said that one nation's freedom fighter is another terrorist, neither ordinary morality nor international law takes this position. There are morally and legally relevant distinctions to be made between these actions, and a failure to do so makes these distinctions risk undermining the very foundation of justice bello. Is that right to war, right to war, right to war? Fuck. Okay. Belli is right to war, right? Or bellum is right to war. And then bello is conduct. Bello is conduct. Bello is conduct. Bello is conduct. I gotta remember that. As military conflicts in Israel and Gaza spark calls for for criminal investigations, either by the UN fact-finding missions or even International Criminal Court, it's imperative that we insist upon distinguishing between terrorists who deliberately target civilians and soldiers who foresee that civilians will die as collateral damage while striking a military target. Hey, are your Obsidian notes accessible online? I don't know, actually. I don't use Obsidian. I'm using Notion. I don't actually know if they are. I mean, I don't have any problem with people seeing them. Wait, that's for owners. I think I can share. Can view. Try that. Most of the stuff isn't filled out though. Like there's nothing like on religion. Like it's just like these empty things. Yeah. And also the notes probably really only make sense in my head. A lot of the things are just like quotes too. Like it doesn't like, I don't know. They're not even like up to my standard yet. But yeah, you can read them. And then like some of these, you'll notice like it says, like this says Destiny Notes, which means I just copied Destiny's notes, which are also available on his Obsidian. Yeah. Yeah, let me actually... Flash heading, or toggle heading. I wish there were a better way to do this, but I'm not, there has to be, but I'm not aware of any. Oh, hold on. I'll talk about the Gaza flotilla thing in a second. Hold on. God fucking damn it. There we go. Okay. Can you give me the TLDR on the Gaza flotilla thingy? All I know is that Turkey tried to send aid, which may have had weapons, and the ship got struck down. I haven't done a ton of reading into it. I would, if you like Destiny, like he did a like really long stream about it. It is my understanding is that it wasn't it was an organization that tried to send aid to Gaza, right? Now, that was their stated intention. This was probably just more of a political stunt. So my understanding is that I think there were 6 ships. I think one didn't make it. Here's my understanding. Hold on, wait, paint. Is here we have Israel's port. This is Israel. That's Israel, and this is like their sea. And like here's Cyprus, and like they set sail from Cyprus. And my understanding is that these ships, Israel said, "Hey, if you want to deliver the aid, park your ship here, north of the Gaza Strip. This is the Gaza Strip down here, we'll say. And we will examine it, take the aid, and give it to Gaza." I think one of the ships did that, and then the other 5 kept going to Gaza, which Israel has this blockade on Gaza. They're not allowed to do that. But my understanding is Israel literally said, "Hey, if you actually want Gaza to get the aid, park your ship here, and we'll get the aid to Gaza." My understanding is that 3 of the 5 ships that kept going to Gaza were empty. They didn't actually have any aid on them. And then secondly, they definitely had weapons on the ship. So I think they had the metal bars from the ship. They like cut into they cut in a bunch of different pieces that they could use to hit people with. And there are all these like this is like straight from like the IDF though, so maybe I don't know, maybe they're all fucking lying, but yeah, it seems like they went there expecting a fight and sort of like wanting to fight, and it wasn't like really about aid, because if it was about aid, A, the ships wouldn't have been empty, and B, they would have just parked their ships and allowed Israel to fucking inspect the aid and deliver it. And then there was a UN tribunal after this case, or like a UN investigation, that basically determined Israel was in the right for like almost everything. They said the naval blockade was legal. They said Israel had a right to like go on the ships and do whatever. I think they did say Israel used excessive force, but that's about all Israel said, or all. That was the only thing Israel did in Iran, was that they used excessive force against certain people. I think Destiny, but my understanding of it just comes from this Destiny video. He had like a debate with Lycan about it. Not that. Yeah, there were these 2 videos. I'll put, by the way, does that link work? Can you see all of my stuff on it? And then you can't edit it, can you? Yeah, it works. Can you see like everything? Like even not just the page I shared, but all of these other pages? And then you can't edit it, right? Because I don't want people being able to edit it. One sec. Number line it says I don't have permission to access it. Oh, I wonder. Like, I don't know how this works. So, guess. What did guess do? Yeah, page access is different from. So I'm assuming right now you can see that. I don't. How do I just give you access to everything? I don't know. But I don't want a static one. I want a I just want people to be able to read it whenever. I might just have to share everything individually, which is really annoying. It's fine, don't worry about it. Well, I want not just for you, like for other, like, yeah. If I go in an incognito tab and I go to this. Oh, yeah, wait. So this is like, can I do like everyone? Oh, damn it. Yes, like you have to be like a member of the organization. How to share Notion page with non-members. The pages must be public or people. I don't know. Oh, I have 6. Well, I gotta check my Reddit notifications. I don't know. I'll publish like a web page of it, like at the end of the stream, I guess. I thought just good friends, looking for constant besties. I can share memes and TikTok. Okay, sharing and permission. Hold on. Notion has video. Don't worry. Guest. Oh shoot. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out later. Oh, what the hell? Oh, this is in a workspace now. Hold on. Well, if you can't view it anyway, it doesn't need to be there. But I like it. It messes me up when it's not where I want it to be. Okay, conclusion. We got distracted there. Lock in. Okay, it's short. I'll just reread it. It's important to understand what precisely is at stake in this debate. Nothing less than the distinction between the terrorist and the soldier. Although it is frequently said that one nation's freedom fighter is another person's terrorist, neither ordinary morality nor international law takes this position. There are morally and legally relevant discussions to be made between these actions, and failure to understand these distinctions end up undermining the very foundations of jus and bello, thus like the laws of war. As military conflicts in Israel and Gaza spark calls for criminal investigations, either by the UN fact-finding missions or even International Criminal Court, it is imperative that we continue to insist upon distinguishing between terrorists who deliberately target civilians and soldiers who foresee that civilians will be killed as collateral damage while striking a military target. The former a war crime, the latter represents lawful conduct. To be sure, even the latter might be illegal if the anticipated civilian deaths are disproportionate to the value of the military target. However, one could not make this judgment until one goes through the messy business of valuing the military advantage and comparing it against the value of civilian loss. A disgusting intellectual exercise, but one that is mandated by both the IHL and the doctrine of double effect. It is inescapable. Any attempt to circumvent the rule of proportionality is intellectually disreputable maneuver designed to conflate tradecraft, the lawful military force, with the morally suspect killing that forms the backbone of a country's terrorist modus operandi. Yeah, I kind of just I always, I don't know. They're always like so much more well worded than like I could if I tried to like summarize it. So like, I'm just gonna fucking steal it. I might just do like a quick thing down here. But I kind of want to save some of it for my opening. Damn, it got dark all of a sudden. Oh, that's just when I go away, isn't it? My camera. Yeah. I say camera, it's a phone. All right. Well. Uh-oh. It's done that. Okay. So, I guess I want to say like juxtaposition that a person's freedom fighter is another's terrorist. Morally, legal, and relevant distinctions to be made between actions. And the failure to understand these distinctions risks undermining the very foundations of, I want to say, like, morality and the laws of war, of morality and the laws of warfare. I guess I should say like both, because it's both morality and separately the laws of warfare. It's not, yeah. Yeah, and then I would say, like, any attempt to circumvent to real proportionality trying to conflate lawful military conduct with the morally suspect killing that formed the background. Okay, chat. Woohoo. Oh. I don't know. Maybe I should just say, like, attempts to collapse the distinction between the two tracks are kind of intellectually disreputable. And end up conflate lawful military conduct and end up undermining international military law. The actions of terrorists. That's another thing. This fucking conflation between, like, terrorist and lawful military conduct that Sam Harris goes in more into here. So we can read this. Yay. Woohoo. Okay, I'm kind of shit. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to make a new thing / toggle heading 2. Fuck, it's got to be 1, I guess, because I fucked up by then this should go under here. Wait, sorry. Okay, that has to go there. This has to go in here. And then actually, this is fucked too. Slash toggle heading 2. Yo, what? What the fuck did I do? Nope. Okay, so if I like select all of this, and then hit tab. Yo, huge. Okay. And then this needs to go like here, right? So in theory, yes. Okay. Sick. Okay. Toggle heading 2. Sam Harris. Leftist on reasoning in a strange case of Noam Chomsky. Whatever. Dismiss. Page 137. Okay. I'm gonna get like a drink and maybe some Cheez-Its or something. And I will be back. I'll put bikini time on the screen. Okay. I think we're gonna read this and we're gonna take a quick break and then I'll come back. I'm not even gonna stop streaming. I'm just gonna like put my thing on the starting student screen. I need to test something real quick. If I put this and I do that. Okay. Perfect. Okay, actually, how long is this? I don't know. Well, I don't know. We'll take a break first. Just really 136. Yo, props to the one viewer who stayed with me during that break. Oops, there we go. Give me a second, chat. Look at this guy. What is this stream about? It's I've been doing a lot of research for Israel Palestine. You're doing politics. I am doing politics. That is what I am doing right now. Oh, look at him. I'm pro-Palestine and pro-Russia. Okay, cool. What are you upset about? Why are you pro-Russia? What does pro-Russia mean? Like in Ukraine? Why are you pro-Russia in the Ukrainian conflict? That seems a little goofy, man. Oh wait, you said something in chat. Don't Emmy. What do you make of the statement Israel colonized Palestine? It's true in some sense, because obviously they went there with like the intention to form the country, but it's obviously like a different type of colonization than like European, colonialist, right? Because that's what I took notes on. Yeah, Zionism was a colonialist movement in some sense, but differed greatly from colonial aspirations to empires at the time. Zionism was a revolt against Jewish destiny. Unlike European colonialists who acted as the beachhead and promoters of strategic interests of the mother country, Zionists cut off their links with their countries of origin and inaugurated themselves a new beginning in a community that represented a radical break with Jewish history. Standard colonial, but it's not just settler colonialism too, because even like in settler colonialism, like Britain engaged in settler colonialism in America, like for the interests of like the mother country. Whereas like Zionists just wanted a state from themselves because they felt, Also, Palestine and Russia fight the same enemy. It's true. I love Putin. He's an inspirational leader. I don't think he should be, even if it doesn't, what does it matter if he's an inspirational leader? You shouldn't be basing your moral judgments on wars off of whose leader is more inspirational. Okay, I gotta do the Israel-Palestine stuff right now. But if you want to join the Discord, you can. We can chat about some stuff later, whether it be Russia, Ukraine, or Israel, Palestine. Oh, and another in the early phases, right? They did a lot of Zionists did purchase land legally. Now, they did that with the intent of forming their own state, which is bad. And they also had permission of the British, basically. I don't know. Like, sure, it's fine if you want to say that. Like, I don't disagree with it. But, like, it's just colonialism in a different way than, like, even the settler colonialism that the Britain tried to do in Australia and Europe. Because, not Europe, America. Yeah, so the Zionists were driven by an ideology and national revival based on human improvement and social utopia rather than thinking of ways to dispossess by the force or local population exploit the lands. Yeah. I agree on Moss, I think, did some bad things. Sexual violence occurs. However, the invasion itself was in order to decolonize Palestine from the Zionists. Jesus, dude. The invasion, this is what I don't get. Is if you support a two-state solution, what percent of land that the Jews inhabited was even purchased legally? I don't know that. That's an interesting question, actually. If you have an answer to that, I would love to hear it. Because pre-1948, I don't know what percent of land they inhabited on was purchased legally, but they had a right to go there, regardless of whether or not they purchased land, right? Just legally, not like a moral right. I think legally, the British allowed them to go there. Some of them were illegal immigrants, though, actually, because the British tried to restrict Jewish immigration. And I think like 55,000 immigrants came illegally. Yeah. 40,000 illegal immigrants. And 51,000 were seized by the British. I just don't... someone took over... Are you not... I don't understand. Are you not in support of a two-state solution then? Because if you aren't, then like what you're saying kind of makes sense. But if you are in support of a two-state solution, then like what you're saying just doesn't make sense. Because any two-state solution is basically going to be based on the... Hold on, I have to not dox myself. It's going to be on the like green lines. These are ceasefire lines from 1949, right? And like any, or 1950, I guess technically, but like any two-state solution is basically going to be based on these lines. And Hamas broke down the barriers and went into Greater Israel to fucking rape and kill settlers. I mean, well, these aren't settlers anymore. These are just native-born Israelis. But yeah, like I don't understand. Only if the Palestinians support it? Well, you gotta present a section on the notes? No, I'm done with school. I just this is just what I do now. If I put this much effort into my schoolwork, I would have had great grades. So I would have. You're thinking about it from a Western perspective? I don't know what you mean by that. I think morally, they're obviously in the wrong. Sorry, hold on. The Gaza border is cursed. Literally just a small enclave Jewish terrorists that Haganah conquered or cornered Palestine to. I don't know how you would accept a peace deal that does not see a massive increase in Gaza's territory. Unfortunately, these are the lines now. This is like all the fucking Jewish people like live right on the border of the Gaza Strip. I wouldn't if we're trying to have a two-state solution where Palestine and where Israel maintains like a demographic majority of Jewish people, which Israel wants, and where Palestine has a demographic majority of Palestinians, which Palestine also wants. Like, it just seems like unfortunately, like, this is how it is. Like, the solution can't be just like violence forever. The solution can't be Palestine just fucking launches rockets into Israel for 20 years. Hopes that they gain territory like that. Like, Muslim and Jews fight in different ways compared to the moral liberals in America. What? Oh, sorry. You got a president section on its notes like the person who runs your country. Kind of. Nothing's in it yet. I think there's a little bit of stuff here of Donald Trump's. Nope, there's not. Okay, well. I don't know. And then Doug Brandon 24. I don't know. I need to add some stuff to this. Yeah, there's nothing here yet. I need to read. There was a Substack post I read. Defense of a bad idea. Two-state solution is still the best. defense of a cringe idea. I agree that a two-state solution is necessary. The problem is none of the deals that Palestinians offered were good. I need to read more into that, but I somewhat agree. I don't know. The problem is, like, I don't, like, it seems difficult for me to say to Israelis, hey, I know these people have been launching, rockets into your territory. They have been they have been invading you, and they've been raping you. But we're going to offer them a fully sovereign state, okay? And they are going to be allowed to have diplomatic relations with Iran, who hates you. And Iran is going to be able to build military bases on your border. You cool with that? Like, I understand why Israel doesn't want a fully sovereign Palestinian state. That's why all the deals that Palestinians have been offered haven't been a fully sovereign state. It's been states with like some aspects of sovereignty, but Israel still has control over like some of their borders. And it's not like it's not fully sovereign Palestinian territory. Israel still has control of like their airspace. It just seems, it's just like with the Palestinian leadership, like, I don't know. Yeah, but why were the Gazans doing that? You might want to start from there. What do you mean? You mean why were Gazans invading and raping Israel? Because they're jihadists. What if all Israeli Jews just moved to America peacefully? I mean, if they all just voluntarily chose to do that peacefully, like, whatever. But I don't. But you would want to compel them to move, because obviously they're not doing that peacefully right now. You'd have to compel them. I have a lot of respect for the Islamic religion. Well, I don't. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, part of the reason people do what they do for Hamas is because of their religion. Like, it's undeniable that some of these people literally believe that if they wear a suicide vest and blow up 30 Jews, that they will be granted 72 virgins of paradise. Like that. Like, that is why, like, beliefs have consequences. Hold on. I gotta read this. The reason why Palestinians are launching attacks is because they live in apartheid-like conditions, not because of jihadists. I think because they live in quote-unquote apartheid-like conditions, that might make them more likely to be jihadists. But ultimately, what I said is true. There are Palestinians. Now, obviously not every Palestinian. Obviously not. Maybe not even every Hamas member. But there are people who literally actually believe, that if they blow themselves up on a bus, they will be granted eternal paradise. That's the unfortunate reality. And they think it is morally just to kill Jews and be a martyr. You're only showing the violent aspect of religion. They have I'm aware. Like, obviously, like, I preface, like, everything. Like, obviously, that's an extreme view of Islam that, like, not many people hold. But it's an unfortunate fact for like, why there are certain people committing those attacks. Why doesn't it let me? What would you do if you were Hamas? Release all the hostages and surrender. What do you mean? What is it? And then go to jail for the rest of your life, lol. I mean, if you want war criminals in Israel to be held responsible for the war crimes they committed, then you should also hold Palestinians in Gaza to be held accountable for the war crimes. I mean, yeah. I mean, listen. The prison conditions should be nice. I don't believe in free will. So like, I'm not going to accept like any violent prison conditions. Hold on a second. I saw more chat messages, but I don't understand why it won't let me. Okay, it says good now. Yes. But why would they surrender? I used to ask what I would do if I was Hamas. I understand why Hamas isn't surrendering. But like, what do you mean? Okay. One of your messages got removed, don't Amy. I saw you said like, such just honest framing, you should say they're blowing up their occupiers. But the reality is they're blowing up Jewish civilians. And a lot of it's, yeah. But I think YouTube removed it. I don't know. Hold on, I want to read this now. I read this before. Actually, I don't know if I read all of it. I don't know. It just seems like any other solution other than like a two-state solution is pretty unworkable. Such as on framing, they wouldn't wear suicide vests to blow up Jews. They would say they want to blow up their occupiers. I don't. Maybe some of them, man, but some of them also definitely do just want to blow up Jews. Like we can listen to fucking phone calls of a man calling his dad and celebrating the fact that he killed, I think, 10 Jews. Not because they were occupiers, because they were Jewish. But even if it was because they were occupiers, I don't think they're occupied. Israel. I don't think Israel is occupying Gaza. I don't think the people living outside the Gaza Strip are occupying anything. Because Palestinians are anti-Semitic. It's part of the culture. I don't know. Palestinians obviously aren't innately anti-Semitic or anything. But, and I understand the conditions that probably made them anti-Semitic. Most Jews also hate Muslims. Okay? Like, I don't... That's true. Like, you can look at, I don't know, the polls in Israel. Fuck, what was I going to say? Like, there definitely is a lot of hatred for Palestinians in Israel. But, like, I don't know. It seems like we make all these excuses for, like, Palestinians. It's like, well, of course they hate Jews because they're under occupation. And then it's like, for Israel, we don't make the same excuses. Even though, like, Israel has been invaded by every Arab country multiple times. Well, not every Arab country, but the Arab League multiple times. Hamas has been launching rockets into Israel for the past 20 years. Yeah, like we'd never make those excuses for Israel. Like, I don't see why we really make them for Hamas. I want to read this real quick. My viewer left. He didn't like my evil Zionist arguments. To be fair, though, to them, all Jews are occupiers. So when they say, "Hey, I kill a Jew," they probably meant Israel and occupier. You might disagree with the fact that they deem. You might disagree with the fact that they deem all Jews to be there. Like, well, but all Jews aren't occupied. And when you say occupiers, I would understand. I don't even go so far to say, like, if Palestinians in the West Bank commit violent attacks against the settlements in the West Bank, that can still be bad. That still is bad. But I'm like far more sympathetic to that than when Palestinians commit attacks like in Israel proper by invading Israel, by fucking paragliding into music festivals. But that's how they frame it. Because I'm pretty sure if you ask them what they think of non-Israel Jews, they would say they wouldn't have a problem with them. Some of them, that's true. I don't know, but geez, what we can talk about it more tomorrow. Okay. Saying you're in support of a two-state solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict is the most cringe position imaginable. If you want to participate in pro-Israel politics, you're supposed to say that Israel has repeatedly offered this, only to have it rejected. So there's nothing more to talk about, and certainly no case for pressure. Besides, everybody knows that anti-Israeli politics is just anti-Semitism, so it doesn't matter what the Israeli government says or does about anything. And if you want to participate in the contemporary pro-Palestinian politics, you're supposed to agree with Yosef Meir that the two-state solution is dead, and agree with Ben Burgess that from the road to the sea is nothing more than a call for democracy and equality. The two-state solution is impossible because Muslims don't want it. I can't tell if you're trolling or not, because your positions... I'm so confused right here. Before you were saying you were siding with Palestinians, and now you're saying it's impossible because the Muslims don't want it. I don't like. I guess you're just ultra siding with the Muslims because you think there should be a one-state solution. I think there's. I don't know. The problem is, you're not entirely wrong, which is why there probably has to be some de-radicalization of Palestinians, because right now, holy fuck, even like 60% of Palestinians support Hamas, or not support Hamas, support October 7th, which is insane. Meanwhile, Mansour Abbas, who heads the most important political party for Palestinian citizens of Israel, supports a two-state solution. The government of Egypt and Jordan and of America's allies in the Persian Gulf support a two-state solution. A two-state solution is endorsed by the Palestinian Authority in Ramallah. It's also endorsed by Marwan because of the... What? Jesus, I don't... Oh, no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Also, for the vast majority of polls, if you ask what they... If you ask what they think about killing civilians, the vast majority of them disagree and cite that it's against Islam to do so. I mean, I need to see those polls. The problem is, like, I don't even know. The problem is we don't know what Palestinians know about October 7th. Because we don't know if they've just been propagandized by Hamas, which wouldn't be their fault. Yeah, it's like it's impossible to know. I don't know. Yeah. The most popular Palestinian political leader is currently sitting in Israeli prison for his role in orchestrating second intifada. It's backed by UN resolutions. It's backed by Joe Biden. Though his critics would point out there's no teeth in his position since U.S. support for Israel is not conditioned upon anything relevant. But a key reason Biden's two-statism was so hollow that when Barack Obama tried to exert meaningful pressure towards the two states, he was undercut in Congress A lot of pro-Israeli politicians in both parties at least nominally favor such a solution, but they're in favor of being more pro-Israel than of any particular outcome. So they don't favor pressure, particularly in a context where the Israeli government has clearly tuned the page on this. Turn the page on this, sorry. But that still leaves us with the question of Palestine. I think that if you're a young person who's on the left because you think climate change is real and abortion rights are important and healthcare should be a right rather than a privilege, you almost certainly think it's awful to see so many Palestinian civilians dying in Gaza. You probably sympathize more, as the pollsters say, with the Palestinians because they are suffering more, and you would like to be pro-Palestinian. If you look around at what your peers are posting, it's clear that the pro-Palestinian thing you're supposed to say is that Israel's settler colonialism, similar to apartheid in South Africa, and that system should be destroyed. Realistically, 99.9% of people aren't going to do anything more thought in this than I want to single solidarity of Palestinian suffering, so I'm going to repost these slogans. True. If someone shows up and says, look guys, if we tell Israel we want free Palestine from the river to the sea, occupation and war will continue indefinitely. Whereas if we tell Israel we want an independent Palestinian state, we might get it. That person is going to be yelled at. Idiots on the internet are happy to yell at Russia Talab for insufficient anti-Israel posturing. So no normal person is going to stand up for the view that moderate Palestinians demand is the best way to achieve a better life. But there's still the matter of Abbas and the other bosses in the Arab League, in the UN, and most of the other people closer to the situation. So it's worth saying that the current position here is the correct one. The most plausible path by far for a better life for Palestinian people in a more peaceful region is the creation of two innocent, independent states for two people. So I want to mention this, and I want to mention supported by basically like all the fucking people. So, okay, two states. Solution is supported by most people. I guess close to the, I guess involved in the conflict. Yeah, that's a quote, but whatever. Do you think that we should probably fully trust the government, the numbers given by the Gaza Health Ministry? I'm very skeptical. So those numbers in the past have been accurate. They were, I think most people said they were trustworthy, because that they were, what? Frankly, I think retirement is so true. What the hell, Ben Shapiro? Anyway, those numbers in the past have been accurate. Like they've been within 3% of the UN numbers. The problem is, number one, they don't distinguish between civilian deaths and militant deaths. And the problem is, number two, there was a, I don't think I saved it. Recently, there's been some skepticism because of the like linear, also the U.S. Yeah, when did they say that though? Because they were definitely accurate in past conflicts. The reason there's a little bit of skepticism now is because there was a report that came out by some university that like saw like the deaths every day was that paper was complete fucking good. Do you mean this one, or do you mean the like there's a thing I saw that said statisticians said it was impossible because of the I didn't say it was impossible. They said it was unlikely that the deaths would be like as linear as they were. Yeah. Oh, tablet mags. How the Gaza Ministry of Health fakes casualty numbers. This is just site. Yeah, this just cites the report. I don't know. It's possible that this is bullcrap, but like I don't know. Shitty tablet mag article. This tablet mag article does look like kind of bullshit. But it's just citing this, and I think this probably has more legitimacy. Or maybe it's not citing this. Hamas also claims they've killed 1.6k IDF members. I believe the real number is lower. Yeah, I think it's way lower. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because Israel post their casualty numbers. I thought it was like less than 500. How many IDF killed in Gaza? 249. Yeah. Is this the most recent one? I don't think it is. But 249. $589 was that's casualties, which just means people killed or injured, like taken out of combat, and then 248 have been killed, 449. I don't know. I wouldn't like these are like, regardless of whether or not they're totally accurate, like the Gaza Health Ministry numbers are probably the best numbers we're gonna have for a while at least. Like I don't think there's really sufficient reason to doubt them. We could read this too. This is the paper itself, I think, right? Oh no, we're gonna be over this later, but like, yeah, see, this is a little suspicious, isn't it? Although maybe not. The fact that they're saying half the dead are children versus like in 2008 and 2014, it was more like a quarter. I go to TLR said there was no correlation between the amount of women and children. I saw that. A negative correlation between the amount of men and women killed. Yeah, I saw that. I saw those two things. So they wanted like the numbers to track between the amount of women killed and children killed, and then they also use very specific dates. They don't look at the entire. Oh, well, that's definitely suspicious. Yeah, they shouldn't. I don't know. There's no good reason to choose random endpoints, but yeah, like it. I saw that it didn't track, and then also disregarded their methodology. What they've literally said proves nothing. I mean, it doesn't prove anything, but like you would. It's hard to prove this stuff. It's just like it just gives reasonable suspicion. Israel claims on an average 2 Gazan civilians are killed for every Hamas terrorist. Yeah, that's about accurate, I think. But like I don't know. A 2-to-1 ratio, considering the context, is not bad at all. It wouldn't surprise me if it was higher than that. But that's about what I've heard. I've heard it's like between 2-to-1 and 3-to-1. Like it, yeah. Yeah, none of this stuff is gonna prove anything. It's just gonna like give reasons to be more skeptical of the numbers. But what's your explanation for like why is there a good explanation for why these numbers are so different? Because this guy published a statistical analysis of Gaza Ministry of Public Health data where he found discrepancies between expected correlations as well as random variability, where there should have been predictability. Usually during conflict, we would expect to find positive correlation between the number of adult, female, and child fatalities. This is because of the arbitrary nature of airstrikes and their responsibility as the primary cause of death. Therefore, in days where we see a high number of adult female families, we expect to see a similar spike in the number of child fatalities. However, Weiner's data illustrates striking deviations from the norm with unexplained irregularities between the two variables. Contrary to our expectations, the data illustrates entirely random correlation between the reported deaths of the two groups. I'm not sure if they or someone else said that, but they said I think the numbers in the Gaza Health Ministry, yeah, they said it was statistically impossible, which maybe is too strong of a claim, but the implication there is they're trying to prove it's wrong. I guess that's fair. Yeah, but it shouldn't be used to try to prove anything. It doesn't prove that the number's wrong necessarily. I think one of the things I read is like, well, maybe the numbers aren't wrong, but for whatever reason they're just reporting the number of deaths arbitrarily, and like the number itself isn't wrong, and they're just reporting the same amount on every day for some reason. Yeah, despite random variations between female and child deaths, we should at least expect to see positive connection between the number of women. Yeah. From what I understand, there are Hamas members who are 16 and 18, and their deaths are counted as children deaths. Well, these numbers don't distinguish, even if these numbers are accurate, they don't distinguish between civilian and military at all. So, I mean, yeah. Yeah. It has a large negative correlation between male and female casualties. This phenomenon is wholly illogical and indicates a fabricated increase in reporting of female fatalities. Additionally, the data becomes even more suspicious when looking at data collected by the UN in previous conflicts. And yeah, when comparing the data from the current conflict from previous use in the Gaza Strip, we see apparent and unexplained differences in Operation Cast Lead in 2008 and Protective Edge in 2014. We see that adults make up the vast majority of civilian fatalities, not including combatants, with 61% in the Cast Lead and 62% in Protective Edge. In comparison, adult males only make up 32.79% of total fatalities during ongoing conflict. This divergence from previous trends is unexplained since it's just a high probability, but the data does not portray an accurate picture of reality. In addition to the suspicious correlations between fatality groups, there was also been consistent phenomenon, unexplained revisions to the number of male fatalities. Gabriel Epstein of the Washington Institute for the Near East Policy published a report examining fatality data from the Gaza Ministry of Health, the Gaza Media Office, and OCHA. In the report, he found that between October 8th, 2023 and January 8th, 2024, are those really arbitrary endpoints? That seems like it's fine. There were 14 instances where the number of adult male deaths had been reduced from the previous day without any evidence to invalidate previous counts. Below, we see just two examples of where this occurred. Wait. There were 14 instances with a number. Okay. So it looks like they arbitrarily decided to decrease the number of males that died and increase the amount of women and children and elderly. On October 29th, adult male fatalities were reduced by 3.2%, despite adult female and child fatalities increasing by 25%. I don't know, this seems pretty sus. Well, one could argue that these discrepancies are a result of administrative errors. There are no instances where the number of child fatalities has been revised, and only 3 instances when the number of female fatalities have been revised. Indeed, if this behavior were indicative of clerical corrections, we would see alterations in all categories rather than primarily being reserved for adult males. Additionally, Epstein notes that after a breakdown of the Gaza of Health Ministry's administrative capabilities in northern Gaza, the Gaza Media Office took over responsibility for reporting deaths in the north using reliable media sources. From this point, figures coming from the Health Ministry only included recorded fatalities from South Gaza, while the Media Office would publish figures combining reports from North and South Gaza. Therefore, we can assess the number of fatalities in North Gaza by subtracting the total fatalities from the Health Ministry against the total number of fatalities published by the Media Office, as seen in the third column of Figure 6. On December 12th, the Media Office reported a total of 4,000 additional fatalities in Northern Gaza, increasing the total to 18,000 from 14,000. However, a comparison of gender and child status between the two organizations show a large discrepancy in the number of adult male deaths. In this report, the Media Office revised the figure to claim that only 4,196 men had died, despite the Ministry of Health claiming that the figure was 5,557. The revision illuminates a change from 30. Wait, hold on. Did I read this wrong? Because it seems like I would expect more adult men to die in northern Gaza because more adult men stayed behind in northern Gaza, whether combatants or not, and most of the women and children fled to South Gaza. That's what I would expect. The Media Office published from the north and south. So the Media Office recorded 4,143 additional fatalities from northern Gaza. However, a comparison of gender chances between the two organizations shows large discrepancies in the number of adult male deaths. In this report, the Media Office revised the figures to claim that only... Yeah, okay, so... I don't know, it's just saying their estimates have been revised down by other sources. It's like, whatever, right? So GMO report, Health Ministry report. Once again, there was no explanation for the discrepancies between the two organizations. The phenomenon was even more ridiculous when comparing the differences between the Health Ministry and the Media Office date on December 31st. Despite a total of 6,629 additional deaths reported from the north of Gaza, only 10 fatalities were reported as male. This would mean that it was a period of 19 days where only 10 men were killed in the north of Gaza despite heavy fighting. Therefore, the combination of unexplained and irregular... Yeah, so that seems... there's no shot. They had to be cooking those numbers. From the river to the sea, true. There's no way. These numbers are cooked. That doesn't necessarily mean the overall casualty number is wrong. Okay, we'll read this later. Are Gaza deaths accurate? Oh no, wait, don't embed. Nope, stop. No, why don't I don't want you to embed. Please stop embedding. Paste this link. And then we'll, I don't know. There's this. And then where's that? Well, whatever. We'll find it. We'll find it later. We'll go over the deaths later. Should I use a coffin? Yeah, I like the emojis because it makes everything like neat. But sometimes when talking about this stuff, okay. Back to the two-state stuff. Okay. This is packed by the UN. Yep, read all that. Okay. The myth of Israeli generosity. Perennial. A perennial issue for countries attempting external facing propaganda is that the internal audience also sees it, and the content of external messages of the external message is influenced by internal concerns. And I think that Israeli messaging on a conflict has so influenced Israelis' domestic opinion that Israelis have become genuinely confused about what's going on. Here are some true things. In 1948, when Jews represented about a quarter of the population in a mandate, Palestinian Arabs wanted to halt Jewish immigration. An offer was made to give Jews half the land for a Jewish state that could then host more Jewish immigrants. Arabs rejected that bad deal, so a war was fought, and the Jews ended up with a larger state than they were offered in a partition. When Arab states controlled the Gaza Strip and West Bank, they could have created a Palestinian state, not through a unified Palestinian state. That would have required joint Israeli cooperation on those territories, but they did not. Jordan annexed the West Bank, and later Egypt, Syria, and Jordan attacked Israel. The Palestinian predicament really is substantially a result of poor decision-making on the Arab side of the conflict. True. But the Israelis seem to have convinced themselves that their government spent the entire Oslo period making generous offers of statehood to Palestinian Authority, only to be brushed away. What actually happened is that the Perez and Rabin governments never held final status talks. The Israeli elected a prime minister who opposed the idea of a Palestinian state in 2000/2001 and again 2008. Palestinian leaders were summoned by the United States to attend summits with lame duck Israeli leaders who were sinking in the polls and on the verge of losing power. At Camp David, Yasser Arafat blundered and did not offer a real counterproposal to Ehud Barak. In 2008, Abu Mazen did make a real counterproposal, one that would have one that would have involved evacuating more settlers than Israel wanted to evacuate. In exchange, would have improved transportation logistics between Palestinian towns. But his negotiations with Ehud Olmert didn't matter because Olmert resigned the next day. Olmert's coalition partner, Shahs, rejected Olmert's offer as too generous. Olmert's successor as the head of the Kadma party, that guy, TL, ran on a platform of continuing negotiations in the spirit of those talks, and she lost. That 2009, and since, nobody has come close to obtaining a Knesset majority for the kind of policies that put Olmert on the table in Annapolis. This is not to say that peace would have been achieved had the Livini 1. The Olmert proposal was different from Abbas's proposal, and it's not clear that Abbas could have sold his proposal domestically either. But here's my point. Imagine a world in which Livani 1 stuck to Olmert's proposal and didn't allow settlements outside of Olmert's proposed borders. Even if that didn't lead to peace, it would have factually be a different situation, and one that could truthfully be said that the cause of the ongoing occupation of Palestine was... It would be a factually different situation, and once one could truthfully say the cause of the ongoing occupation of Palestine was an unwillingness to say yes. But it's not the world we are in. Israeli politics has only fitfully flirted with a two-state solution and mostly rejected it. Not because Israelis are all fanatics, but the crucial swabs of Israel opinion are generally fearful of security implications of a two-state solution. Okay, I want to... What's this do? It just automatically goes there, whatever. Israel's really only, I guess, I don't know, half-heartedly. Solution. And multiple times. I guess political tides in Israel has undermined talks for a two-state solution. I guess I should just to keep it consistent too. Can we turn this down a bit? I don't know. Maybe we'll always keep this because I'm lazy. But we'll write more stuff. Okay. So during the Oslo period, the Perez and Rabin governments never held final status talks. Then Israel elected a prime minister opposed the idea. Yeah, okay, so Camp David, Arafat didn't offer a real counter proposal. In 2008, Abu Mason. President of the State of Palestine. Oh wait, no, this is just a different fucking, yeah. Different way of fucking spelling it. Okay. I'm just gonna say boss because that's a lot easier for me to remember. That's how you spell a boss, right? Yeah. Sorry, 2008. Boss did make a counter proposal. Okay. So his coalition partners. Oops. Nope. Go back. This is the fucking. Oops. What? Hello. Search. Annapolis conference. Okay. Israel could meaningfully say they had, I don't want to say attempt to peace. I'll say that, yeah. Only in a world, okay. There we go. This is longer than I thought, but you know what? Whatever. It shouldn't be too long still. A two-state solution has become safer. Israel is very, very small. When it's the American-Israeli Pact organizes tours of the country, they famously take people on a helicopter ride to visually illustrate the size of the country. Oh, well, I was hoping to get like a picture of the helicopter ride. That's just this woman's face twice. Why did they do that? It's already a picture there, and then you really. Okay, well. When upon return to America, you're supposed to recount that anecdote to demonstrate that you're pro-Israel. They wouldn't send me on one of their trips for journalists, but it's been a while since I asked, and I still like free trips. So I'm not personally experienced this, but it's a really small country. The idea that the West Bank could be used as a base for deadly attacks on not only Jerusalem, but Tel Aviv and Haifa. How do you pronounce this? I never know. Haifa. Okay, Haifa. Haifa isn't crazy, but since also the Israeli relationship with Jordan has gotten much better. It's also true of others. They've been normalizing relations with like a lot of states. country relationships with the UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait have also vastly improved. It is a strong working relationship with the government of Egypt. Syria, meanwhile, has completely collapsed. Yeah, as a state capable of credibly threatening anyone. At this point, not only do these countries sincerely have no interest in attacking Israel, they clearly want to ally with Israel against Iran. That's mostly true, I guess. The sticking point of the Palestinian state, it's a really bad look for Sunni states to be aligning with Israel against Iran, while Iran backs the Palestinian cause. Under those circumstances, a Republic of Palestine is not a military threat to Israel. Well, you also have to consider Iran, but yeah. The Republic of Palestine is not a military threat to Israel. It's a critical partner in sealing a partnership between Israel and other friendly states in the region. But Iran could, conceivably, if Palestine is a fully sovereign state, right? Let's just say, boom, overnight, Palestine fully sovereign. Conceivably, that means Palestine could have Iranian military bases on the border of Israel, which understandably Israel doesn't want. But yes. It's also important because, well, they're haggling over the exact boundaries. Obviously matters. There's also a basic question whether Israel should pursue a two-state solution. The Israeli answer has mostly been no, with prime ministers only sporadically going for it based on their political deathbeds in the face of intra-coalition secession. It has to come with some conditions. What do you mean? Yeah. With most Arab states has gotten significantly better. But I shouldn't say but. The second largest party in the Knesset and the largest party in the Israeli opposition is more moderate compared to Likud and supports a two-state solution. Hold on, I'll read that in a second. Hold on, who is random guy again? Is you my Twitch viewer right now? Don't, I mean, you're the darkness, right? And then funeral lead to your random guy. Okay, thanks. Oh, this is just a Wikipedia, but yeah. You said they're the second largest party in Knesset, yeah. Do they officially support a two-state solution? Oh no, Wikipedia doesn't say anything. Palestinian state will be delayed significantly, but the idea not dead. Israel's opposition leader and former prime minister. Yeah. This was after October 7th. Yeah, this is basically, I would probably align with this guy pretty closely. Yeah. It's time for us to be vague about the future of our country's God. We need to make sure that people understand the visions for Israel's future. Mr. Is it Lapid? Lapid? I'm going to say Lapid. I'm going to guess that's right. Who formed this party. There is a future in 2012 to champion liberal views and support struggling middle class. Believes that Israel needs centrist policies today. And the far right is dangerous for his country. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. I asked him about what has changed Israel's political thinking since after October 7th. What are Palestinians say today has become necessities for Israel's national security, and his reaction to growing international criticism of the conduct of the IDF in Gaza. Okay, so I don't think the idea is dead. I think they'll be delayed significantly because we need to find ways to secure the safety of our people. I would agree with that, basically. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his far-right coalition party have rejected a two-state solution. So there's a part like true, mostly true, but I think one, even Netanyahu paused settlements for 8 months, right, to try to begin negotiations. I think, and then two, a lot of the things like I saw like he said like no Palestinian state after October 7th, but like what I think what he this is what I'm talking about. I think like most like what this actually like says is like they don't want to unilaterally recognize the state without like more negotiations, which is understandable. Yeah. Palestinian state rewards terrorism. I just hate the way they're phrasing this because, like, really, a lot of these people aren't necessarily in principle opposed to Palestinian state. They're basically just saying, a lot of them are just saying, like, we obviously need a negotiated settlement and, like, yeah. Israel should reject PA. Yeah, this I don't like though. Israel should reject PA administration and Arab parties' involvement in promoting civilian control by Gaza business leaders. I don't agree with that. I think it makes the most sense to try to bring Gaza under control of the PA again. I don't know. Yeah, I mean you can even see in here. Thereby weakening the Palestinian national movement which opposes Israel. That's pretty unhinged. I don't know. In my opinion, the goal should be to try to get rid of Hamas so like more good faith, so the door can be open to more good faith negotiations, essentially. Okay, anyway. This is important because, well, haggling over the exact boundaries obviously matters. There's a basic question of whether Israel should wait, we read this, right? Yeah. I agree. I think Israel should let Fatah root. Yeah, basically. Yeah. I think it's based on outdated assessment of the security situation and also misreading of Palestinian reluctance. Pro-Israel culture is soaked with paranoia about two phases. Yeah, there's fucking two-facing. Palestinian plan in which first you get a Palestinian state and then you try to seize the rest of the land from Jews. There's some evidence in polling for Palestinian population and of course demands in the right of return for a right of return for generations of descendants of people who fled the 1988 war. In some sense amount to such a plan. But the Israelis should take more seriously the fact that Arafat rejected Barak's insulting first offer at Camp David and his better second offer at Taba. And they should take even more seriously that Abbas received Olmert's offer at Annapolis. He applied for a counteroffer that featured a bunch of small differences regarding the precise border. There was no secret plan to make a deal in Washington. Palestinian leaders know that would be a catastrophe, both in terms of domestic and international politics are in fact trying to negotiate a good deal for themselves. A good idea is still possible. I'm noticing when I talk to chat, I maintain my viewers, and then when I just start reading, I lose my viewers. But I need to read more in order to talk to chat. So I can't just talk to chat all day because I need to read, and I need But I didn't do this for viewership. I did this for myself. Okay. It just happens for whatever reason people started watching. All right. A good idea is still possible. Wait, did I? No. All right. Good idea is still possible. Good deal, sorry. Of course, Israelis will say that Palestinians don't want a good deal for themselves. They want to push Jews out. Of course, there are millions of Palestinians, and some do want that. Even more Palestinians are embedded in a larger Arab world that contains hundreds of millions of people, the vast majority of whom have no concrete stake in achieving Palestinian statehood. The Hamas attack was terrible, even strategically speaking, for Palestinians. I mean, that's true. The problem is actual Palestinian people don't have really any good faith negotiators. Oh look, they're increasing the size of Gaza. I forgot who that was. I think that was my other viewer who wanted that, my YouTube viewer, but he's not here right now. Okay. The vast majority of them have no concrete stake in obtaining Palestinian statehood, but they do nurse various anti-Zionist grudges. From a pure discourse standpoint, a good way of bridging the gap between Palestinians' concrete interest in securing national sovereignty and a sizable audience for their ideological anti-Zionism is to claim that a two-state solution is now possible. This is normally argued with reference to Israel's habit of building far-flung settlements in the Jordan River Valley along the mountain ridge that runs through the center of the West Bank. But endless repetition does not make this true. Courtesy of Israeli policy forum, here's a map developed by Shal Areli, in which 77% of settlers are absorbed in Israel via small annexations, and the Republic of Palestine is fully compensated with land swaps. Yeah. Good day is still possible. So, Israeli settlements may complicate things, but they do not make a good deal possible. Here's a map in which 77% of settlers are absorbed into Israel and Palestinians are fully compensated with land swaps. Wait, that's not, doesn't, I gotta capitalize. Where is the map? Maps. Oh, maps. Oh, fuck. Nope. Go back. This is a Geneva initiative, right? Hold on. Where even is... Hold on, I just want to see. Where's the 2020 plan? Oh, there it is. At the very bottom. At the bottom. Oops. I don't understand why Notion is so weird. I don't know. The borders are a little wonky with Jerusalem, but resettling 150,000 Jews into Israel proper is not a totally trivial undertaking, but about 1 million Soviet Jews made Aliyah, god damn it, stupid fucking, in the 1990s, so it's hardly unprecedented. Stupid. Mission of, oh shit, hold on. Yeah, these are not surprising. Like, I don't understand. Israel will continue to exist and will continue to exist until Islam obliterates it, just as it, yeah. Yeah, the fucking tree statement. Yeah. Days is going to come about when Muslims fight the Jews and kill them, then the Jews will hide behind the rocks and trees. The rocks and trees will cry out, "Oh, Muslim, there's a Jew hiding behind me, come and kill them." Yeah. Well, this is 1988, but I think they wrote a new one in 2017, but yeah. There's a slightly odd horseshoe between Israeli fanatics and doctrine Marxists trying to convince the world that Israel has some kind of material stake in maintaining these settlements. The truth is that it's not 1923, and controlling agricultural land is not an important part of the Israeli economy. Israel does face significant housing costs. The Houthis should also update their slogan. Yeah. Israel does not face significant housing costs that help push people into the settlements, which are subsidized by the government, but this banal urban planning and housing policy issue. Um, yeah. Israel is a densely populated country comparable with Belgium or the Netherlands in density to Japan. It doesn't have big, dense, transit-oriented cities for a proper metro system. But that's a question of national priorities. Israel has chosen to invest resources in establishing far-flung settlements in order to control the West Bank, rather than mass transit in Tel Aviv, which would be a much more workable solution. Yeah. So would involve resettling about 150,000 Jews from West Bank, which, though not trivial, is by no means impossible. Then I like this quote. Yeah. Separate from the logistics, Israeli leaders would be reluctant to either forcefully resettle citizens or abandon them in the new state of Palestine. If Israel didn't care about minimizing settlers' relocation, they could have accepted proposals that PA negotiations made in 2001-2008 that would have maximized West Bank continuity at the cost of significant evacuations. What? Sorry. If Israel didn't care about minimizing settler relocations, they could have... Yeah, okay. But in terms of convincing Israel to make changes that it is reluctant to make, there is no way that evacuate 150,000 people and move a few miles west become a tougher task than abolish the fundamental identity of a country. Ooh, that's true. And that remains true whether you're talking about a persuasion campaign, revolutionary violence, diplomatic pressure from the U.S., or a massive sanctions effort. It matters what Palestinians ask for. Oops, sorry. I think that Western critic, there's also the Liberian plan, which is a bit right. I'm reaching into the deepest crevices in my brain, and I don't remember. Hold on, when was this from? What's wrong with this one? Doesn't look that bad. Like, I don't... What's wrong with this one? Oh, wait. This one looks like fine-ish. Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert wanted to annex more than 10% of the West Bank in exchange for sparsely populated farmland along the Gaza Strip in the West Bank. Israeli offer is documented in Palestine as a rendition of what's colloquially called the Napkin Map, rendering of which is revealed the first time in the Palestinian papers. What a cool picture that you literally can't read at all. Remember, it's criticized for being racist because some Israeli Arabs wouldn't want to move to a Palestinian state. I mean, yeah. Some Israeli Arabs wouldn't want to move to a Palestinian state. That's true. But I don't like they wouldn't be forced to, right? They would have the opportunity to move, I imagine. I don't know. I don't see why you would necessarily force them to. They would probably be more willing to, but they obviously should have the freedom to not to. Okay. Yeah. I guess they would. I mean, it's possible under that plan they would have been forced to, but I think that Western critics of Israel have done Palestinians a real disservice by indulging sloppy overturned window thinking in which putting binationalism on a table increases pressure on Israel to cut a deal to avoid it. The exact opposite is the case. Putting binationalism on a table makes Palestinians look unreasonable and extreme and increases Western reluctance to put pressure on Israel. In part because of the colonialist and racist overtones that draw the attention of Western intellectuals, the West Bank is going to side with Israel in a zero-sum conflict between Palestine and Israel. A basically functional liberal democracy that serves as a recognizable kindred spirit. Of course, what distinguishes Israel from other liberal democracies is that it's ruling over occupied territory, denying citizenship to most of that territory's residents, and planting settlements in it. If you want to get people to pressure them to stop, you need to be calculated and precise. Jesus, hold on. My headphones. I need new headphones, but I got new headphones. The new headphones I got aren't good. But these are like literally creaky. Like anytime I talk, or just open my jaw, like they start creaking, and like it's super annoying because it sucks. When you refer to urban warfare as genocide, chant about liberation from the river to the sea, and complain about a lot of stuff that happened 70 plus years ago, that makes most people feel that Israel should get a pass on all of it. I would also note, in this regard, that people who angrily protest that decolonization means binational democracy seem to put exactly zero effort in trying to figure out the logistical details of how this is supposed to work. Many of these arguments hinge on the supposed impracticalities of a two-state solution, but there's no shortage of maps that have been drawn out over the years which precisely delineate hypothetical borders and land swaps, while one-staters have nothing. What kind of electoral system will be implemented? How will the Constitution work? How are you going to deal with armed services, with armed non-state actors? To be generous, it's a utopian program being pushed by people who aren't really very thoughtful. To be less generous, it is a blueprint for war and killing. Realistically, the whole thing is being driven by oddball campus norms in which you're never really supposed to critique the actions of people fighting oppression, so most extreme slogans inevitably win out. The truth, though, is that Palestinians are in a vulnerable position. They deserve better than their current lot in life. To get something better, they are going to need to recruit third parties to put pressure on Israel. And to do that, they need to formulate a defensive political agenda. I think the current problem is Israel is the right-wing government. That's part of it. BB is obviously a problem. They need to formulate a defensive political agenda, a halt to settlement expansion, negotiations over a deal featuring a mix of evacuations and land swaps that appeals to fair-minded people. This is exactly what Arab actors with actual skin in the game, the PA and Ramallah, is this the Islamic Party? Yeah, the United Arab, yeah. In Israel, the leaders in Cairo, and is this the capital of Jordan? Capital of Saudi Arabia, okay. Etc. have been saying, but they are continually undercut by posturing radicalism that prolongs the conflict. That's so true. Okay, I really like this quote. The Islamist Party here is unhinged. Are they that unhinged? I thought they. I talked to that one person about it. I'm pretty sure they. So my understanding is that there were multiple Arab parties in the Knesset. Right? There were multiple different Arab parties, and then basically Israel changed the rules because there were too many like small and extreme parties. So all the Arab parties united into one Arab party, the United Arab List. And my understanding is that they were relatively moderate. Yeah, because they had to moderate when they combined all the parties. It was more unhinged in the past. They wanted a caliphate. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was like. Yeah. I think they. Hold on. Maybe I'm thinking. I thought it was like That's what I heard talking to that one other guy. He's not from Israel, but he's Orthodox Jewish, lived in New York, and yeah. There are four. I thought they all united. They were united in the past? Oh, okay. Yeah, see, after the electoral threshold to gain Knesset seats was raised from 2% to 3.25%, the party joined. Yeah, okay. So this party joined the other. Okay. It was called. Isn't this still a thing? Hold on. Oh, was. Oh, when did they disband? In 2019. And then again in September 2022. Oh, okay. I didn't know they disbanded. Okay. I don't know how to pronounce. I need to. How do you pronounce that? that. They're not saying anything. There's no audio. It literally doesn't work. Oh, ROM. It just says ROM. Is it ROM? I don't know. Okay. Yes, okay, good. Okay. Back to this. A little bit more. I think this will be the last thing we read on on targeting. Except I swear we read that duty to warn. Maybe we didn't. Like, I don't know. But I don't know where it would be other than target and distinction. Hadash and Talah still running together though. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Maybe we didn't read this. Is this live? Yeah, it's live. Why would I be streaming like pre-recorded? I guess I didn't read it. What we would debate specifically? Israel Palestine stuff. That's all I'm going to do. Basically, I can read you like some of my opening. Basically, whether or not Israel's committing genocide, if Israel's apartheid or not, stuff like that. Whether Hamas's actions are in any way morally equivalent to Israel's. Whether Hamas should accept a ceasefire. Do you debate some rando? Kinda, yeah. The one tomorrow is going to be a rando, yeah. He's just someone I knew from school. What positions are you going to take? They're on the screen right now. Basically, I'm more pro-Israel than him. So I'll be playing the pro-Israel side, but I'm not like that pro-Israel really. So I think, broadly speaking, there are three important things that I push back against on pro-Palestinian people. Any attempt to draw a moral equivalence between Israel's defensive attacks that seek to maximize civilian harm and Hamas's minimize civilian harm, and Hamas's offensive attacks which seek to maximize it. 2. Expanding the denotation of certain words or phrases such as genocide or concentration camp, while trying to maintain the same negative connotations associated with these with the more narrow definitions. So that's like, obviously, even if what's happening in the Gaza Strip is bad, I don't think it's genocide. And I don't think it's accurate to call it genocide. But if you want to expand the denotation of genocide, okay, if you want to say both of these things, the Holocaust and Gaza are both genocide, if you want to expand the denotation, then you should also have to expand the connotation, which is the feeling that you get from the words. Because right now when people hear genocide, they think of the Holocaust. They don't think of something like Gaza. And what they try to do is they try to expand the denotation, but keep the connotation here. When if you want to expand the denotation, you should also have to expand the connotation. In which case, if you expand the connotation this much, I don't think you can say that old genocide is bad. And obviously, genocide is a term that we should want to mean something that's always bad, right? Genocide should always be bad. But if you expand the denotation to include what's happening in Gaza, I don't think genocide can always be bad in the same way the Holocaust is bad. And then thirdly, any attempts to apply tendentious interpretations of international law that seek to limit Israel's right to self-defense and actively undermine the effectiveness of enforcing civilian populations. Yeah, basically, we read a whole thing on this about like intent and dolus eventialis and stuff. Okay, anyway. I be pro-Palestinian. If I were pro-Palestinian, I wouldn't care about moral equivalence. And I don't even know what that means. I mean, saying that, like, trying to say Israel and Palestine are doing the same thing when Palestine, sorry, I shouldn't say Palestine, when Hamas kills civilians and when Israel kills civilians. I also wouldn't argue that Israel is engaging in genocide, but I would argue quite comfortably Israel is engaging in war crimes. I think Israel definitely has in the past engaged in some war crimes. I don't have anything here, but oh shit, we gotta read this. I don't know. Like, it's possible that Israel's engaging in disproportionate attacks. What I'm saying now in Gaza, I mean, it's definitely possible. I think they did use white phosphorus, which actually we have to read this. White phosphorus is probably not allowed to be used in Gaza. That probably is a war crime. And then we read another article. This, which basically argues that Israel will definitely has a higher tolerance for collateral damage than other countries do. Which definitely makes it a lot. Cutting the flow of essentials is a clear war crime. Kind of. The blockade on the Gaza Strip. That's the thing I'm most willing to admit. Definitely borders on collective punishment. One interesting thing I've read, though. Israel, I believe you would accuse, Hamas is definitely... Hamas, by policy, commits war crimes. Israel doesn't commit war crimes by policy. Israel seems to commit war crimes because of poor training and maybe because of radicalized IDF members. But Hamas, by design, is seeking to maximize civilian casualties. They're seeking to, they intentionally use human shields. Cutting off essentials is policy. So, kind of. That's the one I'm most willing to side with them on. But Israel, as a matter of policy, Israel just doesn't want weapons flowing into the Gaza Strip. And in order to do that, they have to blockade Gaza. And now, had they been overly restrictive on the stuff going to the Gaza Strip? Probably. One thing I read in terms of humanitarian aid is that Israel technically is allowed to condition aid on where is it? They're basically allowed to condition aid on the condition that Hamas also has to give the aid to the hostages. Oh, fuck. Where is it? That doesn't make sense. I'm trying to find the note. Oh, distinction in humanitarian aid. Okay. I don't think you can starve out a population because of hostages. Hold on. Let me find the thing. Israel is required to allow relief consignments of supplies which are essential for the survival of the civilian population. However, requirements for humanitarian aid to the civilian population applies only when relief is provided in an impartial manner without adverse distinction, meaning Israel can condition upon compliance with the non-discrimination provision of Article 18 that requires aid also be given to the hostages. So the argument is Hamas could easily fulfill this obligation by just like either allowing like UN troops to meet with the hostages and ensure they're getting aid, or allowing Israeli troops to do that. But Hamas has been totally unwilling to do that. So technically, strictly speaking, under international law, right now, I don't think Israel has to deliver aid in. Now, should they? Probably. But there definitely are legitimate concerns over stuff getting into the Gaza Strip that's not supposed to get into the Gaza Strip. But it's just like, I don't even like we blockaded Europe, didn't we? During World War II? Not Europe, but Germany. Like, I don't think we, like, I don't, do we engage in collective punishment for the German population? Like, do you say this quote means that Israel, I'm saying, I mean, whether they should do it is different than whether they like have a right to. Really, it doesn't mean Israel can starve out the population because of the hostages. The blame lies with Hamas, because Hamas, I'm talking legally. Legally, Israel doesn't have to give international aid unless Hamas meets the non-discrimination provisions of Article 18, which Hamas arguably hasn't done. Yeah, I call that BS. I mean, if you can prove it wrong, like I don't. Another major factor in the Gaza Strip conflict involves the creation of humanitarian corridors. There's no question in humanitarian corridors. Yeah, I mean. But Israel arguably only has to let in the bare minimum, which they're probably not doing because there are people suffering from famine in the Gaza Strip essentially now. I've heard several IHH experts. I've never heard that you can inflict famine. It's not because of the hostages. It's you don't have to deliver international aid if the people getting the aid deliver it discriminatory, I think. Wait, let me reopen this thing. This means Israel has a right to ensure humanitarian relief is also provided to the hostages. This can easily be accomplished if Hamas allows authorized representatives of the ICRC or another credible international body to access to hostages. Israel can properly condition provisions for humanitarian aid, especially with respect to the northern part of Gaza enclave, upon compliance with the non-discrimination provisions of Article 18. But also, I don't even know. This is all-out war at this point. Like, I don't get. Like, was this like, we prevented food from going to fucking Germany, didn't we? Like, it was this collective punishment to the German population. Like, the cost of war is bad, and we should minimize the cost of war. And we have been minimizing the cost of war. We've been airdropping food into Gaza. But I don't understand. Like, one of the things, like, I was talking to a pro-Palestinian person, and he said, like, I think I'm not talking about internet. Well, it's another one. Yeah, that's another thing, is Egypt also blockades Gaza. Yeah. What was I going to say? Oh. But, like, I don't... The rules around collective punishment were still... Fuck. Maybe they weren't. Because is collective punishment an additional protocol 1? But like, collective punishment, like, has to be I don't know, it has to be like arbitrary. Like, it's different to say like these are clearly different things. The expulsion of German-speaking population groups after World War II by the Soviet Union, Poland, and Czechoslovakia is one of the greatest examples. Yeah. So they decided to just collectively punish everyone, even though they weren't guilty. So it's just like imposing a blockade on a country. No, well, not a full-blown country, but a country that's actively attacking you. I just don't... This goes back to the connotation denotation thing. When I hear a collective punishment, I think of like the big thing I think of is the Crimean Tatars. Well, basically, the Soviet Union said, because some Crimean Tatars were associated with the Nazis, we're going to deport all the Crimean Tatars. And then you get the denotation, and you try to expand it to just like, well, not just collectively punishing people for like what other people did, but like we're also going to count a blockade. Like it, yeah. But this is like the thing I'm like most willing to side with pro-Palestinian people on. It's Gaza blockade. Oh, here. Let me actually just look up blockade of Germany. Collective punishment. Israel must lift its illegal. But I don't know. The problem is, I guess, my question would be, is there a way for Israel to blockade Gaza that wouldn't be collective punishment? Like, let's say they started letting in aid trucks and they started letting in some of the sort of arbitrary things that are banned. Would that no longer be collective punishment? That'd be my question. Because I think the answer to that would be no. But I feel like some people think that like any blockade in Gaza would be collective punishment. It's like, I would say Israel has to blockade Gaza. Hamas has to be restricted from getting weapons. Could you send me the story? Yeah, hold on. I think that's a little misleading framing. Can you KJ? My Discord link is pinned. You can join my Discord. It doesn't have to blockade too, though. That's true. I don't know, KJ. If you have Discord, it's a lot easier to do that over there. I don't got Discord anymore. God damn it! I want more Discord members. All right, well. In chat, you can post a link. Yeah, but I want more Discord members. It's in humanitarian relief. But I don't like. Like, what should Israel like? My question would just be, what should Israel do about Hamas and Gaza? Should they? Do you think West Point is a biased source? Not. I mean, I don't know when you say biased. They might be. I think they're mostly factual. Like, I don't really think they're that biased. No. They're definitely. They definitely lean more pro-Israel, but like, I think international law just kind of leans more pro-Israel, unfortunately. But like, I'd be perfectly willing to say Israel should be letting more aid into the Gaza Strip. That's fucking bullshit. They aren't. It's fucking bullshit that Biden won't like seriously pressure Israel to. I mean he's building the pier off of Gaza, which is good. That's a good thing, and he's airdropping food, which is good. But like, holy shit, he should. I understand. I guess I think like one of the things we just read said like when Obama tried to pressure Israel, Congress undercut him. Right? Obama. I think that airdrop. Yeah, that was because the airdrop malfunctioned. Right? The parachutes didn't deploy properly. Undercut by Congress when trying to pressure. Sure. Unfortunately, Congress, like, I don't know. Yeah, Congress undermines Obama's peace efforts. Hold on, I want to watch this Ben Shapiro clip. Hold on, I gotta make it so you can hear my browser.
It's insane that we haven't, and let's be real about this. It's insane that we haven't raised the retirement age in the United States. It's totally crazy. Joe Biden, if that were the case, Joe Biden should not be running for president. Hey, Joe Biden is 81 years old. The retirement age in the United States at which you start to receive Social Security and you are eligible for Medicare is 65. Joe Biden has technically been eligible for Social Security and Medicare for 16 years, and he wants to continue in office until he is 86, which is 19 years past when he would be eligible for retirement. No one in the United States should be retiring at 65 years old. Frankly, I think retirement itself is a stupid idea unless you have some sort of health problem. Everybody that I know who is elderly, who has retired, is dead within 5 years.
What? Everyone I know who is retired is dead within 5 years? Bro, what? It's not surprising this comes from someone who's never did hard. I mean, I think Ben Shapiro works hard. It's obviously not like manual labor hard, right? It's not service worker hard. But hey, like he owns his company, right? He works hard, even if he's wrong.
And if you talk to people who are elderly and they lose their purpose in life by losing their job and they stop working, things go to hell in a handbasket real quick. But put all of that aside, just on a fiscal level and on a logical level. When Franklin Delano Roosevelt established 65 as the retirement age, the average life expectancy in the United States was 63 years old.
On the other hand, some truck drivers in Maintain A were killed by Palestinians. There are also videos of Palestinians throwing rocks at trucks. Is that true that truck drivers were killed? But that wouldn't. But well, that doesn't even. Does that even like change anything? Like A still has to get in there.
Today, the average life expectancy in the United States is close to 80. It's totally insane that you believe that you should be able to work from the time that you are essentially 20 to the time that you are 65, which is a 45-year period, pay in, and then you will receive Social Security benefits sufficient to support you and your family, you and your wife or whatever, for like another 20 years. That's crazy talk. That is not fiscally
That's crazy talk.
sustainable.
Yeah, airdropping killing someone. Yeah.
The notion that if you have to raise the retirement age to 67 or 68, that everyone is going to fall apart. My parents are that age. My parents are not retired. And they shouldn't retire. It would be very bad for them to retire.
Why?
By the way, it's disrespectful to people who are 67, 68, 69 years old to suggest that they are in the same shape as people who are 65 were in 1940. It's not true at all. Have you met a 65-year-old lately? 65-year-olds are not old in the United States. They're not. 68-year-olds are not old in the United States.
Okay, and
Again,
like,
Joe Biden thinks he's not old, and that dude is running for president again, and that dude actually is old, and he's 81. I fail to see how a country in which our entire leadership class is 80 plus is telling you that we should have a retirement age of 65. It makes no sense at all. And let's be real about
Jesus,
this. It's
buddy.
insane that we haven't raised the retirement age.
Jesus, Ben.
And let's be real about it.
I just want to. So lifespan has obviously gone up since we set the retirement age. But if I just Google I'm just super curious because I don't know what the answer could possibly be to this. If I Google worker productivity since 1950, you'll notice that productivity has actually gone up a lot. That's kind of crazy how productivity has actually gone up along with lifespan. Isn't that wild? Isn't that wild that we're producing more in a 40-year period than we used to produce in a 60-year period? Dude, that's wild. That's so wild. You know, wild how it's going to be even more than that, especially with AI and how we're only going to get more and more productive. It's so wild, Ben. That's crazy, dude. Guys never worked out today. Work until the day you die. Thanks, Jerry. Everything. I don't know. I'm just so confused. What is this point about everybody? Everybody who's retired is dead in 5 years, dude. It's like the vaccine claim. They're like everyone who takes the vaccine is gonna be dead in 2 years. Acceptance. Everybody who retires will be dead in 5 years. Guys, don't retire. You will die. Every retiree is dead within 5 years. Oh my god. Did he actually fucking say that, dude? The North Carolina governor race is so funny to me. I live in North Carolina. Did he actually say that? Dude, I was gonna say this is such a true meme. North Carolina elections, like it's. Did he actually? Did he actually say that, Mark? Mark, what are you doing, Mark? Okay, what do you think homosexuality is filth?
Republicans in North Carolina have nominated a Holocaust-denying, LGBTQ-hating, gun-loving, anti-abortion extremist Christian nationalist zealot, who also happens to be a black man who hates the civil rights movement, as their nominee for governor. And while usually we try to not make you listen to too much loopy talk on this show...
Okay. Are we being real, MSNBC? Is that real?
We have got to wrestle this away from those folks. And I'm going to tell you why. Because it is flat out child abuse.
Right.
Take your children and tell them they have to attend school.
To be fair, chat, to be fair, he didn't call homosexuality filth. He just called teaching it to children filth. So he's actually just protecting children. All right, Jesus, dude. God, North Carolina, it's a beautiful state. Beautiful, beautiful state. All right.
I think you need to hear him for you.
About transgenderism, homosexuality, any of that filth. And yes, I call it filth. We are called, getting ready to get in trouble, called to be led by men. The Christian patriots of this nation will own this nation and rule this nation. I got them AR-15s in case the government gets too big for its britches. Because I'm going to fill the backside of them britches with some lead.
Now, it is worth noting that he was bragging about his AR-15 the day after a white supremacist murdered 10 black people at a supermarket in Buffalo. Defender of guns, and more, was elected lieutenant that ensured that Facebook as, quote, that crap in the 1960s that was the communist rise movement. Facebook is also where Robinson shared his rampant and gross anti-Semitism freely. In 2018, he wrote, quote, this foolishness about Hitler disarming millions of Jews and then marching them off.
What the fuck, dude? Mark, what are we saying, Mark? You can't be saying that, buddy. All right, well, we'll get back to reading. Mark. Oh shit! I want to read this, but I don't. I don't want to. I take notes in it. I just want to know what happened. So we'll speed run. Okay. As President Barack Obama prepares to depart for his first trip to the Arab world, the administration's escalating pressure on Israel to freeze all growth of settlements on Palestinian land has begun to stir concern among Israel's numerous allies in both parties in Capitol Hill. Blah, blah, blah. I don't care. President Jimmy Carter, George W. Bush saw attempts to pressure Israel's draw furious objections from Congress by members of Congress. And observers say Obama will most likely prevail as long as he shows that he's putting effective pressure on Israel's Arab votes as well. But a key defender, blah, 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 blah. Other Democrats and individuals political raise similar concerns. So what do they actually do? Despite the administration's effort to make clear public demands that Netanyahu freeze all settlement growth, however, the administrator's allies have often loosened the commitment. One key question is what the Israelis call natural growth and with new buildings constructed within existing settlements to accommodate, for instance, growing families. Someone hopped in. Critics say it's a loophole that's been used for dramatic expansion, and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton explicitly ruled out making an exception for national growth. Israel absolutely has been willing to Israel's definitely been willing to pull some sneaky tactics with like natural growth and like when in actuality they're building settlements, like new settlements, like miles away from old settlements, and they're like writing it off as natural growth, and it's kind of bullshit. I love you, not fun. You're an inspiration to us all. True thing. Who is this? I don't know. Do I know this person? I can't tell. I have streamer mode. Hold on, I gotta disable streamer mode. Yeah, meeting. Yeah, you're Ashton. I know you. God fucking damn it. Now I gotta. How do I turn stream mode back on stream mode? Enable stream mode. Okay. Have you heard of Ofer Kasif? I don't think so. Member of the Israeli Knesset. I don't think so. Why is he supporting South Africa? Oh, okay. So he's just like a far left, or at least for Israel, far left person in the Knesset. My content duties of Israel citizens and residents. Yeah. He's a communist and anti-Zionist. Yeah, I kind of got that from his from this. What is his vision for Palestine? Okay. Did Congress actually do anything, or did they'll just like say Bibi Netanyahu can't be expected to perform its obligation. Yep. Okay. Other Democrats allies Israel didn't respond to the question about, however, his rhetoric. So, but did they actually do anything? I don't know if they actually did anything or not. Like, I don't understand. In response to Barack Obama's clear, albeit understated and unenforced, calls for the end of Israeli occupation, both Republicans and Democrats have mobilized to undercut. Yeah, but like, what did they do? Tell me what they did. Just tell me, like, did they fucking pass a bill that conditioned military aid that he couldn't undo? I'm going to sources, and it's sorry, hold on, because it's going to disappear. I'm going to the sources, but all it says is that deprived population is still entitled to aid. That's true. With applied without discrimination, but it doesn't say specifically that you can withhold the aid. The implication there that the aid has to be applied without discrimination implies that if the aid is applied with discrimination, you don't have to deliberate. That'd be my understanding, right? But I just don't like. Can you just answer my question? Like, could Israel blockade the Gaza Strip in a way that isn't collective punishment? And what would that look like? I don't see the implication. If the aid has to be applied without discrimination, and they're applying it discriminatorily, then I don't see why you would still. The implication is you wouldn't have to give it, right? Because the aid is entitled to be applied without discrimination. That would be my understanding. Do you think I don't know enough about Barack Obama. I think the Affordable Care Act was good. I think he at least tried to pressure Israel to stop the settlements, like we're reading about right now. I don't. That's like I don't like know anything about him though. I think some of his drone strikes were probably disproportionate. I think the 2008. I think he did fine in 2008. I think he. I think we underspent in 2008. We should have spent more money, but Obama basically spent as much money as he could have. Maybe he could have pushed harder, but how we spent more money, we would have avoided. Would have avoided all the wonderful frying pan charts. Oh boy. I don't think so. For example, you can't use human shields, but it doesn't mean you can't be bombed indiscriminately. What? Sorry, hold on. For example, you can't use human shields, but it doesn't mean that you can bomb indiscriminately, killing. That's true. Just because the enemy side is using human shields doesn't mean you can bomb indiscriminately. But you can still. But I don't think Israel is bombing indiscriminately. I think Israel is intentionally targeting Hamas as much as they can. I think Israel is giving warning to civilians whenever they can too. If they call buildings to evacuate, and they issued evacuation notices for northern Gaza, right? Individuals bombing indiscriminately still not. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Genocide requires very specific intent, which I still have to read the fucking document on. I still have to read it. Yeah, indiscriminate is different than genocide. And then disproportionate is different than indiscriminate. These are all different types of intent. These are all different types of crimes. Yeah, even it like, yeah. I don't think Israel is making civilians the object of attacks. I think Israel is obviously collateral when Israel makes military objectives the object of attacks. But that's just an unfortunate cost of war that like you can't do much about other than run proportionality analyses, which it seems like Israel does. It seems like Israel probably has a too high of a not too high of a standard. Too high of an acceptance for collateral damage. It feels like that we read about that Jabalia refugee camp where they killed like one Hamas member and they killed like 120 civilians who they said they like foresaw that the buildings around it would collapse. So it was foreseeable collateral damage. That was definitely disproportionate. But that's a different type of crime. It was a different type of intent. Yeah, so Netanyahu arrogantly rejected Obama's modest parameters for peace settlement. Members of Congress gave him no less than 29 standing ovations. More than Obama's ever received during his State of the Union speeches. Jesus fucking Christ, the AIPAC money is flowing through their veins there. Holy shit. The most righteous applause came when Netanyahu rejected Obama's call that the starting point for negotiations on final borders between Israel and Palestine be based on Israel's internationally recognized borders prior to 1967. Allegations of genocide in the what's this? Oh, this is just a Wikipedia article. Shit, I'm losing track of who is it. Okay. KJ, you don't have Discord. Funeral Leech, you're a random guy, right? Yeah. So you're a random guy. And then my YouTube viewer is the darkness. I gotta remember, my YouTube viewer is the darkness. I mean, it definitely, like, I wouldn't say it was an attempted genocide, right? Like, obviously, Hamas is basically genocidal. Oh, you can still hear it. I think with Hamas you can prove intent, yeah, because you can definitely prove intent in some cases, just based on the circumstantial evidence and like I said, like there's that phone call that a Hamas guy gave me. Let's watch this game of yeah. I didn't get this. Oh, it doesn't even. I thought it was like it's exactly like I thought it'd be like a new update or something, but. Oh, Son's right on it, man. He's on that grind. Sorry, it's just Son reactions. Son reactions is on that grind, man. Jesus.
Like there are people that want to destroy, there are people that want to deconstruct, there are people that want to demolish, and these are the Democrats.
That's wild. All right. So I don't literally, it doesn't tell me what Congress did, man. Oh, my YouTube viewer left. Guys, I need all 4 of you. I think it's only 3 of you watching, really, because one of the viewers is me. I need you guys to all stay here so I can get an average viewer, average 3 viewers on Twitch, so I can be an affiliate. And I also need 50 followers. Oh, the YouTube watch with you? Okay. I thought it was. I just usually don't. I mean, talks in chat more. Oh, the current Congress also passed a series of resolutions passed by overwhelming majorities of bipartisan support, apparently designed to undermine the Israeli-Palestinian peace process, weaken Israel's moderate peace advocates, undercut international law, further militarize the Middle East. Okay, can you give me an example? Oh, look at this. For example, although there has never been any real debate regarding the commitment of the United States to Israel's security, a House resolution passed in May takes the unprecedented step of insisting that the committed include defining Israel as explicitly as a Jewish state. The Israeli government certainly has the right to identify it as Jewish or state or anything else. This does not, but this clause only demonstrates a lack of concern about the security of more than 20% of Israelis who are not Jewish, and the millions of Palestinians who are effectively under military control. It appears to be making unprecedented commitment by the United States to guarantee the religious, ethnic, cultural, or integrity of a foreign country, identity of a foreign country. Similarly, the Palestinian Authority and virtually every other Arab government has pledged to make peace with Israel in return for Israel's withdrawal from occupied Arab territory. Congress insists that the United States encourage Israel's neighbors to also recognize Israel as a Jewish state. Yeah, an indication of how both parties are now even further to the right than former President George H.W. Bush. Congress has called for additional unconditional loan guarantees to Israel. The former Republican president has tried to make these conditional on a freeze in construction of Israel settlements, illegal settlements. Jesus, I've been streaming for 8 hours. I got like 8 more hours in me. The president has, in fact, Obama's backed off its insistence that Israel stop building. Yeah. I don't know. It's just fucked. It's just fucked. It's like, yeah, fucked. It's just fucked. That's my take. I did all this research. My take. It's just fucked, guys. It's fucked. I don't know. It's fucked. I should do that tomorrow. Oh, well, what's your general position? It's fucked. It's bad. There's some bad things happening that I don't like. Okay. One more thing on targeting and extinction, and then I want to dive into genocide, and then next we'll do apartheid, and then next we'll do collective punishment. Okay, that's the agenda. Okay. I think that's all I need to do. I've already done a little bit on genocide. Then I haven't done like anything collective punishment, but that's the collective punishment would be interesting because I don't know, like I don't know if anything I say changes or like my belief really changes whether or not Israel is strictly engaged in collective punishment in the Gaza Strip. Because like let's say they are, it's like okay, they should stop doing that. But let's say they aren't engaged in collective punishment. It's like, well, even if they aren't engaged in collective punishment, there are still some restrictions on the Gaza blockade that I think are overly restrictive and unnecessary, and those are bad, and they shouldn't do that. Like I don't like the only thing that would change is like whether or not I think Israel should be prosecuted for it, and like I don't know. Yeah. Okay. I've read this before, but I can take notes in it now, and I can stream it. This is from The End of Faith by Sam Harris. Right here. I love this book. I love Sam Harris. I love Sam Harris so much. Anyway. I've also got Noam Chomsky's books back there. You can't really see that. You can kind of see a few of them. Leftist unreasoning in a strange case of Noam Chomsky. Nevertheless, many people are now convinced that the attacks of September 11th say little about Islam. By the way, I don't agree with anything in this. Disclaimer. I am not Islamophobic. I don't agree with everything in this, but I think he makes good points about distinctions between terrorists and what the U.S. does and whatever. God, I need new headphones. But I don't have money. Can we get some super chats in here? Have you had it? Yeah, I read a little bit about that. Yeah, they started firing rockets or whatever. I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't evolve into anything further than that, because holy shit. From what I've heard about Lebanon and Israel stuff there, that was fucked. I'm going to give my take. Okay. Many people are now convinced that the attacks of September 11th say little about Islam and much about the sordid career of the West. In particular, about the failures of U.S. foreign policy. The French philosopher Jean Baudrillard, I don't know, gives these themes as especially lubricant expression, declaring that terrorism is essentially a consequence of American hegemony. He goes so far as to suggest, oh, you're playing Red Conqueror Worksheet, that's crazy. He goes so far as to suggest that we were secretly hoping that devastation would be visited upon us. In a pinch, we can say that they did it, but we wish for it. When global power monopolizes in a situation to this extent, when there is such a formidable condensation of all functions in the technocratic machinery, when no alternative form of thinking is allowed, what others say is there but a terroristic... Oh, wait, shit. I just remembered. We have to read 2 more LeBaire Institute things after this. Don't let me forget. Fuck. Hold on. We need to do duty to warn. And then we need to do the war crime white phosphorus one. Okay. Don't let me forget that. And when no alternative form of thinking is allowed, what other way is there but a terroristic strategical or situational transfer? It was the system itself which created the objective conditions for this brutal retaliation. This terror against terror, there is no longer any ideology behind it. We are far beyond ideology and politics now, as if the power bearing these two towers suddenly lost all energy, all resilience, as though that arrogant power suddenly gave way under the pressure of too intense an effort. The effort always has to be the unique world model. If we are feeling charitable, one might assume that something essential to these profundities, right? Profundities got lost in translation. I think it far more likely, however, it did not survive translation into French. If Boulard had been obliged to live in Afghanistan under Taliban, he would have thought that the horrible abridgments of his freedom were a matter of the United States' effort always to be the unique world motto. Would a peculiar halftime entertainment at every soccer match where suspected fornicators, adulterers, and thieves were regularly butchered in the dirt at center field have struck him as the first rumblings of a terroristic situational transfer? We may be beyond its politics, but we are not in the least beyond ideology now. Ideology is all our enemies have. And yet, thinkers far more sober than Boulevard view the events of September 11th as a consequence of American foreign policy. Jesus. I don't know if Sam Harris is a good one. I love Sam Harris. I don't agree with Sam Harris on everything. This is probably the stuff I don't agree with him most on. I think there definitely are some reasons that the Middle East you get clapped in one debate about terrorism. Do you mean the one with Ben Affleck? I think no. Oh, okay. The Ben Affleck one is really funny. Have you seen the Ben Affleck one? It's so funny, dude. I will find it. Okay. If it's not too long, we might be able to watch it. But I don't give him everything. This is probably stuff I most disagree with him on. But I think he does a good job at basically showing the differences, the moral differences in the actions between these people. I think it is fair to say that the U.S. has done some fucked up stuff in the Middle East. Yeah, I mean, we did fund the Mujahideen in the Middle East, right? I think it's fair to say the coup in Iran was probably bad. We've done some bad stuff for bad reasons, but I think it's still different than what the Taliban or Hamas do. In addition to making foundational contributions to linguistics and the psychology of language, Chomsky has been a persistent critic of U.S. foreign policy for over 3 decades. He has also managed to demonstrate a principal failing of the liberal critique of power. He appears to be an exquisitely moral man whose political views prevent him from making the most basic moral distinctions between types of violence, the variety of human purposes that give rise to them. In his book, 9/11, with the rubble of the World Trade Center still piled high and smoldering, Chomsky urged us not to forget the U.S. itself is a leading terrorist state. In support of this claim, he catalogs a number of American misdeeds, including the sanctions that the United States imposed upon Iraq, which led to the death of maybe 500,000 children. In the 1998 bombing of the Al-Shifa pharmaceutical plant in Sudan, which may have set the stage for tens of thousands of innocent Sudanese to die of tuberculosis, malaria, and other treatable diseases. Hold on, let me write some of this down. I forgot I was supposed to be doing that. Okay, basically, I don't really need to mention that stuff. I don't really care. So after 9/11, Chomsky urged us not to forget. What's the exact quote? The U.S. is also a terrorist state. I agree. It was, by the way, if we go back to the Cold War, we definitely did some fucked up bad faith things just for the purpose of world power. Vietnam War is super fucked because we literally intervened on behalf of France right after World War II ended. Yeah, just because we were afraid that France would go to the Soviet Union for help if we didn't help them. That was super bad faith. That was super fucked. And then all the fucking coups we did in South America, obviously bad, obviously, and Iran, and I'm sure we fucking did stuff in somewhere else, and Australia or whatever the fuck. Mentioning. What's up, Ophelia? Yeah, okay. Chomsky then draws. Hey there. Moral. We'll read it first, even though I already read it. I think the war on terror is just, it's hard for me to, it's like, I think, strictly speaking, some of the war on terror was fine. I think Iraq was obviously a bad idea. I think the nation building in Afghanistan, I should say, I think invading Iraq was like in principle bad. And then I think the nation building in Afghanistan, was a bad idea. And bad in execution as well. But I don't think necessarily attacking Afghanistan or attacking the Taliban was in principle bad. I think there definitely were some like negotiations that we probably should have engaged in. Like I think like 6 weeks after the after we attacked Afghanistan, I think like the Taliban were basically like ready to hand over bin Laden if he went to like a third country to stand trial, right? And we didn't accept that, and then we got fucking dragged in there for 20 years. Just came in. Which position would we be arguing for? Listen. Number one, right now, I don't have a fully fleshed out position. Right now, I would say I lean more pro-Israel in the modern context. But I'm not that pro-Israel. I'm perfectly willing to say, like, this is my opening statement. You can read some of it. Basically, I'm perfectly willing to say Israel has undermined peace in the past. Israel settlements are fucked up. The Israeli occupation is pretty fucked. The blockade on the Gaza Strip is fucked in some ways. I think the blockade in Gaza Strip is definitely over-restrictive in some places. Whether or not it extends to collective punishment, I don't know for sure yet. I have to research that. But they're definitely, even if it doesn't, I think it's still bad in some ways. And then, yeah, basically, I think right now Israel has the moral authority to do what it's doing in Gaza. I think Israel attacks do still have to be proportionate. They should still warn buildings and stuff before they fucking bomb them. Yeah, and they definitely should be letting more aid in. I think it's kind of absurd that they won't let aid in. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Chomsky does not hesitate to draw moral equivalences here. For the first time in modern history, Europe and its offshoots were subjected on home soil to the kind of atrocity that they routinely have carried out elsewhere. Before pointing out just how wayward Chomsky's thinking is on the subject, I will concede to many of his points, since they have the virtue of being both generally important and irrelevant to the matter at hand. There is no doubt the United States has much to atone for, both domestically and abroad. In this respect, we more or less swallow Chomsky's thesis whole. To produce this horrible confection at home, started with our genocidal treatment of Native Americans, add a couple hundred years of slavery, along with our denial of Jewish refugees fleeing the death camps of the Third Reich, stir in our collusion with a long list of modern despots, and our subsequent disregard for their appalling human rights records, and our bombing in Cambodia and the Pentagon Papers taste, and then top it off with recent refusals to sign the Kyoto Protocol for greenhouse emissions. to support any ban on landmines and to submit ourselves to the ruling of the ICC. There has also been a smell of death, hypocrisy, and fresh brimstone. We have surely done some terrible things in the past. Undoubtedly, we are poised to do terrible things in the future. Nothing I have written in this book should be considered a denial of these facts or a defense of state practices that are manifestly abhorrent. There may be much that Western powers like the United States in particular should have to pay reparations for, and our failure to acknowledge our misdeeds over the years has certainly undermined our credibility in the international community. We can concede all of this and even share Chomsky's acute sense of outrage while recognizing that this analysis of our current situation in the world is a masterpiece of moral blindness. Take the bombing of the El Shifa pharmaceuticals plant. According to Chomsky, the atrocity of September 11th pales in comparison with that perpetrated by the Clinton administration in 1998. Hold on. I don't want to spell moral equivalences. So, I remember you from Casey Lee stream. Moral equivalences. Between the actions, the U.S. and the she was in voice chat arguing someone. What was she arguing about? And the actions of the U.S. Oh no. Hold on, is Casey Lee someone I should know? Because I don't know him. It was literally personal drama base. Casey Lee IRL. Is it this guy? Damn. What the fuck is this stream? That's brought up found efficiency. Yeah, it's cringe. What do you mean? It's I think arguing about personal drama on a stream. It's awesome, dude. Okay, back to this. Take the bombing of the Ashifa pharmaceuticals plant. According to Chomsky, the atrocity of September 11th pales in comparison with that perpetrated by the Clinton administration in August 1998. But let's now ask some very basic questions that Chomsky seems to have neglected himself. What did the U.S. think it was doing when it sent cruise missiles to Sudan, destroying a chemical weapons site used by Al-Qaeda? Did the Clinton administration intend to bring about the deaths of thousands of Sudanese children? No. Our goal was to kill as many Sudanese as we could? No. Were we trying to kill anyone? Not unless we thought members of Al-Qaeda would be at the El Shifa factory in the middle of the night. Asking these questions about Osama bin Laden and the 19 hijackers puts us in a different moral universe entirely. If we are inclined to follow Chomsky down the path of moral equivalence and ignore the role of human intentions, we can forget about the bombings of the El Shifa plant, because many of the things we did not do in Sudan had greater consequences. What about all the monies we spent on food? What about all the money and food we simply never thought to give to the Sudanese prior to 1998? How many children did we kill? That is not safe, just by living in blissful ignorance of the conditions in Sudan. Surely, if we had made it a priority to keep the death of Sudan, or to keep death out of Sudan for as long as possible until millions of children could have been saved from whatever wound up killing them, we could have sent teams of well-intentioned men and women into, I don't know how to pronounce that, to ensure that the Sudanese wore their seatbelts. Are we culpable for older preventable all the preventable injury and deaths that we did nothing to prevent. We may be up to a point. The philosopher Peter Unger has made Peter Singer has made persuasive case that a single dollar spent on anything with the absolute essentials of survival, I'm assuming he means Peter Singer, has some that has some starving child's blood on it. I've read that. I've heard about him. Perhaps we do have far more responsibility than the state of the world than most of us seem ready to contemplate. This is not Chomsky's argument, however. And Hunty Roy, a great admirer of Chomsky, summed up his position very well. The U.S. government refuses to judge itself by the same moral standards by which it judges others. By the way, that's definitely true in some cases. Like he mentioned earlier, we won't submit ourselves to the ICC for some shit. Its technique is the big one. The big one is the Contras in Iran. The ICC literally ruled that the Contras, which were terrorists, by the way, were attacking soft targets, and the U.S. owes Nicaragua reparations, and we basically said fuck you. Or sorry, not we. Reagan said fuck you. We're not gonna listen to that shit. Yeah, that was pretty fucked. Its technique is to position itself as the well-intentioned giant whose good deeds are confounded in strange countries by their scheming natives whose markets it's trying to free, whose society is trying to modernize, whose woman is trying to liberate, whose souls is trying to save. The U.S. government has conferred upon itself the right and freedom to murder and exterminate people for their own good. But we are in many respects just such a well-intentioned giant, and it's rather astonishing that intelligent people like Chomsky and Roy fail to see this. We need to counter their arguments. What we need to counter the arguments is a device that enables us to distinguish the morality of men like Osama bin Laden, Saddam Hussein, from that of George Bush and Tony Blair. It's not hard to imagine the properties of such a tool. We can call it the perfect weapon. I really like this analogy. I've used this analogy before, and I will probably use it tomorrow. Okay. I think I found a video. Okay. Okay. Oh, shit. Long message. I am pretty much pro-Israel in general, but I think the only reasonable attitude towards the recent events is one not fully settled. Looking at all the suffering, there's no way that you can easily have a straight stance or make a moral judgment towards one side or the other. Most people have been reacting ideologically to everything, ignoring a lot of nuance in order to stay in their preformed opinion. So it's pretty refreshing to see someone who goes about this with an open mind. Aw, thank you. Yeah, I think it's... Yeah. The problem is... I remember Sam got clapped in the cheeks. I think the problem is... Yeah, a lot of people... Israel-Palestine is a good thing to can I link it? You should be able to. I hope so. I think Israel-Palestine is just a good conflict for people to inject a lot of their values in. So whether it be if you're super far left and you do the oppressor oppressed, colonizer colonized, shit like that. You know, it's just a good conflict for people to inject their values in. But I don't even. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I honestly did not know Botrix would do that. Oh, you're only timed out for 30 seconds. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix that. I don't know if I can. It might take a little bit. Link protection off. Confirm. Okay, in the future, links should not be banned from chat. Should I send it again? Yeah, if you're untimed out, yeah. Also, I don't think I have them set up in my Twitch bio because I don't really like Twitch that much. But this is 11 minutes long. We can watch this at some point, maybe. Oh wait, is this Is that Richard Dawkins in the front? Is that Dawkins? Just my friend from school. It's no one you would know or anything. Yeah. You want to know? His name is Andrew Wilson, though, which is convenient because it's a guy from the Crucible. It's called Andrew Wilson. So I can totally clickbait the title because this guy has a... Oh, look. He's live right now. On the whatever podcast. Oh, is it? Oh, there he is. Why does his mic sound like that? Okay. Was he your high school friend? Yeah. No, wait. Sorry. What are you asking? That Andrew Wilson? No, it's not my high school friend. No. It's just my friend from high school. Yeah, no. My friend from high school happens to be named Andrew Wilson. That guy is also... No. It's a different person who happens to have the same name. And I was not friends with that Andrew Wilson. Hold on. How do I edit my Twitch bio? God, I don't really like... I don't really use Twitch that much. All right. Let me see... Let me replace Twitch with YouTube here. And then let me go to my channel on YouTube. What if I just go here? Okay. Okay. In the future, if Botrix ever gets mad at you, hopefully you can just go to YouTube or Kick and talk over there. But Botrix should only ban you for like 30 seconds anyway, so it should be good. Have you seen Destiny debate? Yeah, I saw him debate the Knesset member. I think I watched that on stream. I did watch it on stream. While playing Wizard 101. There's also a regular guy, not a Knesset. Well, I mean, do you mean he debated a regular far right guy, or do you just mean the moderator? Do you just mean the moderator in the debate? Because yeah, it's just a regular guy. Okay. Perfect weapons and the ethics of collateral damage. What we euphemistically describe as collateral damage in times of war is the direct result of limitations in the power and precision of our technology. To see that as so, we need only imagine how a recent conflicts would look if we had possessed perfect weapons. Weapons that allowed us to either temporarily impair or kill a particular person or group at any distance without harming others on their property. What would we do with such technology? Pacifists would refuse to use it, despite the variety of monsters currently running loose in the world. The killers and torturers of children, the genocidal sadists, the men who want the right genes, the right upbringing, the right ideas, cannot possibly be expected to live peacefully with the rest of us. I will say a few things about pacifism in a later chapter, for it seems to be deeply immoral. It seems to me to be a deeply immoral position that comes to us swaddled in the dogma of the highest moralism. But most of us are not pacifists. Most of us would elect to use weapons of this sort. A moment thought reveals that the person's use of such weapons could offer a perfect window into the soul of his ethics. Consider all too facile comparisons that have been recently made between George Bush and Saddam Hussein, or Osama bin Laden, Hitler, etc., in the pages of writers like Roland Chomsky in the Arab press and in classrooms throughout the free world. How would George Bush have prosecuted the recent war in Iraq with perfect weapons? Would he have targeted thousands of Iraqi civilians who were maimed or killed by our bombs? Would he have put out the eyes of little girls or torn arms from their mouth? So I've been streaming 8 hours, guys. Or torn the arms from their mothers. Whether or not you admire the man's politics or the man, there is no reason to think whatsoever that he would have. There is no reason to think that he would have sanctioned the injury, death of even a single innocent person. What would Saddam Hussein or Osama bin Laden do with perfect weapons? What would Hitler have done? They would have used them rather differently. It is time for us to admit that not all cultures are at the same stage in moral development. This is like where the same here gets a little weird sometimes. This is a radically impolitic thing to say. I'm impolite, sorry. That looks like a C, but it's an E. Thing to say, of course, but it seems objectively true, as saying not all societies have equal material resources. We might even conceive of our moral differences in just these terms. Not all societies have the same degree of moral wealth. Many things contribute to such an endowment: political and economic stability, literature, a modicum of social equality. Where such things are lacking, people tend to find many compelling reasons to treat one or another badly. Our recent history offers much evidence of our own development on these fronts, and a corresponding change in our morality. A visit to New York in the summer of 1863 would have found the streets ruled by roving gangs of thugs. Blacks were not owned by outright white slaveholders, were regularly lynched and burned. Is there any doubt that many New Yorkers in the 19th centuries were barbarians by our present standards? To say of another culture that lags it 150 years behind our own in social development is a terrible criticism indeed, given how far we've come in that time. Jesus, sorry. Again, 8 hours 36 minutes, guys. To say of another culture that now imagine the benighted Americans of 1863 coming to possess chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons. This is more or less the situation that we confront in much of the developing world. Just want to know, because I'm here for the React content. I will watch it after this. We'll watch it after this, I guess. Yeah. We might watch it at 2 times speed. But yeah. Consider the horrors that Americans portrayed as recently as 1968 at Miley. Early in the morning, soldiers landed in the... Okay, hold on. Let me... Sam asked us to imagine the people... Oh, great. I will wait. What do you mean to wait? You are enjoying this. You are enjoying reading Sam Harris. I will make you enjoy it. I will make you enjoy it. I will do... Do you want a twerk break? Will this make you enjoy it? People like Saddam Hussein, bin Laden. After the video, or throw away his book. I have like most of his books too. Yeah. Hold on. This will make it enjoyable, right? Now it's this bikini woman on screen. George Bush would do with a perfect weapon. Hold on, I'll move this over here. Okay. The answer here seems obvious. Well, there is no good reason to believe Bush would have ordered the killing of even a single innocent civilian. Bin Laden's actions and words show he likely would have maximized terror towards civilians. Shit. How do I? Give me time. Okay. Okay. Consider the horrors that Americans perpetrated as recently as 1968 at My Lai. Early in the morning, the soldiers were landed in the village by helicopter. Many were firing as they spread out, killing both people and animals. There were no signs of the Viet Cong battalion. I'm lurking, but I will stay as a viewer. Okay, sick. Thanks. I need my 3 average viewers on Twitch. But you're in the Discord, right? That's what I care. I care about Discord members so much. I just want Discord members. I need Discord members so I can alert everyone when I stream. And no shot was fired at the Charlie Company all day, but they carried on. They burnt down every house. They raped women, girls, and killed them. They stabbed some woman in the vagina, disemboweled others, cut off their hands and scalps. Pregnant women had their stomachs slashed open and were left to die. There were gang rapes and killings by shooting or bayonets. There were mass executions. Dozens of people at a time, including old men, women, and children, were machine gunned in a ditch. In 4 hours, nearly 500 villages were killed. This is about as bad as human beings are capable of behaving. But what distinguishes us from many of our enemies is that this indiscriminate violence appalls us. The massacre at My Lai is remembered as a signature moment of shame for the United States, for the American military. Even at the time, U.S. soldiers were dumbstruck with the horror by the behavior of their comrades. One helicopter pilot arrived on the scene, ordered his subordinates to use their machine guns as guns against their own troops if they would not stop killing villagers. As a culture, we clearly have outgrown our tolerance for the deliberate torture and murder of innocents. This was written before Abu Ghraib. We would do well to realize that much of the world is not. Or maybe this was written after Abu Ghraib. End of faith. Publication date. 2004. When was Abu Ghraib? Abu Ghraib date. April 2005. Wait. No, I mean like when was it revealed? Okay, what if I search leaked? It gained international attention in 2003. Okay, so it was exposed in 2003. So no, it was written after. Whenever there are facts of any kind to be known, one thing is certain: not all people will discover them at the same time or understand them equally well. Conceding this leaves but a short step to heretical thinking of a sort that is at present inadmissible in most liberal discourses. Whenever there are right and wrong answers to important questions, there will always be better and worse ways to get those answers, and better or worse ways to put them to use. Take child rearing as an example. How can we keep children free from disease? How can we raise them to be happy and responsible members of society? There are undoubtedly both good and bad answers to the question of the sort, and not all belief systems and cultural practices will be equally suited to bringing the ones to light. This is not to say that there will always be one right answer to every question, or a single best way to achieve every specific goal. But given the inescapability of specificity in our world, the range of optimal solutions to any problem will generally be quite limited. While there might not be one best food to eat, we cannot eat stones. And any culture that would make stone eating a virtue or a religious precept will suffer mightily for want of nourishment and teeth. It is inevitable, therefore, that some approaches to politics, economics, science, and even spirituality and ethics will be objectively better than their competitors. By any measure better we might want to adopt. Now, game update Rocket League. And graduations here will translate into very real differences in human happiness. Any systemic approach to ethics or to understanding the necessary underpinnings of a civil society will find many Muslims standing eye deep in the red barbarity of the 14th century. There are undoubtedly historical and cultural reasons for this, and enough to blame go around, but we should not ignore the fact that we must now confront whole societies whose moral and political development, in their treatment of women and children, in their prosecution to war, in their approach to criminal justice, and in their very intuitions about what constitutes cruelty, lags behind our own. This may seem like an unscientific and potentially racist thing to say, but it is neither. It is not in the least racist, since it is not at all likely that there are biological reasons for disparity here, and it's not unscientific only because science has not yet come to address the moral sphere in a systematic way. Come back in 100 years, and if we haven't returned to living in caves or killing one another with clubs, we will likely have some scientific astute thing to say about ethics. Any honest witness to current events will realize that there is no moral equivalence here between a kind of Any honest witness to current events will realize that there is no moral equivalence between a kind of four civilized democracies projecting the world, warts and all, in the internecine violence that is perpetrated by Muslim militants or indeed by Muslim governments. Chomsky seems to think the disparity either does not exist or runs the other way. Consider the recent conflict in Iraq. If the situation had been reversed, what are the chances that the Iraqi Republican Guard attempting to execute a regime change on the Potomac would have taken the same degree of care to minimize civilian casualties? What are the chances that Iraqi forces would have been deterred by our use of human shields? What are the chances that they would have used human shields? What are the chances that a routed American government would have called for its civilians to volunteer to be suicide bombers? What are the chances that Iraqi soldiers would have wept upon killing a carload of American civilians at a checkpoint unnecessarily? You should have, in the ledger of your imagination, a mounting column of zeros. Nothing in Chomsky acknowledges the differences between intending to kill a child because of the effect you hope to produce in his parents, we call this terrorism, and inadvertently killing a child in an attempt to capture or kill an avowed child murderer, we call this collateral damage. I like this quote. There's another quote I liked that I'll probably put in there afterwards. Oops. Fuck. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what I wanted. Whatever. I probably don't need it. Okay. In both cases, a child has died. In both cases, it is a tragedy, but the ethical status of the perpetrators, be they individuals or states, could hardly be more distinct. Chomsky might object to that Chomsky might object to that. Knowingly place the life of a child in jeopardy is unacceptable in any case. But clearly, this is not a principle we can follow. The matters of roller coasters, for instance, that despite rigorous safety precautions, sometimes, somewhere, a child will be killed by one of their contraptions. Makers of automobiles know this as well. So do the makers of hockey sticks, baseball bats, plastic bags, swimming pools, chain link fences, and nearly anything else that could conceivably contribute to the death of a child. There's no reason we do not refer to the inevitable deaths of a child as ski sloping atrocities. But you would not know this from reading Chomsky. For him, intentions do not seem to matter. Body count is all. We are now living in a world that can no longer tolerate well-armed, malevolent regimes. Without perfect weapons, collateral damage, the maiming and killing of innocent people is unavoidable. Similar suffering will be imposed on, and still more innocent people, because of our lack of perfect automobiles, airplanes, antibiotics, surgical procedures, and window glass. If we want to draw conclusions about ethics, as well as make predictions about what a given person in a society will do in the future, we cannot ignore human intentions. Where ethics are concerned, intentions are everything. I'm going to take this quote too. Okay. Where's KJ? We can watch that video now. Okay. So some of this is like the area where like I least agree with Sam Harris. Like I think, by the way, taking a whole paragraph is not a good learning method. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't know. I try to summarize when I can, but like sometimes I just like people's writing styles, and like I usually what I do, but you do, but you do you. Yeah, okay. Usually what I like doing is I'll sort of like try to summarize it and then have a quote under it. But like sometimes I just like I like these people's writing styles. Yeah. Here, you know what? Thank you. I will delay watching the video so I can type out a summary. Okay. So, which position would you be saying? Oh God, am I gonna get this question a lot? I lean a little bit pro-Israel at the time. Basically, I think I'm perfectly willing to criticize Israel for what I think it's due. I think the settlements of the West Bank are bad. I think the occupation is pretty fucked. I think the Gaza Strip blockade borders on collective punishment, but even if it isn't strictly collective punishment, I don't know. I haven't done the research yet. It could not be collective punishment. It could be. Even if it isn't collective punishment, I think there are some elements of the Gaza blockade that is overly restrictive. But I would say I lean slightly pro-Israel in that I think Israel basically has the moral authority in the Gaza Strip right now to attempt to get rid of Hamas. I think that the civilian casualties are bad. I think that Israel should be letting more aid in. But I don't think there's a moral equivalence between collateral damage and the intentional civilian deaths that Hamas causes. I think Israel probably has at some points engaged in disproportionate attacks, but I think they should. I think they essentially try to minimize civilian casualties as much as they can. And, yeah. Interesting. Thanks for the answer. Okay. inevitable. Civilian deaths. Jesus fuck, I can't. Jesus fucking Christ. Inevitable. Lack of, I don't know. As he says, like perfect. Automobiles, airplanes, antibiotics, etc. But currently, we live in a world where we must not tolerate, sorry, I should say, but there are clear clear differences in the moral standing of perpetrators who either seek to maximize civilian harm or seek to minimize it, however imperfectly. Where ethics are concerned, intentions are everything. Okay. Okay, KJ, you ready? Is KJ still here? KJ better not have left. I'll still watch the video even if they did, but they were so excited. I'm here. Okay, good. We're gonna watch this. Oh wait, sorry, you can't hear it, can you? Hold on. Okay, there we go.
Piecemeal things to say. The first is I'm not discounting the role of kinship and other variables in the social cohesion and social pressures that get people to do terrifically unwise things. And the problem for me is not. I'm not worried about the bad people in the world. I'm not worried about the sociopaths who have frontal lobe anomalies and can't feel empathy for others and therefore, kill and eat people. There be people like Jeffrey Dahmer in the world, and belief is not necessarily what is so operative. What scares me the most about certain kinds of divisive dogmatisms, and I think religion being the preeminent flavor of that, and at this moment in its history, Islam being the most exquisitely pungent of those flavors, is that it enables perfectly sane, perfectly rational people, people who are not suffering obvious psychopathology, people who are not suffering the kinds of oppressions that would lead anyone else to misbehave terribly, to fly planes into buildings, and to seek to get nuclear weapons so that they can blow themselves up in certain circumstances. And what I hear Scott doing is discounting the role of specific beliefs. And I think it really matters specifically what people believe, and that there are innumerable instances where we can see that the proximate cause of certain behavior is precisely what a person believed, in this case about God and paradise and the evils of infidels. And so one thing
I don't disagree with that on the micro level. So I think I said this before, for any individual person, the reason that they are going to want to blow themselves up on a bus is because they literally believe that if they do that, they will go to paradise. Now, we can talk about the conditions that create that types of beliefs. I think, obviously, bad conditions, like economically, socially, whatever, are responsible for a lot of radicalization. Like, you can absolutely say, like, the U.S. invaded Iraq, destabilized the region, put, like, when we dissolved the Iraqi military, right, those are a bunch of military-aged men, military-trained men, who are now don't have a job in a country that's falling apart. I think it's fair to say that that is responsible for the radicalization. Now, at the same time, the members of ISIS would not have done what they did if they didn't think that they were going to be granted eternal paradise for fighting against the U.S., right? A lot of them wouldn't have. Maybe not every single one of them, but I think a lot of them would not have fought unless they believed that the U.S. was this totally evil thing. I don't think I've seen a more idiot, yeah.
Is that you have some, if Islam is really orthogonal to this problem, or a variable number 10 on your list of variables, a few things you should explain. One is, where are the Palestinian Christian suicide bombers? You know, there are most of the Palestinian.
Okay, the problem is, buddy. I love you, buddy. I don't think Christians are treated very well in Palestine, okay? I'm just saying. If I had to guess, if I looked up Christians in the Gaza Strip, there wouldn't exactly be many right now. Why did I open a new window? Approximately 1,000. But this is going to include the West Bank too, which I imagine they'd be treated decent in the West Bank. Probably not. Probably not in Gaza.
Are Muslims, obviously, but there are Palestinian Christians who have to go through the same checkpoints. They suffer the same humiliations by Israelis. I mean, it seems to me this is practically a science experiment. We have the same people speaking the same language, living in the same deplorable conditions. One group rather reliably forms a death cult, and the other doesn't. And another example I'd like to put on the table: where are the Tibetan Buddhist suicide bombers? If oppression were enough to so derange a culture that they would blow themselves up on school buses, and where you could get crowds by the tens of thousands calling for the deaths of non-combatants, we would see Tibetan Buddhists.
I mean, I think most of what he's saying is fair here. It's a combination of like oppression and the beliefs that you will literally be granted paradise if you blow yourself up.
Up on Chinese school buses, and what we don't see that. What we do see among Tibetan Buddhists, and there are many examples of this, we see Tibetan Buddhist monks and nuns who have been tortured in Chinese prisons for decades, but really tortured, with cattle prods and electric shock to the genitals, coming out of these decades of torture, saying things like, "My greatest fear while I was in prison was that I would lose my sense of compassion for my torturers." Now, I submit to you, given that behavior, we might think it's pathological on some level to have that kind of compassion, but that behavior is fully explicable in terms of the ideology of Tibetan Buddhism, its emphasis on compassion, its view of torturing as an expression of a person's ignorance within a context of rebirth. I mean, it is anchored by a certain kind of worldview. And I would say to you that, given what Muslims believe, you will never find a Muslim coming out of decades of torture in an Israeli prison who will speak in those terms at all. So that's...
I don't know if that is necessarily true. I think most religions have stuff in there about compassion or whatever, including Islam. Now, the Palestinians tend to be a bit more radicalized than most other Muslims for reasons. But I don't know if that's necessarily true. I could imagine that happening.
You can react to those two examples.
Yeah, good empirical claims. False. Could I just have one slide? One slide.
Oh, this is the handout that's outside, the mysterious handout. I don't know if...
This is a study by a colleague of mine, which is Could you?
But is he literally just going to respond to this by saying, "Well, I took a bunch of data of and it says religious people aren't more likely to be suicide bombers." I don't.
This is a study by a colleague of mine who works with me on the evolution of religion. He is a logistic regression looking at the odds of scapegoating, which is highly correlated with dogmatism and flexibility of belief and commitment to violence among 10,000 people over 10,000 people in 10 countries around the world. And so you have Catholics, Protestants, Orthodox, other Christians, Jews, Hindus, Buddhists, Muslims, non-religious as atheists and agnostics, and others. Okay, this is the odds of scapegoating for people who believe there is only one God and it's my God versus people who believe in God as a supernatural entity, okay? Or people who believe that there's no difference. What we've got is, in terms of, no, I'm not going to show the rest of them. What we got is exclusivity, that is a tendency to scapegoating, is highest for Catholics, Orthodox, and atheists. Okay? It is lowest for Buddhists.
Islam's actually pretty unique in how the scriptures are and how much it calls for his followers to commit violence against non-believers. That is true in some sense. No, I'll side with you there. It's true, but the problem really lies in like how many people take those seriously. And it seems like there are plenty of Muslims who like don't take it very seriously.
Hindus.
Atheism is kind of gay. I don't think so. I'm not gay.
Muslims. Okay, that's the only empirical evidence I know about sort of intrinsic notions, which is a large sample size of scapegoating, and it's, as I said, it's virtually identical for violence and inflexibility of belief. Now, with respect to Palestinians, Buddhists, right? Well, Buddhists, there were Japanese Buddhists who were kamikaze, of course, and the Sri Lankan army.
Okay, but the Japanese Buddhists who were kamikaze, they were they were probably drafted, right? Right?
Actually, is
and even it doesn't even like necessarily refute his argument because there's a bunch of dogmatic claims about like I would imagine, my understanding is that the Japanese society back then was very dogmatic when it came to like the fucking honor code of soldiers and stuff and how dying was better than surrendering. But
do suicide
well,
squads against the Tamil Tigers, who are Hindu suicide squads. As far as the Palestinians are concerned, you get about 70% support, depending on the threat perception at the moment. The surveys done. The surveys are done mostly by Khalil Shafaki of the Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research in Ramallah. You get about 70% in a random sample among Christians for support for suicide terrorism, depending on threat perception. Now, the reason there aren't almost none, although Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigades does allow Christians, the reason that
Have there been Christian suicide?
degeneracy is kind of based. Drew! Oh, he said atheism is kind of degenerate. That's so true. Thank you, Orphelia. How do you say your name? I don't really know.
Okay. The reason that there isn't is because the particular groups that are formed are, actually there have been PFLP, suicide bombers. Palestinian.
But that's Marxist. And also they're still, you got it wrong the second time? What? Wait, what did I say the first time? I said, right? Sorry. I don't remember. Orphelia? Was that what I said? Or fellow?
Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. There have been 6 cases, I believe.
Okay, but they're still Popular Front Liberation in Palestine. I asked, aren't they secular? Secular, okay. Orphelia, okay, thanks. Contact drivers. Okay.
There's a mostly Christian Marxist organization. The reason they have suicide bombers
They're not. They just said they were secular. Okay.
is very simple. And the reason Al-Qaeda has it is very simple. suicide bombing, especially by Hamas operatives and Al-Qaeda operatives, are by their best and brightest. That is, the majority of suicide bombers are college educated, fairly well off relative to the surrounding populations, no desperation, poverty, no criminal backgrounds, no insanity, no suicidal tendencies. And the organizations make a very costly commitment, sort of Zahavi handicapping principle, to use their best and their brightest to get the community to trust them and increase their political market share. And they've been so unbelievably successful that the PFLP, which is a secular Marxist organization, the DFLP, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, if you go to their websites, they're indistinguishable now from the Hamas. That is, you get incantations almost Quranic. They're not Quranic, but they use the same words for sacrifice. And Al-Qaeda, the success of suicide bombing.
Whenever someone says the reason is pretty simple, they mostly going to say something dumb. True.
It's a very contingent affair, very similar to the Nazis. Okay, there's a marvelous book called 30 Days. It's about Hitler's rise to power in January 1933. On January 1st, the major newspapers in Germany declared Hitler's party dead. He had lost 2 successive elections. By the end of the month, he's chancellor of Germany.
But are you a new atheist Sam Harris fan, Ophelia?
Through unbelievably improbable set of events that no one would have predicted. And that takes over the fascist movement. Basically, it becomes the paragon of fascism around the world. Bin Laden, same thing. He was one of about 40 mujahideen.
Am I gonna? Is this Twitch US? Yeah, it's just cool. I don't think I need to see fucking Asian women shaking their ass right now.
And he got this bright idea basically from a combination of the Hezbollah and the Tamil Tigers. Used it effectively, created unbelievable theater. And that theater was inordinately successful at, again, it's a media-driven political awakening, at mobilizing consciousness among a vast number of people. And Islam had this characteristic. It is a messianic religion, like Christianity, like all the monotheisms, and like all the isms, communism, anarchism, all the secular versions of Christianity. And it is...
Clean break? I don't know what the fuck that is, man. Policy document prepared 1996 by study. The report examined a new approach to solving Israel's security problem in the Middle East with emphasis on Western values. It has been criticized for advocating an aggressive new policy, including the removal of Saddam Hussein from power in Iraq, the containment of Syria by engaging in a proxy warfare, highlighting I don't know who that is, I'm not going to lie. I feel like I've seen this guy before. One of the foremost continental philosophers of the 20th century. I don't really know anything about Harris. I don't know. This seems kind of cringe. Was this like... So it said it was a policy document that was prepared. It was prepared by someone for Benjamin Netanyahu, but it was just like. But then this wasn't like an official government document, wasn't this? This was just like a certain aspects were rejected by Netanyahu. I mean, even when even Netanyahu was rejecting it, it's probably pretty bad. Many of the authors worked in the Bush DoD. And push for the same policies Netanyahu rejected. But if they were just rejected by Netanyahu, yeah, it's pretty bad. I don't know. It seems kind of cringe, but like, it doesn't seem like it was official Israeli policy or anything, right? It was just a policy document that even Netanyahu rejected some parts of it. But I mean, I don't know. When was this? 1996? People that aren't 12 years old, it's a miracle. That's true.
It is a multi-state system. And in the sort of advance of a unipolar United States power, it was seen by many people, this theater, this successful theater, as empowering these non-state actors. And so it became widely popular, so even bin Laden's enemies joined him and called themselves Al-Qaeda. But by the way, Al-Qaeda was never in common use until the United States put the word out there in the Southern District Court of New York in 1990 for the bombing of the African embassies, when, just like in the Joe Valachi trial, the prosecutor asked Jamal al-Fadl, do you know of Al-Qaeda?
Wait, chat real quick. Chat. I just want to say, I have 629 YouTube subscribers right now, okay? If we go to like my last 365 days, you'll see I peaked at like 332, okay? On my Twitch bio, okay, there's a link to my YouTube channel. Please subscribe. Please, I could beat my all-time peak. Chat, please. Chat. Can we get some subs, chat? Chat, please. Chat, let's get the subs. Chat, please. Okay, I'm done. Chilling. That's my chill. All right, back to this. Real subscribers.
And who's on this list? Well, it was a list we made up in Afghanistan.
On Insta? No, just go to my YouTube. Kick doesn't have a link. Oh shit! Stop caring about numbers. Shut the fuck up. I want my subs. Shut up. Hold on. Let me send it in Kick chat. Sorry. So I never pay attention to my Kick, quite frankly. Chat, please. Chat, bro. Chat, please. What was I going to say?
Mujahideen. So Al-Qaeda is this organization by bin Laden. And what else does Al-Qaeda do? And by the time the end of the transcript is finished, Al-Qaeda becomes a concept that everybody's talking about. It's publicized around the world, and it's the first concept out there at 9/11. And suddenly everybody's Al-Qaeda. But if you go to Guantanamo and you ask the people, are they Al-Qaeda? They say no.
So can I just address some of the things brought up?
Oh, why did they cut off his response? I'd be curious. I think he made good points. I'd be curious just to know what Sam Harris said to that. One of three? Where's the second one? Where's 2 or 3? Okay. I don't know if we're gonna watch all 3, but I want to know. I want to know what I just want to know what he said.
With Al-Qaeda is a red herring, and this is an ideology that spreads, as you pointed out. It's massively enabled by the internet, and whether someone has ever spoken to Osama bin Laden or has ever received an email from Al-Qaeda, they can be operating under the same ideology. I'm not sure how much of what you said has addressed my central concern. I fully concede that there are other ways to think yourself into suicidal terrorism. I did not know there were any Christian suicide bombers, and it doesn't surprise me. But the thing that I want to point out is that there's a real difference between how easily you can morph the ideology of martyrdom and jihad within Islam to this kind of behavior, and how much more work you have to do in Christianity as it is currently practiced, and in Buddhism. Now, you mentioned the Zen Buddhists, the kamikaze pilots of World War II. I can easily describe why Zen Buddhism, in combination with Shinto and Japanese military chauvinism, could get you an ideology that was very martial and justified that behavior, and why the Tibetan Buddhists.
I just don't like Buddhist. How do you spell Buddhist? Okay. Buddhist, Japan, World War II, draft. I would imagine that Japan drafted a lot of those Buddhists. I would imagine they weren't signing up. I'm a Buddhist based. Can we get a twerk break for that? Hell yeah. Let me ask Google Gemini. Wait, how old are you? I am 18. Japan. Are you enthralled by this stream? Can we get some? Where's the bikini woman? Where's the bikini woman? I don't know the context of maybe. I mean, maybe you weren't. Like, it doesn't. I don't know. It's possible that it wasn't, but I think the point about the Palestinian Christians is a good point, though. But I would imagine that the kamikaze pilots were Buddhist. Oh, thanks for anime profile picture. Thanks for the sub. Chat, please, chat. 3 more subscribers and I'll beat my all-time peak. They were drafted during World War II. I mean, that would just like. Oh, sorry. Copy. Did the Buddhist kamikaze consensually? I don't know if there's going to be a good answer to this. I wouldn't really trust Google's AI unless it actually provides a source that I can check. So they didn't do it. They don't. But this doesn't go specifically Buddhist. But like I don't. Hardly anyone said no to the mission, but I guess you could say no. Was I forced or did I volunteer? It's a difficult question to answer if you don't understand the essence of the military. Amid peer pressure, hardly anyone said no to the mission. Okay, so maybe they didn't have to. But I don't necessarily think that totally refutes his point. But
a very unlikely candidate population for that behavior, given what they believe about compassion. You know, among Buddhists, one of the real problems with Zen is that it does not emphasize compassion at all, or very much, and you can get this.
Do you remember the data that he presented? Did he presented data on scapegoating, right? Did he present? I don't think he presented data on yeah. Honor was a huge part of society, so yeah. But the fact that like honor was a huge part of society, stuff. Base source checker things, by the way. Like that refutes Sam Harris's point. That goes against Sam Harris's point because that is it doesn't totally go against his point. But it kind of does because he's basically saying that Islam it makes you more likely to be or makes you more easily susceptible to becoming a like suicide bomber because of what you literally believe about jihadism and paradise. What if it is possible for Buddhist monks in Japan to willingly be kamikaze pilots?
Very kind of militant samurai sort of, the sword of wisdom kind of ethos, and without much practical application of compassion. So I'm still arguing for the logical consequences of ideas, and I just think that there's an obscurantism at the heart of the way you're talking about this that troubles me, because this is what I think. If the Quran was exactly the way it is, but it contained a single extra line, and that line read, if you see a red-haired woman on your doorstep at sunset, cut her head off. Okay, just imagine a text like this. It comes down through the ages that contains a line like that. I can tell you what kind of world we would live in. We would live in a world where red-haired women would be found murdered in the Muslim world. We'd open the New York Times and we would hear that there were 20 heads found in a bag and they were all red-haired women. We would also live in a world in which apologists for Islam would look at that behavior and say that has nothing to do with Islam. There was a news story yesterday about a Mormon man who killed his wife, and she had red hair. Many of those women who were found whose heads were found in the bag in Baghdad were not actually redheads, but some were strawberry blonde. We would hear about women who were shot and not decapitated, and decapitation is the only thing that is sanctioned in the Quran. And this is the kind of gymnastics we would be faced with. And the basic fact about the Quran, as it is with so many other books like Leviticus and Deuteronomy, and there's nothing worse than Leviticus and Deuteronomy as far as I can tell, but people ignore them, as Richard pointed out. The basic problem with the Quran is that it really does preach hatred and fear of the infidel far more eloquently than it preaches anything else. And that is a problem we're living with, and no amount of casuistry is going to get us around that until we find some way of empowering the forces of moderation in the Muslim world. And I would agree with you, in a hostage negotiation, you don't tell them that your religion is bullshit. I think we are engaged in a very different hostage negotiation now, talking about the role of science and intellectual honesty.
Let me just say about the kamikaze. There's a book called When Cherry Blossoms Fall. They were not militant. There was not much of a militant ideology. They were basically German romantics.
Read Zen at War and Zen War stories.
This is their diaries. This is their diaries.
On the kamikaze for a moment, because it's right, it's in a moment. And I know my esteemed colleague here, he's always looking at just a moment. Aren't we forgetting a couple of things here? That, for example, the American admiral...
It sounded like Neil deGrasse Tyson, but I was like, that would, we heard, yeah, Sun Tzu, that's crazy. Dude, it sounded like him, and I was like, no fucking way that Neil deGrasse Tyson would be moderating this. There he fucking is.
Once they saw that Japanese pilots were, instead of firing missiles and bombs to the ships, started flying the planes into the ships, they knew that there was a turn in the war at that point, because as effective as that was, as an act of war, they knew that Japan's capacity to wage war was on a dramatic decline, because had that been, it was not the first choice for Japan to engage kamikaze bombers. And so if we go to Islam, there's a question I haven't heard asked yet, because we're looking at suicide bombings as some kind of intrinsically noble exercise.
He always looms to fact check drill.
Abhorrent from the outside. But would there be suicide bombings if the Islamic community had their own air force and tanks I don't think so. They would be invoking the military machines that the rest of the West has available to itself.
And they say so quite specifically.
Okay. No, I would say
That might be true, but they would probably use those weapons differently than we would, right? There are militant factions that would try to use it to like maximize terror.
I wouldn't be quite that sanguine. There wouldn't be suicide bombings, perhaps. But this notion of martyrdom, either you believe in martyrdom as a genuine metaphysical principle or you don't. If you do, it has certain behavioral and logical consequences. Get the U.S. out of this. Look at the war between Iran and Iraq. The Iranian mothers were sending their teenage sons
Because
out
Neil's
to
cut through his damn bullshit.
thinking that they were going to get to paradise and get the whole family in after them. We were not. This was not Iran against the great Satan. This was not an expression of their entanglement with Israel. This was. I mean, how do you get a mother?
I wonder what percent of religion people disregard certain parts of the religious text. Like, I mean, the problem is it gets really hard because, like, really, they'll make like all sorts of excuses. It's like, I don't like, oh, you know, in the context, this quote isn't really that bad. You just haven't studied the Bible enough, and like, it's really hard to know. It's hard to know if they're right sometimes. I don't know. The problem is like everybody does that, but they think they have good religious reasons for doing that.
To celebrate the suicidal atrocities of her children. She has to believe something. Now, more often than not, you know, I'm with Weinberg, who thinks she has to believe something religious. Now, you can get me some kind of Marxist ideology hammered into her head that may get her to feel consoled by that behavior, but you know, martyrdom is good enough, and martyrdom is very well subscribed. And so whether they're willing to blow up nukes or just not be deterred in a mutually assured destructive sort of way, the way the Soviet Union was, that's really what I'm worried about. I'm worried about a world in which we wake up and we see the psychological equivalent of the 19 hijackers armed with long-range nuclear weapons, and then we have to think, well, are these really rational actors? I mean, are they as pragmatic as Scott says, or are these guys really willing to hit the wall at 400 miles an hour? I think they're telling us they're willing to hit the wall. Many of them are hitting the wall. I think as a rhetorical device, that's pretty persuasive. So I'm inclined to take them seriously.
Sorry. I mean, completely ignoring certain parts because they don't agree. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people do that, but again, it's because they think they have good religious reasons for doing it, not just because they have good secular reasons. Sorry, I need to listen to the last part of what he said again.
In a mutually assured destructive sort of way, the way the Soviet Union was. That's really what I'm worried about. I'm worried about a world in which we wake up and we see the psychological equivalents of the 19 hijackers armed with long-range nuclear weapons, and then we have to think, well, are these really rational actors? I mean, are they as pragmatic as Scott says, or are these guys really willing to hit the wall at 400 miles an hour? I think they're telling us they're willing to hit the wall. Many of them are hitting the wall. I think as a rhetorical device, that's pretty persuasive. So I'm inclined to take them seriously.
Yeah, last one.
I want to step back a little bit from the debate that you started earlier with your question to Sam to some extent. And actually, something you said, Sam, now allows me to bring it back, which is I'm used. The basic point that you make very cogently is that we have this unusual and totally non-rational acceptance of religious sensibility, especially when those sensibilities are ludicrous. And the easy example is in this case maybe Islam, or you can pick whatever, or the Old Testament. But you're much more tolerant in your statement. Of course, Buddhism, you talk about the Buddhists who had this compassion, but compassion was based on nonsense. It's based on reincarnation.
Well, actually, I can unpack that. But
the point is, it's clear to me that you're much more willing to, in some sense, be respectful of a nonsensical religious belief, which leads to a positive result, perhaps. And yeah, I know I want you to comment on that. I'm sure you'll not agree with that statement, but I want you to elaborate on it. But I think what that.
I mean, I don't think his point is just that beliefs have consequences, and what you believe will inform what you do. And if you believe bad things, you're going to do bad things. If you believe good things, you'll do good things. It doesn't really matter. Christianity as a whole religion has been reformed. So the whole religion disregard parts, yeah. That never happened in Islam, by the way. That's true. But also, A, Islam's newer than Christianity, and B, Islam also basically says it's define good or bad, Jesus. That gets into a whole moral realism argument, man. But wait, I'm a degenerate atheist, so I think good things are like anal sex and boobs, and bad things are like family values.
That you were asking earlier, which is the a priori attack on religious faith in general, or in fact not religious faith, but faith in things for which you have no evidence whatsoever. As a general statement that is a bad thing, that making that attack is perhaps not empirically advised, nor is it sensible to do. And I have to say, as an empirical fact, I've evolved in my own discussions. If I talked here 5 years ago, I would sound much more like Steve or you or Richard, perhaps. In debating people,
family values, boobs, and anal sex can be good, even though what? Family values, boobs, and anal sex can be good, although homosexual anal sex is bad. No, I think homosexual anal sex is better than regular anal sex. Just from a utilitarian point of view.
of evolution around the country, I suddenly got hit with realizing how offensive, and how illogical the statements that were being applied from what I was saying was being received by the people I was talking to. In particular, I remember debating, I forget the guy's name.
Wait, Jidiox, are you in the Discord server? I don't think he is. Or maybe he is. He might be this guy. I don't remember who he is.
Intelligence Design Network in Kansas. That old fella. He's a nice old guy. You don't remember his name? Anyway, and he trotted out this letter from 50 Nobel laureates trying to defend evolution. They said there's no evidence for design purpose in the universe. And then the next sentence says there is no design purpose in the universe. And they said, see, these people are trying to preach atheism. And I thought, that's the worst thing they can be doing, because in fact that has nothing to do with evolution, because evolution has nothing to do with the design and purpose of the universe. It has to do with the development of diversity of species on Earth through natural selection. And so that by going out and immediately attacking the notion that believing things without any evidence is empirically bad, or is just not acceptable, that we are stepping beyond our role as
oh, he just cites the Bible.
and inevitably it becomes emotional. You don't mind, you wouldn't preach as much against Buddhism as you would against Islam, because you don't like Islam less than you like Buddhism. And
No,
so,
you're right.
so anyway, those are the things I wanted to provoke both of you. But I think sort of it's a way to bridge between the two of you.
Yeah, good question. It's not that I'm pulling any punches from Buddhism based on some kind of dogmatic affinity with Buddhists or having been raised Buddhist. I mean, this is not what's going on. I happen to think that within Buddhism there's an extraordinarily nuanced and interesting methodology for meditation and some very sophisticated discussion of the nature of consciousness, the possibilities of transforming our moment-to-moment perception of the world that link up rather nicely with what we understand about neuroplasticity and the human brain at this moment. If you sit in a room with the Dalai Lama talking to physicists and neuroscientists, you'll see that there's for the most part, a very open and unconstrained dialogue going on. Well, reincarnation, who knows? I have no. Well, who knows in the sense that there's no. There are these spooky stories where kid. I am not. Okay. Okay. Well, reincarnation, you are on firm ground being skeptical of reincarnation. Let me say that. Okay. This is going to take us far afield. I have published a few spooky things about telepathy and reincarnation, which amount to not an endorsement of these beliefs, but just I hear there's all this data. Someone like Dean Radin writes a book about it. Brian Josephson, a Nobel laureate in physics, blurbs it. I don't have the time to do the meta-analysis or the statistical expertise, so I'm awaiting the evidence. Okay. So I don't want to talk about reincarnation. It may be.
All right.
Yo, Jidiox, join the Discord server, and then you should probably have this conversation in the Discord server. We literally have a debate stuff channel. I sincerely doubt that a fish could jump like this. I think an image is fake. But we made a channel just for this, man. Explain it, use words. You can do it.
Which is, it really matters what the consequences of these dogmas are. I mean, it's not that all dogma is equally pernicious. And the problem with dogma is that there's no, you can't necessarily predict just how many lives it's going to cost. And so you take one like this idea that the soul enters the zygote at the moment of conception. Life starts at the moment of conception. This sounds totally benign. In fact, life-affirming. Why not believe this, right? Then we invent something called stem cell research, and we have a president who vetoes federal funding of it because he and millions of other Christians think that every 3-day-old human embryo has a soul which has interests which cannot be trumped by the interests of a little girl with full-body burns or spinal cord injury or diabetes. And we seem to be at a stalemate in our ethical debate in this culture. And unless we're willing to criticize the dogma at that point, we really are left in a situation where tens of millions of people have conditions that could be remediated potentially by stem cell research.
I just did. You didn't listen.
Stem cell research is the best game in town as far as generating therapies, and we are not pursuing it aggressively. So this is where dogma begins to be really troubling. And if a reincarnation, if certainty about reincarnation were doing work that I could see anywhere that was analogous to the work of martyrdom, I would be telling the Buddhists, you have to. I mean, this is until you had evidence. This is pernicious nonsense. This is getting a lot of people killed. Now, there are situations.
You'll both know this discussion is gonna go nowhere.
In which it may get people killed, like fully.
Listen, I'm just trying to get them to have it in my Discord server, because then I can. Then either they do it over text and I get Discord members, or they can do it in a VC and I can get content out of it, man.
What those situations might be, or at least venture a guess. But the problem, that's not the problem I'm seeing with Buddhists now. The problem I'm seeing with Buddhists is they are entangled with a lot of New Age mumbo jumbo that makes their discourse basically seem unscientific.
Hey, wait.
Yeah, but it's not going to go anywhere.
Roger, I have to go to the airport. Can I just make one statement?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to leave you with one thought. I agree there's lots of nonsense in the world, and that science may or may not, though I see no historical evidence that there's any interesting thing science has done for morals yet, or ethics or politics or anything else. In fact, I've seen the contrary. But let's suppose there is. And let's suppose that it's a good mission to get rid of the nonsense in the world. This is a problem which you're not facing. How to advance science and reason in a fundamentally irrational world. Not to wish it to go away, not to believe that by rational argument it will go away, but how to deal with that problem. It is a very, very hard problem.
I gotta go. Okay. Thank you, Scott. Well, I'm going to respond to you as you walk out as well.
Yeah, well.
Can I just say one thing, Roger? Because in response to those applause.
Well, apparently, according to the people up there, your microphone's trumping mine.
Okay. All right, I'm going to use my advantage. Rational argument actually does occasionally, I think rather often, change people's minds about God. I mean, I am the recipient of thousands upon thousands of emails now.
It's going great for me. I'm enjoying it. That's true. Orphelia, right? I'm going to keep forgetting how to pronounce that, man. As long as you're enjoying it, it is going good. That's how I view it. That's how I view debates. That's, yeah.
Who got argued out of it. I mean, trying to square their ludicrous beliefs about the world with the consequences of those beliefs and with the testimony of rationality on 100 fronts has eroded their confidence in those beliefs. And you wouldn't know this. I mean, we have this kind of shibboleth which says you can't, what wasn't reasoned into existence can't be reasoned out. The truth, I think, is rather much closer to this, that people are making desperate efforts, rather heroic efforts, every day of their lives to be reasonable, to have a coherent worldview. And when those efforts become too costly or too embarrassing, dogma loses. And I can just tell you that there are ministers in this country preaching to flocks, ministers who have completely lost their belief but can't figure out what other job to do. And so we're just literally getting up on Sundays, espousing what they now know to be nonsense. There's every permutation of that. There are fundamentalists who become moderates become atheists, and so it's just not true that people can't be argued out of their beliefs.
You didn't do anything except press copy and paste. True.
I think a lot of you know there was this scientific study done by a team at Hopkins University recently.
Okay, I don't think we need to.
Using scientific polling techniques to estimate how many innocent civilians have been killed in the Iraq War. And these
Oh God! Oh no! Oh no!
scientific techniques they're using, despite what the president says, and the estimate they came up with was about 600,000. I was disturbed, especially yesterday, and somewhat today. I mean, I love people like Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris; they're heroes of mine. But I was a little disturbed by the ease with which people in this group here fell into that same language about Islam and how much worse it is than Christianity. And I think we should all be reminded. We can have our speculation about what Islam.
I love how his messages. Oh no, they did get it in chat that time. Twitch chat keeps censoring him, but it still goes through the my screen, my chat on screen. I'm this close to reporting you to Twitch for spam and harassment.
And I think it's very convenient to talk about, what a violent religion Islam is. But what's happening on the ground in the Middle East? That's my point.
Okay, so there's a couple of things here. One thing is that don't forget there's all tomorrow morning. So Sam, if there's other things you want to do, we can do that then. We really need to move, and of course
All right, bye Sam. My browser just crashed. Can we get a twerk break while we wait? Oh, there we go. It's back. Yeah, everything's breaking, but it's loading, don't worry. Chat, please, chat. My internet breaking or something? Are you pro-Palestine or pro-Israel? God, I need to just leave, my position on the screen. I lean more pro-Israel in the current conflict. I'm perfectly willing to criticize Israel where I think criticism is due. I think Israel has in the past engaged in bad faith negotiations. I think Israel, the occupation is pretty fucked. I think the settlements in the Gaza Strip are pretty fucked. You should make a bot command for that question. That's true. I think that the Gaza blockade can border on collective punishment sometimes. But right now, I think Israel basically has the moral authority to for what it's doing in Gaza. Yeah, I think basically Israel has justification for getting rid of Hamas. Yeah. Am I leaving anything out? I don't know. I just explained my own words. Jesus. It seems like the current liberal position, basically. Okay, I need to move my webcam back. Oh. But I don't know. I keep reading, my positions keep changing, so nothing I say is going to be true an hour from now. But Israel's many more. Yeah, so that's why. So the blockade is really hard for me because it is true. I think one more thing. Are you gay? Thanks. Sorry, my chat's fighting. I think international law has to uphold Israel's right to impose the blockade. Because obviously Israel has justification for the blockade, and it just can't be the case that a country can't blockade a country, or not a full-blown country, but a territory at war with them, that's been fucking launching rockets into the Gaza Strip, into Israel proper for 20 years, and constant terror attacks on Israel. It just can't be the case that international law doesn't uphold the the right for that country to restrict what's going into that country. That just can't be the case. Obviously, international law has to uphold the Gaza blockade in some elements. And then also, from like a more moral perspective, I think Israel absolutely has the moral authority to put a blockade in the Gaza Strip. That being said, I think Israel has been overly restrictive with not allowing aid in. So like we are currently airdropping aid in because Israel has been a little restrictive on the amount of aid that's being able to enter the Gaza Strip through truck convoys. And then like when you start to like limit the amount of humanitarian aid that can get in, and when you start to ban like arbitrary things, like I think like I don't know, there are some things I've heard that are banned, like cilantro, that probably doesn't really need to be banned. That's when you kind of start to border on collective punishment. Yeah, that's basically my position on the Gaza blockade. But I haven't done reading into the Gaza blockade yet, so maybe I do the reading on that and my opinion changes. Yeah, and it doesn't also nothing. It doesn't seem like the conditions in Gaza are like super bad. They like seem relatively comparable to other Middle Eastern countries. At least pre-October 7th, like the infant mortality rate and the life expectancy seemed basically comparable. I think Bennett goes by Israel. Fishing rod, ropes and rods, ginger and chocolate, like yeah. Hatcheries and spare parts. True, that comment, yeah. Batteries for hearing aids have been restricted. Wheelchairs at various times have been restricted. But I don't know, it's really hard because it is possible to use some of this stuff to like make weapons. Like Hamas will use sugar and fertilizer to make weapons. I'm pretty sure there is medical, like I'm pretty sure there was like some type of anesthesia that was like nitrous oxide or something that can also be used as rocket fuel. And it gets really hard as like what potential harm should Israel accept for its own population to not harm the civilians of Gaza. Some of that gets really hard. But I will criticize Israel. I'm pretty sure if somebody wants to get medical treatment that's in Gaza and they need medical treatment that's only available in the West Bank, I think something really fucked that Israel does is they will require that person in Gaza to basically spy on Hamas or provide intel for them in order to get access to medical treatment in the West Bank. That seems really fucked. Not sending if you're winning. Booby bet. What would your position be if Israel what would you I can't read. I've been streaming so long. What would your position be if Israel decided to do what Hamas did, kidnap and shoot the civilians there? What do you mean? If Israel did that, I think it would be bad. It would depend on what the intentions of Israel were by doing that. I don't know. What if Israel decided to do what Hamas did, shoot and kidnap the civilians there? It depends on the intention, obviously. Are you aware of the statistically impossibility? Yeah, I saw that article. I don't know. I had another chatter that like said that article was bullshit, and I think I don't know. I think the article made some good points. He left halfway through reading it. I know. I want to get his opinion. Okay. I don't know if you want to join the Discord. By the way, that's pinned. I'm sure you can talk to him about it, and he might be able to explain why he doesn't. If IDF tried to kill all Gazans, if IDF intentionally tried to kill all Gazans for the sake of killing Gazans, then that would be bad, obviously. Hot take, mass genocide is bad. Chat, please. Chat, 2 more. Chat, but who would you side with, Hamas or the IDF? I mean, if would Hamas also be trying to kill civilians in that situation? Because in that situation, I would side with no one. And like it's like, so you're saying if they're both genocidal, then I'm not really gonna like pick a side. Like I don't understand. I'd probably be more sympathetic to Hamas if Israel really was trying to do that, just because Hamas is the less powerful situation, or it's less powerful actor in that situation, and they're able to do less harm than Israel would. Chat, please, chat. 2 more subs. Chat, please. Chat, beg of you. Chat, please. Please, chat. Please. This is about as productive as the 2 toilets. Chat. I have a question, chat. Okay, chat. My fucking subscriber thing is on YouTube, okay? I don't care about Twitch. I'm gonna be frank. I don't care. That's a joke. I do care about Twitch. Thank you for following. Genuinely. Thank you for following. This is the most support I've gotten in a while. Thank you. I really appreciate everyone watching. I like it, really actually do. Stop saying chat. Anyways, what was I gonna say? If Israel would actually kidnap old dogs and eat them, how would you feel about it? Chat, I have a question, okay? If there were 2 toilets, you walk into the bathroom and there are 2 toilets, okay? And the door locked behind you, and you really have to pee. You really have to pee, okay? And poop. And one toilet was begging for you not to shit in it, saying, please don't. And its lid, when it talked, it did this. Both toilets are sentient and alive and can talk, and the lid moves with it talking. And one was screaming, please don't piss and poop on me. Please, that's gross. That's so fucking gross. What the fuck are you doing? No, don't do that. It's disgusting. And then the other one was begging for you to poop in it, screaming, please, yes, master, please piss and poop in me. Please do that. Please. Which toilet would you poop in? Also, who's debating tomorrow? I'm debating a kid from my school. His name is Andrew Wilson. None of you know him. He's not really on the internet. Okay, sorry. Admiral, did he ever have fun? Never. He never has fun. He's always ruining the fun. Okay, sorry. If everyone in Israel was gay and black, how would you stand that? Describe the voices? What do you mean? I like playing Fortnite. Oof. Oh, you can watch the VODs on my YouTube channel. Let's playing Fortnite. Oh, you can watch the Gumbo Gang playing Fortnite. But don't watch it right now. But keep watching me. Don't watch it. Oh, new subscriber. That's crazy. Does like Toilet 2 sound horny? Yeah, it's a man voice and it sounds horny. It's begging. It has a fetish for it. So like it's going to moan when you do it too. What about Toilet 1? Toilet 1 is just like a kind of regular toilet that like just doesn't want you to shit in it. One? Okay. If I was in a call, if I was on call right now, I'd be making more jokes, but I also like productive discussion. What's the question? I lost the plot. It's which toilet would you poop in? One is begging for you to shit in it. The other is begging for you not to shit in it. At Emerald Z Pruitt. Kyle, I need you to tell me, do you have, if you go to my server, do you have perms to join the stream room, or can you not? Thanks for the follow. Donuts begging, but only if it can eat my ass. No, so I'm just a view to you. Well, you're a mod. Mod. View channel. Speak. Connect. Yeah. You should be able to do it now, I think. Just test it and see if you can. I don't need to actually talk to you or anything. How old is Andrew Wilson? 17, I think. Oh,
Hey,
look,
chat.
you can join.
What's going on, chat? Hey, chat.
Yeah.
What's going on, chat? I'm giving you fucking interaction, dude. Just give it a second. Give it a second. Hey, Ophelia.
Hey, cutie.
All right, bye, chat.
Wow. That was a good one, guys. Damn. Okay. What do I need to read next? I need to read the one LeBear Institute thing. That's like who was that? That was my mod. That was Kyle. See, pro Hamas. He's not pro Hamas. He's just more pro Palestinian than I am. But I wouldn't say he's pro Hamas. I'm not in the mood. I'm not your mod. I'm your buddy. Okay. Duty to warn. I swear I read this though. Happy Sukkot. True. Sad Sukkot. Good one. Maybe I didn't read this. I don't know if I did. I don't think I did. I guess. Okay. You should make your opponent admit that it's funny the Arabs lost 4 times to Israel. I mean, I don't know if it's funny. I don't know. Why? Hello. Toggle lighting 2. Oops. Duty to warn. Every time they demand pre-war borders, you can't tell them me. That's not hilarious. Yeah, but like just because Israel captures territory in a war, that doesn't necessarily give them like the right to constantly occupy that territory, right? Legally, it's a little hard because Israel will claim it's a territory captured in defensive war, and they should be able to keep it, I think, is what they claim. I need to do more research on that, too. But, like, they're definitely... Like, it seems like, regardless of whether or not it's strictly legal, there's a group of people who have a national identity, who right now feel like they don't have control of their own government, who feel like who have to go through checkpoints to cross into territory that they consider their own. But that's the way how things worked in every war before 1947, apparently. What do you mean? Allah is gay. Good one, bro. Israel once again abiding what? Israel once again abide. We try to uphold international law consistently. I don't know what you mean. No, I don't think Israel should be able to conquer territory, even if in a defensive war. Even if I would probably agree the 1967 war, if not strictly defensive, was definitely justified. Israel definitely had a reason to go to war, but the fact is, right now, there are millions of people subjected to an occupation where they don't have control of their own government. In order to cross into territory that is theirs, like to go from Palestinian territory to Palestinian territory, they have to go through Israeli security checkpoints. Yeah, And if they get arrested, they go to a military court system. It seems like a very complicated situation. That is true. Thank you for your insight, Master Text 99. That's just like that's the reality of the situation. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Nobody complained about occupation. Okay, that's true. That is true. That is a good point. I bring that up to people a lot. Okay, I bring that up to pro-Palestinian people. But part of the reason is, like, in Jordan, for example, when Jordan occupied Palestine, number one, it didn't seem like Palestinians had as cohesive as a national identity as they do today. So they were content with sort of just being lumped in with Jordans or Arabs. Whereas today, it seems like Palestinians do have a more cohesive national identity of their own, but they're not as comfortable being lumped in with Egypt or Jordan or just the Arabs in general. And then secondly, it's because, like, when they were, like, in Jordan, I know especially Jordan, right? They were just given citizenship in Jordan. Yeah, like, they were basically given citizenship in Jordan. That's why a lot of Jordan is Palestinian today. The reality is, like, they had more rights under Jordan occupation than they do under Israeli occupation. Yeah. And it's like, even if, like, they had the same amount of rights, like, how they feel does matter, right? Because it affects everything. Like, yeah, how they feel does matter. They should, if you accept that Palestinians have some right to self-determination, then how they feel does matter in trying to decide how their territory should be governed. We're making progress with the masses. I'm not going to say also, like, it's probably, it isn't the case that, like, 0% of it is anti-Semitism. I'm sure that there are some Palestinians who would be fine being occupied by Jordan, but they aren't being okay at being occupied by Israel, because of anti-Semitism. Like, I'm sure that is the case for some Palestinians. Israel offered multiple times in the occupation, but whatever. Okay, so one, that's a goalpost shift. You've basically shifted from, like, whether or not the occupation is okay to mentioning that, like, Israel has offered to end it, which is true. I need to do more reading on this, but my understanding is that, number one, Israel, as of now, is still building settlements in the West Bank, which, like, actively undermine the possibility of a two-state solution, right? And number two, it seems like in the past, some of the times, like, they offered, like, here, this is just what I've read, okay? We'll go over these bullet points. During the Oslo period, the Perez and Rabin governments never held final status talks. Then Israel elected a prime minister who opposed the whole idea of a Palestinian state. In 2000 and 2001, and again in 2008, Palestinian leaders were summoned by the United Nations to attend summits with lame duck Israeli leaders who were sinking in the polls and on the verge of losing power. At Camp David, Arafat blundered and did not offer a real counterproposal to Ehud Barak. That was Arab's fault, obviously. In 2008, Arabs did make a counterproposal with Ehud Olmert, but it didn't matter because Olmert resigned the next day. Olmert's coalition partner rejected Olmert's offer as too generous. So it's like a very clear case of, like, oh, hey, Melanie, of it being Israel's fault that negotiations fell through, right? The fact that, like, he resigned the next day and then the person that came after him said his proposal was too generous. Yeah. For some, they literally taught Jew hating in schools, anti-Semitism in the West Bank. So in Gaza, I would agree with you. In the West Bank, I think it's more complicated because the West Bank seems to be more moderate. Anti-Semitism is basically, so yeah, like, I wouldn't totally disagree with that for Gaza, but for the West Bank, I think it's more complicated. And then also, like I said, it seems like Palestinians do have a much more cohesive, like, Palestinian national identity rather than just, like, an Arab identity or whatever locality or family they're from. So I think today it'd probably be like Arabs in the West Bank and Gaza would be less okay being part of Jordan or Egypt. It makes no sense to end the settlements in the West Bank now. It's just appeasing Hamas for no reason. It's not appeasing Hamas for no reason. It is, the settlements in the West Bank are actively undermining a two-state solution. Would you acknowledge that? Do you think that's an unfair point? Omar's coalition partner Shah's rejected offer. Black September. Omar's successor as the head of the Kadma party ran on a platform on continuing negotiations in the spirit of those talks, and she lost in 2008. Since then, nobody has come close to obtaining a Knesset majority for the kind of policies that Omar put on the table in Annapolis. Only a world where Levini won and continued Omar's proposal could Israel meaningfully say that they were the cause of that the cause of the ongoing occupation was unwillingness to say yes. This is just what I read. If you have something that like disproves this or whatever, that's fine. But I think it's I think there have been a lot of failings on the Arab side. Like it mentions in here, even Arafat, right, didn't put a real counter proposal on the table. But I think it's unfair to say that Jesus. Okay, well, I'm gonna delete that message. All right, how do I delete? Why don't I? There's no like thing to delete. I can only pin it or reply to it. Mods, can we delete the obvious message that should be deleted where it says, "Do you think Jays has an ethnicity disproportionately?" Mods, Zach, why aren't you modded? How do I mod you? But how do I use Twitch? I'm not a mod, dumbass. Then what is that crown next to your name? Twitch Prime? Okay. Listen, I don't know how to use Twitch. Why do I have to use commands for this shit? That's so dumb. How do you delete a specific message? Why doesn't Hamas just surrender and it will be over? Because Hamas is a fucking terrorist, jihadist organization. Oh, wait, hold on. I don't think the settlements are actively undermining the two-state solution because there's no two-state solution ever on a table. Bro, okay. You can't say, you literally just 5 minutes ago said that it was the Arabs' fault the occupation is still ongoing. And now you're saying they're the reason, or now you're saying no two-state solution was ever on the table. You kind of have to pick one of those, bro. Either there was never a two-state solution on the table, or the occupation is the Arabs' fault for not accepting the two-state solution that was on the table. The weak and corrupt PA cannot be negotiated with, and well, Hamas. Some of that is not necessarily untrue. Like, yeah. I'm saying now, no two-state solution can ever. Why can't a two-state solution ever be on the table now? Why? Why is that unacceptable? Why? And then I'll mod you too, Melanie. Because the Palestinian people don't believe in a corrupt and weak PA. Like, I'm not going to necessarily... I do think the PA is weak, and it's unfortunate that the Palestinians don't have a good... they don't have any good leadership right now. I think that's really unfortunate. But I don't know. I don't think it's impossible, man. I think that, the PA definitely lacks some legitimacy, but why don't you just answer, dude? Because I'm not fucking engaging with that, man. I need to get another drink, but yeah. This has been a story of the conflict. I'm not going to disagree. I think a lot of I've read into this, bro. I think like, for example, one thing I think was really cool. Not really cool. I thought it was really interesting was that like the Palestinians lost the 1948 war 10 years before it started because their leadership was constantly fucking selling land to Zionists, constantly undermining the Palestinian cause, were completely disorganized. Yeah. I don't understand. Thank you, Ophelia. Melanie, for pumping Ophelia up. By the way, the guy I'm arguing with, Cope the Knock, if you want to come into the Discord server, you can. We can talk about some stuff there. Go get him, Jack. Oh, I'm so glad I built a wholesome community. But to go back to the point, settlements can't actively undermine a two-state solution that can never be negotiated. I think number one, I've said that the PA does lack legitimacy and stuff. I never said, or I didn't mean to insinuate if I did, that a two-state solution can never be negotiated with the PA. I don't think that's true. I think the PA could engage in some negotiations for a two-state solution. I think that's possible. But even if it wasn't, it's not impossible to imagine a different Palestinian organization coming to power in the West Bank. The PA is not going to be in power forever, right? If let's say a reasonable, let's say there's a coup and thanks, Zach. I'm going to need you to pin my Discord link again. Let's say there's a coup and a boss has had a power in the West Bank, and there's a really good faith Palestinian that comes to power in the West Bank. Do you not think that the two-state solution has effectively been undermined because Israel now has to engage in a bunch of messy land swaps because of the settlements in the West Bank? Do you not Thank you, Kyle. Yeah, look at this is a two-state solution is by no means impossible. Well, I mean, the land swaps are always going to be part of a proposed peace deal. Not if Israel didn't build any settlements, there wouldn't be a need for land swaps, right? And right now, if settlers don't want to live in the West Bank if it becomes a Palestinian state, even this solution, right? This solution does land swaps. It fully compensates Palestine, right? So it's 1-for-1 land swaps. Yeah. So Jewish settled land for majority Arab land, I think. Even this leaves 150 settlers in the West Bank who would probably have to go back to Israel's border. Logistically, 150,000 people migrating to Israel to Israel proper isn't unmanageable. During all the Aliyahs, more than God, stupid fight. Why did they call it that? I can't believe they called it that. During all the Aliyahs, more than 150,000 people came to Israel. It's not unmanageable, but it's still logistically challenging. Thanks. I don't know how to say that. Yeah. Good on you. Yeah, I don't understand. I think settlements actively undermine the two-state solution in the West. Obviously, there's no way it makes the two-state solution easier. This is the thing, though. Do you think the settlements put pressure on the Palestinians to make peace? Because I think no. I don't think that's true. I think that's pretty fucked, man. No, I don't think you should actively make a situation worse for people just to try to force them. I don't think you should build illegal settlements in occupied territory to try to put pressure on your enemy because you think it'll make them accept a solution faster. I don't think that's true. I think that's pretty fucked. No, I don't think you should be making people's lives actively worse and a solution actively harder just because you hope it puts pressure on them to accept a two-state solution faster. Also, if you think Palestinian leaders are bad faith, then there's no reason why building settlements would put actual pressure on them, because they're bad faith. They don't actually care about the Palestinian people. Okay, but Israel's tried every other strategy. What do you mean? I mean, like, first of all, they've been building settlements forever, since '67. Like I already went over it. Like, I won't deny the Arabs have at times fucked up the two-state solution, obviously, but that doesn't justify Israel building settlements. That yes, but they offered to halt them many times. Ooh, you opened up a huge can of worms. So, yes, but arguably, we need to do like a ton of we need to do more reading into this. There was a time, for example, during like the Oslo Accords, where they did like halt settlements, right? They halted the legal expansion of settlements, but number one, there were illegal outposts that they called them. They were illegally built settlements that, after Oslo sort of fell apart, Israel legalized after the fact. And then secondly, Israel pulled some incredibly shady tactics when it came to like natural expansion, I think, where they said like they were going to allow current settlements to grow, but in actuality what would happen is that they would build new settlements miles away from their currently existing settlements and somehow try to count that as growth in their existing settlements, which was total bullshit. Yeah, and it doesn't seem like settler construction ever has like significantly slowed down. Fuck, I know Destiny did a big thing on this. I don't know if he took notes on it though. Hold on. I'll find it. That's permits on the West Bank. That's so true, Gaio. God, I can't wait for this talk to be over. Thanks, Clockdoor. Okay, sure, they did settlement expansion, but you understand, peace deal would mean the end of settlements. How can you complain about the settlements when they could have ended them 20 years ago? I will fault, obviously, the Arabs fucked up. The Arabs engaged in bad faith negotiations. Like Palestinians threw away a two-state solution. Sure, fine, whatever. I don't think that justifies Israeli continuing to build settlements if they do continue to undermine peace. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. Basically, yeah. It looks like so number one, I think it like part of this fall in settlements was because the like fifth Aliyah ended. God, why'd they call it that? Why'd they have to call it that? God fucking damn it. Okay. If you start stopping the settlements, what message does it send to Palestinians? Oh, we can get a better deal if we keep attacking Israel. I don't know that's true, man. Just like the other Israeli appeasement measures, like the withdrawal from Gaza. But so Israel probably should have never been in Gaza. I don't think that's necessarily message it sends. Maybe you can argue that, but like I think I'm not gonna say that's completely untrue. Okay, I think it it might be true, but I think that like that one cost is so outweighed by like all the benefits. Yeah, like I don't. Yeah, this paragraph says construction within settlements was reduced in also period. This is not true. Which implies the massive unusual spike in 91, 92 is a historic norm. but this can be traced by like I think this was the fifth Aliyah. I don't know. It was people from the Soviet Union. God, why'd I have to call it that? Oh no, maybe I don't know. It was sixth Aliyah. What's the Soviet Union one? $1970s. No, not the 70s. It was like the 90s when the Soviet Union fell apart. Post-Soviet Aliyahs. Why? Just like the okay. Israel gets to arbitrarily define the difference between settlements and new neighborhoods. Here are some of the worst examples I could find. This one. Much of the example is traced back to a legal outpost built in the Oslo Camp David era. I don't understand. Israel should have never been to Gaza. They meant to just give it back to Egypt after. I don't know if Egypt would have wanted that low. No. Israel should not have been building settlements in Gaza. Is my argument. What do you mean? It probably should have been. It was under the control of the PA until Hamas Hamas did their thing. Yeah, they retroactively legalized 3 outposts. Like it's But it's understandable. Come on, they won a war. No, you don't get to fucking. The point of international law is to like talking about anal sex is more fun. That's so true. Sorry. Okay. Come on, they won a war. It's historic homeland of Jewish people, and they withdrew. I don't understand. If you believe that, then like why the fuck? Then I don't know what your position on the Ukraine war is. But like if Russia is winning the Ukraine war, I wouldn't just say Russia gets to keep all the fucking territory it gets from invading Ukraine. No, the point of international law is that we try to uphold like this system of people having some sovereignty over themselves, and like people's right to determination and the sovereignty of governments. I don't think might makes right. Like that's we can't. Our society doesn't work if our solution, if we just incentivize wars like that. No, fuck you. You don't get to just fucking take territory because it's your homeland. Like, have you reviewed Oliver Stone's Ukraine? Jesus, I shouldn't. Jesus. Ukraine on fire is such a stupid. I should have guessed Idiocracy of fucking. The CIA actually did a coup in Ukraine. It was the CIA put a far right government in Ukraine and then provoked war with Russia. You get to take territory when you win a war that was started against you, though. Is that so? I need to do more reading on that, actually. I think that is Israel's argument, right? Is that it was a defensive war, right? And then Israel gets to keep territory you win in a defensive war. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't care about international law. Whatever. Nobody follows that shit. People do follow that. Definitely not back then and not now. Well, I wouldn't. Well, not back then. Maybe. It used to be if you won a war, especially in self-defense, you could keep something for your people. But I guess the rules changed for Israel. It's not just for Israel. Again, when Russia is invading Ukraine, I don't like. No, they don't. You don't get to keep territory. That was fucking yours. No, you don't get to take territory. We should not uphold the right of conquest. I don't think just because you're a military power means that you have the authority to deprive people of their sovereignty. yeah, like countries should stop taking territory. New idea, give it to the UN. Yeah. Okay, wait, is that always true into infinity? What do you mean? I wouldn't. Almost nothing is. I'm not gonna like say anything is true to infinity. But generally, right now, I think the world works a lot better if we try to like uphold the borders that we have. Russia, no, you can't always take it back. No, that's why. By the way, I don't like if Russia held Crimea for 80 years. Then no, Russia they don't get to take it back. Obviously, that's why. I don't think that Gaza and the West Bank have a right to just invade Israel. Because the solution to everything can't just be violence forever. You can't lob rockets into Israel for 20 years just because you feel like your territory was taken from you in 1948. No, you don't get to fucking do that. The only way to take it back in our current world is war. So, yeah. You also have to understand from the Palestinian perspective, I'm not saying they're necessarily right to believe this or anything, but like they feel as though that they had their land. Now, obviously Palestine has never had a state, right? But there were people living in this land. Whether or not they had a super cohesive national identity back then, they probably didn't as much back in like 1948. And then Zionists moved to their land and started trying to form their own country. Okay, but you're saying you want to uphold current borders is kind of meaningless, though. The current borders were formed via war and conflict. And to avoid war and conflict in the future, we should try to uphold the sovereignty of nations and keep the current borders as they are, basically, regardless of what international law thinks. I mean, like, you're not wrong if a country disobeys international law. Sure, that will change borders. I'm not disagreeing with that, but I think our international law, we should basically try to uphold some world order that revolves around countries having sovereignty over their own borders, and the only way, and we don't uphold the right of conquest.
As a scapegoat for your fucking sexual abuse.
And just wait for the next Hamas attack? No, I think Israel has the total moral authority to go into Gaza and get rid of Hamas. And I'm not even opposed to Israel occupying Gaza for some period of time. The Palestinian population is extremely radicalized. I would expect that there has to be some like de-radicalization of the Palestinian population in Gaza. So I would like. Yeah, but like, just because, I guess France surrendered, but like, just because, like the UK, right, got to occupy parts of like Germany and France, and I guess not really France, but like Germany was occupied by the West after World War II, but like they eventually set up Germany as a country. There's no international law, just states with their own interest. What? Oh, wait. First of all, Mr. Nonfon, is it true you are gooning right now? Yes, I am in fact gooning right now. Would be very true if international law had an enforcement mechanism. There is no international military, just states with their own interests. So international law does have an enforcement mechanism. How effective it is varies. So the U.S. doesn't defend Ukraine because the U.S. loves international law. Because I'm not going to 100% disagree with you that. I think, like, obviously the U.S. Isn't defending Ukraine purely because of international law. But I think broadly that is something we should try to uphold. What was I going to say? Fuck. Okay. Oh, so obviously the effectiveness of international law varies, but like there have been times where it's been effective, like in Iraq, like with Iraq, the Security Council said, hey, Iraq, if you don't get out of Kuwait, we're going to come in and fuck your shit up. And that's what happened. Yeah. And there have been like countries prosecuted in international courts. Like look at the Yugoslavia tribunals. There were people in former Yugoslavia that were sent to jail because of war crimes. Like it obviously international law isn't always effective or whatever. But I think we should try to have it be more effective. Here's my one YouTube viewer right now who has just been observing me yelling at Twitch chat and have said nothing. Yes, but the Gulf War, once again, was a war about international interests, particularly U.S. interests in allied Kuwait. No one actually cares about international law. Oh, Melanie, thanks. Melanie, why aren't you a mod on YouTube? I think I can make you a mod on YouTube. Hold on, Melanie, send a few more chat messages because I can't click the fucking 3 dots next to your message because the stupid YouTube emoji thing is there, and all I can do is send 100s or emojis in the chat, and it's fucking stupid. Because this is my secret channel. Oh, okay. From like 7 years ago. Okay, you're good. You're modded now. Gulf War, once again, was about international interests, particularly the U.S. Interests in the allied Kuwait. No state actually cares about international law. That's not entirely... Like, why do states tend to follow international law then? There are obviously people that don't, but, like, it seems like most Western countries try generally to follow international law. We don't develop, or most countries aren't developing nuclear weapons because of international law. A lot of countries don't have cluster bombs. Should Israel face consequences for violation of international law, in your opinion? Yeah, whenever they do it. So should Hamas, though, obviously. Like, yeah. What kind of consequences should Israel face and Hamas face, though? Well, Hamas has to go away. It's a tough question, and we have international courts to solve those questions for a reason. So I think basically that a lot of leaders of Israel, I don't know. So it's a difficult question. So a lot of the commanders of Hamas have to go to prison, obviously. In terms of what repercussions Israel should face because of their illegal settlements building, that's complicated because they've been doing it for so long, and it's difficult to decide like who to prosecute there. I will say like one thing, like when there are cases like the UN fact finding March of Return, Gaza. So when there are cases like this, where I think what happened was like Israel shot like 200 Palestinians that basically the UN concluded didn't pose any threat to Israel, and they use unnecessary force. I think when there are cases like that, like there's probably some IDF members that have to be punished, and whatever commanders were in charge of the IDF members should probably be punished too. Shot over 6 at, yeah. I think they I don't know. 231 people shot. No good reason. Thing is, at the end of the day, I think it's pretty hard to actively punish Israel for its international law violations, especially if you don't do the same to Hamas like Palestine. Seems like it's to have to be done together. I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think the Palestinians or the Palestinian leaders should absolutely be punished for the war crimes they committed, whether it be individual Hamas members or commanders who are all fucking billionaires in Qatar. So it's obviously harder to punish them. But I think, like, fuck. I think, like, whenever, or like whoever was in charge of the Jabalia refugee camp strike, I don't know exactly what their punishment should be, but probably something. They should probably be charged with a disproportionate attack. Yeah, I don't know.
Thank you for coming to this press conference for the United Nations fact-finding mission.
Israel will probably take the punishment of Hamas commanders into its own hands, not like the ICJ or whatever. It seems unfair to then make Israel commanders submit to the ICJ when Hamas never will. Well, if Israel captures leaders of Hamas, my understanding is that they could choose to have them tried in an international court. I don't know what you mean when you say, like, Israel take punishment of Hamas commanders into their own hands. Like, it's fine to keep them as prisoners of war, but when it comes to, like, punishment, I'm not a favor of, like, when I say punishment, I just mean, like, what should, or, like, I don't think we should, strictly speaking, punish people for crimes they commit, because I don't believe in free will. I don't think we should punish people for the sake of punishment, is what I mean. They just have to be, you know, like, we obviously can't let dangerous people out on the streets and stuff, yeah. And that includes Hamas members. Oh, Israel also uses white phosphorus, which arguably sometimes it's a war crime. I haven't read this yet, so I don't know for sure. But I know Amnesty International has condemned it as a war crime. Yeah. I'm not saying that punishment has to be fair, and it's only fair if Israel and Hamas both are charged, but Hamas will I mean, it's probably, like, you're not 100% wrong. I would say Israel still has a moral duty to submit itself to the ICJ when its own government has done wrongdoing, right? Just because your enemy is engaging war crimes and just because something's not fair doesn't mean you don't have a moral obligation to, like, I don't want to say be punished, but yeah, be punished for your crimes. Yeah, like, just because one murderer doesn't get caught doesn't mean that you shouldn't be tried for murder, right? Like, I don't think it's really it's not about what's fair in that sense. But I would agree, Hamas is never going to willingly submit itself to the ICJ, which is why they have to, which is why Israel has to go to war with them, and why Israel has to get rid of them. And any Hamas members it does capture should be held responsible for the crimes they committed. Okay, to speak about moral duty in international affairs when it's just so unfair to the state and goes against. What do you mean? I think if a member of your government has committed a crime, though they should be held responsible for that crime. I think you have a moral duty to submit yourself to international authorities for this, so that person could be held responsible for crimes. I mean, like if you want to do it too, that's fair. Like I think even under international law, like you're allowed to prosecute your own people for war crimes, and then I don't think the UN has to do it or anything. But I respect your stamina. I said it's fine. It's good content. Okay. I got 8 viewers right now. And 1 on YouTube. Although that one is Melanie. But whatever. Melanie counts still. We like talking here? Exactly. It's good prep, okay? Trust me, this is huge. Fuck, I just realized my hard drive's gonna be like full with all these long ass streams. Five out of 5. Oh no. Oh no. Chat, can we get some super chats? I need a new hard drive, chat. Oh no. Oh no, chat. Oh no. Don't let China find out about it. How do you buy exclusively several terabyte hard drives and still don't get room? Listen, man, I have so many pictures of your mom. Oh. Get on. Hold on. I'm updating my Kick bio to also include my YouTube link in there. Hold on. I'll read your message in a second. Okay, do you at least sympathize with my point of view that international law can never be fair in this conflict because Hamas is a non-state actor that doesn't even really care about its own destruction? Yeah, I can totally, I mean, like, I can sympathize with that, right? Like, I don't know what to tell you. It is unfair because Hamas, like, for example, I think it's really unfair that, like, Hamas uses human shields and then Israel has to be held responsible for, or then Israel, like, is held responsible for, I should say Israel is held responsible. I should say people try to hold Israel responsible for like killing people in the Gaza Strip when Hamas is like literally using human shields. Like it's unfair, but like I don't have to tell you. Like you're fighting a terrorist organization. That sucks. Best of luck to you. I hope you beat that terrorist organization. But at the same time, you still have a duty under international law to not kill civilians. Yeah, like I don't know what to tell you. And you still have a duty to I should say you have a duty to listen to the parts of international law that are meant to protect civilians. Yeah, just because you're fighting a terrorist force doesn't mean you get to do whatever the fuck you want. Like, listen, okay, I'm debating that pro-Palestinian guy tomorrow, so. You'll like that, okay? Because I'm championing for you. I'm championing for your cause. For the... Yeah. Alright, Jesus. I need a drink. Chat. I got 8 viewers right now. If I come back and I'm less, I'm going to be so upset, guys. I'm going to be so upset. I'm putting so many things on the screen. Okay, ask him if he loves Palestine. Yeah, if he loves Palestine so much, why did it bear that? True. Work break. Hell yeah. I kept on my viewers. I knew twerk break would work. I knew it. None of these Corvid graphics were made during Israel. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay, but the issue is in your world, Hamas can commit as many war crimes as it wants, will never being prosecuted, and Israel is still tightly bound. I don't want Hamas to commit war crimes, and I want Hamas to be punished for the war crimes they committed. I don't understand. Israel is still tightly bound by strict international law that could potentially prosecute them. I think Israel should continue to follow international law. Great, we agree. But prosecuting them for minor infractions in comparison to what Hamas did makes no sense. It depends on what you mean by minor infractions. There are a lot of things Israel does which are like really ambiguous as to whether or not it's against international law. I don't even know. Like I would kind of agree with that actually. I don't know if Israel should be punished for all the things it does that are arguably against international law because it gets super fucking complicated. And I don't even know who you would hold responsible for some of it, like the settlements. Like who are you going to hold responsible for that? Like I don't know. Like it should really only be like specific instances of crimes, which I think they should be held responsible for things. Yeah, would you rather have unlimited bacon and no games, or games, unlimited games, or no games? All right, we had a cool conversation, my dude. I hope you stay in chat. If you want to talk more, you can join a Discord server. We can either chat over text there sometime, or you can join VC at some point. Okay, but I gotta reach it, so stay in chat. I give me some good points. I don't disagree with everything you said. You can't have both Ophelia. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think I made my point. Thanks. Yeah. Join the Discord server. Cope the knock. I think you'd be good to talk to if you have Discord. I mean, you guys are both in the server. You guys are both mods in the server. Liar. I joined a Discord. Oh, did you? Oh, are you F dot dot dot? I don't. It just says F dot 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 for me because I'm in streamer mode. Yeah, Fortnite God. Fortnite God 69, dude. That's awesome. Dude, are you a Fortnite player? Dude, I play Fortnite. I'm a Fortnite player. We play Fortnite. Oh, the non-farm crew plays Fortnite. Yeah, you can ask Emerald and Piglor 17. They'll both tell you. I'm kind of a Fortnite God. Play Fortnite. I have to read a little bit more stuff, man. I got distracted by talking to people. God damn it. I gotta read Duty to Warn. Okay. Duty to Warn. White Phosphorus. We'll be done with that in like an hour. Shit, it's 12? Okay. That's chill. That's fine. We're chill. I've been streaming 10 hours, 43 minutes. I don't play Fortnite. I just thought it was funny. It's for Melanie. I don't care about your British time. I didn't know it was 12. God damn it. Okay. Fuck. Okay. No, Melanie, don't go. No, Melanie, no. Don't go, Melanie. 11-hour stream. Good job streaming. I have to... no, Melanie, please. I do care about your British time. No, please. Please, I need the viewership. Chat, please. Chat, please. Please, chat, please. If you want something that... Oh, sample text. You've sent me this before. I don't know if he's watching the stream right now. I haven't... Yeah, you've sent me this before. I need to read a lot of it. Oh, it's sample text. You just missed the last, like, fucking hour of me yelling at people in chat. And now you're back for the boring reading part. I did? Yeah, it's like one of the first things you sent me, my man. It's the literally second thing you sent me. Also, 10 hours. Good job, man. Yeah, I have 11 Twitch viewers right now. Can you believe it? This is... Listen, you're trying to get famous or something so you can suck Hamas Piker's dick. I just did that. The only reason I did this is because there's this one article. I wanted to read this Cornell Law thing that we finished reading today. The only reason I started streaming is because I wanted to read this and it was super boring. But my brain has I don't know, there's some autistic part of my brain that's super like streaming. And for whatever reason, if I do boring things on stream, it tricks me into thinking that it's fun. So I literally just started streaming because it made me read better. And if this is like the most consistent viewership I've ever gotten for some reason. And then not only have I gotten consistent viewership on Twitch for some reason, my YouTube views started doing well too. I think 380. Yeah, I didn't stream yesterday. 9 views. Yeah, I don't know, but we're almost at an all-time peak for the non-fun channel. Look, 362 was my peak, or 632. Jesus, that's my peak over here, and then we're almost back up there. I could tell you were a Destiny viewer, god damn it, because you were saying it's not the case that Hamas can fire rockets. Yeah, god damn it. I got a DM that I thought was really funny. That was he was like, I see a lot of potential in you, but focus on being original. What does he say? He says, it's okay to take inspiration, but I wouldn't ape other people's styles like Destiny or Letterboxd. And then I got that one comment. This is the best comment I've ever gotten. Mom, I want loaner box. Mom, we have loaner box at home. Loaner box at home. Oh man. Don't speak to him though. Mods, be nice to our fella. What the hell, mods? Don't tell your mom. Chat. Bring the temperature down, chat. Mods, let's bring it. Let's be honest, Destiny is the best streamer right now. We need more people just to read shit. Yeah. That's true. Hamas Piker wasn't exactly reading West Point articles in international law. Ophelia, I thought it was Ophela. I don't know. She said how to pronounce it, man. I don't know how to pronounce any. Listen, Listen, okay? Fuck you. No. Listen, okay? Chat. When I was in from kindergarten, no, from before kindergarten, okay? From before kindergarten all the way up until, I think, 3rd grade, I went to speech class every day, okay? Because fuck you, I have a speech impediment. I can't control it. I worked hard to get to where I am now, okay, chat? Okay, chat? The fact that I can pronounce anything semi-coherently is fucking a miracle, okay? So, you know what, chat? I don't want to hear it, okay? Fuck you. I am proud of where I am. I'm proud of where I got, okay? The fact that I have been reading shit for 11 hours, okay? Buddy, I just want to say, I think I've done a decent job, okay? I think I've been better over the past few days even. Fuck you. Sorry, chat. Let's go to twerk break. Let's bring the temperature down. Hello, first time chatters. Sample text is technically a first time chatter, but not really. Work hard. Based red pill moment. That was deep, yeah. Can we keep increasing the temperature? I would prefer if you didn't. No, please go down. Let's get hot. True. Orphelia. I don't know, man. Listen. Okay. Listen, guys. When I see a Hebrew or Arabic word that I don't know how to pronounce, most of the time I Google it. Or a Latin word I don't know how to pronounce, I'll Google it. Okay. I do that. I try my best. Call me mommy? Okay. Mods. Mods. What's going on? No e-dating in chat, mods. Mods. Stop taking advantage of my viewers. You know, I worked hard and graduated high school back in 2023, and now I am here. Here, don't mod, seize your chance. True. Mothers are banned on site. I dare you. Mods, please don't ban her. Mods, I need the viewers. Mods. I need the viewers, mods. I need as many pro-Israel people in my chat as possible, mods. Also, I'll just unban her if you ban her. Like, queers for Palestine. True. Okay, chat, can we read this now? You heard the big man, not my call. Okay. Get rid of that. Duty to warn. All right. Let's turn down the temperature just a little bit so I can read while you guys e-date or whatever the fuck you're doing. On October 22nd, the leaders of Canada, France, Germany, Italy, the United Kingdom, and the United States issued a joint statement reiterating their support for Israel and its right to defend itself against terrorism and calling for adherence to international humanitarian law, including the protection of civilians. What temperature? I couldn't make a joke there. I wanted to make a joke about your mom's vagina, but I couldn't figure it out in time. Not my fault that I'm not funny, so people don't get my jokes. Pretty past the E-date, yeah. Among IHL obligations, Israel and Hamas shoulder in this conflict. Among the IHL obligations Israel and Hamas shoulder in this conflict is the requirement to, when feasible, warn civilians about impending attacks. The duty to warn has drawn attention in light of the recent number of civilian casualties in Gaza and Hamas's unlawful threat to execute a civilian hostage each time Israel attacks a home without warning. In this post, I drilled down the issue of warning, emphasizing the responsibility of Israel, or of the IDF and Hamas. I begin by outlining the treaty and customary rules, which are an aspect of the obligation to take feasible precautions in attack. A discussion of how the IDF complies with the rules follows. Because the conflict is ongoing, it is impossible to get a comprehensive picture of the IDF's efforts to warn. Therefore, I offer a snapshot of past practice, together with what is known about current IDF efforts. Armed with, Jesus, you guys keep saying shit in chat, and it's not important. It's just not important, and I need to not look at it because it's not important. Armed with the law and IDF practices, the discussion turns to nuances in the law that determine when and how warnings are to be conveyed. Finally, I address the obligation to take precautions against attack, addressing whether Hamas is complying with it. I wonder. Okay. Warnings and attack generally. The obligation to warn the civilian population of an imminent attack is of long lineage. I don't know why I said life. In modern form, it first appeared in Article 19 of the 1863 Libya Code. In terms of resembling the rule that applies today, it provided commanders whenever. Hold on, is Fortnite God 69 still here? I remember his Discord name. I don't remember his Twitch name. I wonder what he thinks about Israel's duty to warn. Commanders, whenever admissible, inform the enemy of their intention to bombard a place so that the non-combatants, and especially the women and children, I am here, so may be removed from before the bombardment commences, but it is no infraction of the common law of war to omit it. To omit thus, to inform the enemy, surprise may be a necessity. All right, Cope the Knock. I'm curious, my Zionist brother. Okay, I think this would be like a case, okay, where Israel does have a duty to warn under international law. And obviously, Hamas doesn't warn. It would truly shock me if Hamas has ever provided a warning to civilians in the area to evacuate when they attack a place. If they've done that, that'd be great. Yeah. Will they do more than in their country to warn? I would probably agree with that. Of course, Hamas does do nothing to warn, and when they send rockets indiscriminately into civilian areas, which they will never be prosecuted for. So all what you said is true. I agree with that. Okay. So, however, the place where I think we might start to disagree is that you will say something like, well, it's not fair to prosecute Israel for that because Hamas is never going to be prosecuted in the same way. And I would agree with you. In some sense, it's not fair that Hamas gets to break all the laws and Israel doesn't. But at the same time, I still think Israel has some moral obligation to warn civilians. Morally, I think they have an obligation to do that. And I think it's more unfair to the civilians who, through no fault of their own, don't get warnings just because the leaders of their country or non-state actors in their country are attacking Israel without warning. Yeah, that's what the article concludes. Someone's spoiling it. Listen, I think Israel should follow international law. Whether or not it should be prosecuted is a much tougher question, in my opinion. I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that. Yeah, like I said this earlier, there are some things which are probably illegal, like the settlement, but it'd be really difficult to prosecute because who the fuck do you even hold responsible for that? I don't know. And it would probably just be too complicated. And yeah, I don't know necessarily. Of course, there's, case by case, whatever. Okay. But it's no infraction of the common law of war to omit, thus, to inform the enemy. Surprise might be a necessity. To be honest, I think it should be for particularly egregious things. I would probably agree with that. Yeah. It's also hard because we can't... Listen, right now the world can't even agree on whether or not the conflict is national or is international or not. So, yeah, it's obviously hard. The requirement to warn, when possible, subsequently appeared in the non-binding 1874 Brussels Declaration and its progeny, the Institute of International Law 1880 Oxford Manual. However, only the 1899 and 1907 Hague Regulations annexed to Conventions 2 and 4 respectively, what's the obligation codified. Article 26 of the latter, which is nearly identical to the former, provides the officer in command of an attacking force must, before commencing a bombardment, except in cases of assault, do all in his power to warn the authorities. 7 decades later, the requirement was included in Additional Protocol 1 to the 1949 Geneva Conventions, which binds the instrument's 174 parties, which does not include Israel or the United States, during international armed conflict. I would assume Israel accepts it as customary international law, though. So Israel is still bound to it. So are these binding? Is this? I don't think this is binding, right? Convention 2 with respect to the laws and customs. Because it said they were just added on as stuff later, right? So I don't know if it's binding. Are Hague regulations still binding? Binding all states independently of their acceptance of them. Oh, cool. So, codified the duty to warn. Article 26. Of the 1907 regulations state. Oops. Hello, do the quote thing. Hello, the quote. Notion, what the freak? Why'd it do it then? Okay. So yeah, we turned the temperature down, chat. Which is nearly identical to the former. Yeah, so we read that. Okay. 7 decades later, the requirement was included in Additional Protocol 1 to the 1949 Geneva Conventions, which binds the instruments of 174 parties. So, okay. It's Article 57. So, Additional Protocol 1, Article 57 requires an attacking state to take various precautions in attack to avoid harming civilians. And then also... hold on. We'll read it first. Okay. Among them is to give effective and advance warning of attacks which may affect the civilian population unless circumstances do not permit. Other precautions cited in the article include verifying a target, applying the rule of proportionality to their attack, and selecting tactics, weapons, and targets to minimize harm to civilians and civilian objects. Although often characterized as aspects of proportionality, the DoD law of war, that's just a thing. Citation, I see active precautions as a standalone requirement deriving from the principle of distinction, for it applies even when an attack would otherwise satisfy the proportionality rule. Okay, so requires attackers to give. Do you think your opponent will have to understand what? Do you think your opponent will have it? Oh, you mean for tomorrow? Not really. I've had a conversation with him before. I don't think he's particularly astute understanding of international law. I think like one thing he said was like, Like, it's like, if Israel launches a rocket into an area and Israel doesn't know if there's civilians there or not, that's intentionally targeting civilians. Which under international law, it's not. In fact, even if, like, that's not intentionally targeting civilians at all. So you think your opponent's stupid? No, he's not stupid. He's smart. And he, like, he'll definitely, like, I'm not going to lie, like, he's definitely going to know stuff I don't know. Like, he's going to bring up stuff like I don't know, and I'm going to probably look bad at a few points. And I don't know if, like, rhetorically, like, I'm the best person to, like, fight against him. Like, I'm still, like, very new to this. Like, I don't debate people often or anything. But, like, I don't think he does. I don't think he has a particularly good understanding of international law. And it's, like, fine. Like, I don't expect him, like, to do what I did and, like, fucking read all this shit. But I don't think he has a great understanding of international law. Yeah, because it's not directly targeting civilians. That's I mean, maybe you could argue, like, sometimes that might be an indiscriminate attack, right? But yeah, it's not targeting civilians. And then even then, like, there are this is, like, one thing I want to, like, I'm gonna bring up. There are times where everyone would acknowledge it is perfectly fine to deliberately kill civilians. If like I used this earlier, as long as the attack is proportional, everyone should acknowledge it's fine. If every Hamas commander was in one room, but there happened to be a civilian in that room, obviously, it, like, the concept of proportionality itself implies that there are acceptable times to kill civilians, knowing full well that they will die. That, like, proportionality implicit in that is that if an attack is proportional, then it's fine to kill the civilians under international law, even knowing full well that they will die. Yeah, thanks, Zach. Thumb down. Is he gonna bring up the Prophet Muhammad and shit? No, no. He's a Christian. He's not like he's just anti-U.S. Quite frankly. What if that one civilian was Beyonce? Well, then we got it. So the thing is, with proportionality, you have to, like, calculate, like, the concrete military gain versus, like, the, you know, harm done to civilians, right? And the problem is, you know, the concrete military gain from getting rid of every Hamas commander is pretty big, right? Like, Hamas is gone, right? But, like, but Beyonce, right? The harm to civilians if she dies is just so massive. Like, yeah, I think any reasonable military commander would say that that is a disproportionate attack, and if Israel did that, they should be tried under international law. Yeah, for war crimes. That's actually, by the way, also a little bit wrong. I want to see if I can remember at my notes. Basically, the standard under international law is, like, you have to compare, like, the direct concrete military gain to, like, the damage done to civilians, but, like, you just take into consideration the damage done to civilians. Like, you don't take into consideration, like, the overall, like, humanitarian loss. Where is it? Where is it? I thought it was here. Direct. Oh shit, that's gonna have so many concrete. Maybe it was in the IHL made for Israel. Do you think oh shit, the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki? I don't know. It's too hard. I don't know. I tried to do research into it one time. I don't know. It was too hard. There's too many things to consider. I don't know. It makes my brain hurt. I don't know. If it really did end the war, then probably yes, it was justified. But if it didn't, then it wasn't. Like, but I don't know if it did. I don't know. I can't. No comment. I don't know. And I tried googling it one time. It broke my brain so much. I don't know. I don't know. I really couldn't tell you. I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, yeah, wait, here we go. One interesting claim in this regard suggests that the principle of proportionality, which limits the scope of the right to self-defense, applies not only to the relationship between legitimate goals of the defensive military action and to the overall extent of force used, but to the former and the overall humanitarian harm caused by the defensive use of force, or caused by the defensive use of force. That's one thing. It's like, I think under a strict reading of international law, with proportionality, you're only supposed to consider, I guess, the overall extent of force used is the term they use. I don't really like that term, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's a crazy rabbit hole. Yeah, I don't know. I was told one thing in the history class, and then I watched that Sean video, and then I read a bunch of quotes by people, but maybe the quotes are bullshit, and I don't know. It makes my brain hurt, and it's like I don't know. I don't know. Chat. I don't know. I just don't know. Yeah, look, oh wait, shit. How do I break my chat? What the hell? Wait, why did it do that? What the hell? Yeah, what the hell? Wait, hold on. Why did it do that? But if I try to crop it, it starts cropping from that. Yeah, Melanie, you /block term mommy. Can you undo that? I want people to be able to say mommy in my chat if they want to say mommy. How do I unblock a term? I was experimenting. Well, unblock it, please. Experiment with unblocking it. Listen, if Orphelia wants to say mommy in my chat, I'm not going to stop her. I'm a fan of the First Amendment. I don't know. I think shit. Oh, do I still have it? Oh man, I wanted to do research into it one time, and like I was like starting to write an essay on this. You permitted Israel is lame? Yeah, because we were like having a discussion about like, but then removed it. I think I allowed him to say Israel is lame. I didn't allow him to say, do you think the Jews control all the banks? Oh, fuck. Okay. I think it was a different person that said, yeah, I don't know. I can't find my research on that fucking, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, because I think it was Jews don't control the banks. Oh, you're still here. Thanks, man. Summon them. Okay. I gotta read more. I think he might be autistic. Listen, it's fine being autistic. It's fine. I love all my autistic chatters. If you lose to Israel, well, I don't go to school anymore. Remember, I graduated, so, but I don't know. I don't know why my chat's fucked up, guys. I'll have to fix it next stream. What do you do in your free time? This. I don't know if you look at how long I've been streaming. At 11 hours, 12 minutes. That's a lot of my free time going to this. Special interest is how Jews do not control banks, and that's fine with me. Other than politics, let's see. I play Fortnite. I goon. I jelk. I edge. I play Helldivers. Yeah. He's emo IRL guys, true. Chat, if we get a super chat in here, I'll dye my hair black right now. I'm not eligible for super chats. You've been trolled. Okay. We're locking in. Okay? Locking in. He's looking for a girlfriend chat, any takers. True. The warning requirement has long been considered customary international law. For instance, referring to the Hague regulations, the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg noted in the Czech silent. By 1939, these rules were recognized by all civilized nations and were regarded as being declaratory of the laws and customs of war. I'm not allowed to date non-Jews. Is that like? What? It's like see your parents? I'm assuming. I'm hoping. Or whatever religious community you're in. I think Jay said he's gay. Okay. The International Criminal Tribunal for the Far East came to the same conclusion. In its 1996 Nuclear Weapons Advisory Opinion, the International Court of Justice emphasized that the rules expressed in the regulations are fundamental rules to be observed by all states, whether or not they ratified the convention that contained them, because they constitute intransgressible principles of international law. Okay, so okay, they are also generally accepted to be part of customary IHL. Does the IC fucking yeah, they do, right? Well, this is just no, hold on. ICRC. Oh, that's the next sentence. I'm so used to that. I'm so used to that progression now, where it's like it's generally accepted to be part of international law. Then they mentioned the ICRC. It's unsurprising, therefore. Okay, but if a mom is smarter, it's a baby. What? What the fuck? I don't know why. I don't know why I looked at chat. I don't know what I expected. I'm just gonna read. I'm just gonna continue reading. All right. It is unsurprising, therefore, that the International Committee of the Red Cross has included a rule reading: each party to the conflict must give effective and advance warning of attack, which may affect the civilian population unless circumstances do not permit, and its customary international military law. Per, let's see, RC. All right. Or goys, as we call them. I'm glad Twitch Twitch held that one for review. Is that like that's not is that offensive? I don't that's just no one considers that offensive, right? That's just like I don't know. Google says it's sometimes derogatory. I think this might be how we sell the war. Don't get canceled, Jared. I'm going to get canceled so quickly. Guys, remember when I stared into the camera and said, it's important that we uphold Israel's right to deliberately kill civilians? If that clip ever circulates, I'm going to need to do some explaining all about international law and why it is okay, why it is necessary that IHL understands that or upholds that Israel has a right to deliberately kill civilians in certain circumstances, as long as it's not a disproportionate attack. Okay. Although a few of the study's rules have proven controversial, this one is not. Indeed, a customary duty to warn has consistently been included in expert manuals and studies. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, okay. Dealing with its targeting. Well, I mean, Twitch held it for review, so I just didn't know. I didn't know if I was uninformed. Further confirming its customary character, military manuals of non-additional Protocol 1 states that, yeah, I don't really, states include a warning requirement. For instance, the DoD Law of War Manual provides, unless circumstances do not permit, effective advance warning must be given to the attack that may affect the civilian population. Israel does not dispute the rule's customary status. All right, are we done? Just asserting that it's international law. A requirement to warn is likewise customary in non-international. Jesus, I don't care. In non-international armed conflict. Oh wait, if it's the ICRC, I do kind of care. The ICRC's customary IHL study takes this proposition. Okay, so ICRC Rule 20. Also asserts a duty to warn in non-international conflicts. Okay. We're done asserting that this is customary international law now. The International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. Oh, I wonder if it found it to be customary international law. That's crazy, dude. Listen. No, I appreciate that it's thorough. That's how I should look at it. Okay. In addition to the general requirement, a warning is expressly required for certain operations. In international armed conflict, for instance, do you enjoy block blast games like Tetris or no? I don't really play games like that. I play dumb games. Guys, sorry. Tell all your friends to stop the non-mods so you can start paying. Is mods true? I will never pay you guys a dime just for being mods. I will never do it. Never ever. Listen, if I started making real money, I would pay you, but not that much. But I would pay but Melanie, you're never in actual videos. So I'm working 3 jobs right now. True. I'd be willing to pay Zach more because Zach is actually in the video sometimes. Chat. One more sub chat. Chat. One more. Chat. One more. Chat. One more, please. Chat. One more. One time within a Jackbox stream, did you even talk? Chat. One more. Chat. Chat. One more. Chat. One more. Just chat. Chat. Tell all of your friends. If you beat your opponent in this fair and vigorous debate, will he lose the respect of his peers and the faculty? First of all, this is high school. We're talking about high school. So it's not it's not a serious thing. Okay. And I don't know. Probably not. I bet you. I'm not gonna lie. Do you like walk? I do like walking inside. I love walking. I go on walks every day. I'm not gonna lie. I expect, even if he does well, which I expect him to do well. He's not gonna do badly. I don't think. Once he finds my channel, once I upload it, and he'll look at my live streams and be like, he streamed for do you like swimming? Not really. He'll see oh, he streamed for multiple hours every day just reading to prepare for this debate, which isn't true because I was willing to talk to him way before I researched any of this. Yeah, I have the DMs. We agreed to chat way before I did any of this. And then he had to cancel because of his stuff. He wasn't running or anything. He was busy. Do you watch any TV? Why are you? He hates exercise in nature. Dude, yeah, look at him. Yeah. I don't know what the point of asking these questions are, but I don't watch that much TV. He's just trying to get to know a streamer, man. He's asking the important questions. Sure. I think he has a crush on you. Oh, that's true. I didn't think of that. Okay. We read that. In addition to the general requirement, a warning is expressly required for certain operations. In international armed conflict, for instance, Article 21 of the Geneva Conventions 1 provides that medical establishments and units lose their protection from attack if used to commit outside of their humanitarian duties harmful acts of enemies. Because we have more control on day-to-day nonsense. Yeah. I mean, that's true, but we're talking about Middle East nonsense right now. So, from an attack if used to commit outside of humanitarian duties acts harmful to the enemy. However, a warning setting forth for a reasonable time limit for remedying the misuse must have been ignored before an attack is permitted. I haven't heard that before. So does that mean, like, even if, like, El Shifa was like a lawful target, did Israel give them a warning? Did they ignore a warning? All right, they had to. There's no way that Israel hasn't called out before publicly that, like, that Hamas is, using shit as a command center or whatever. But maybe I don't know. Maybe I've lost control a long time ago. But according to that non-fond, we have no free will, and I mean, I also don't believe in free will. But, like, what? Oh well, obviously we don't. I mean, obviously, our actions affect our hobbies or whatever more than they do Middle East nonsense. But we just don't have ultimate control over our actions. What do you believe is the hottest race of woman? Whatever Orphelia is, whatever that is, for whatever she is, for sure. In addition to the general requirement, a warning is expressly So that. Let's go. One time I wanted to sleep all day and he started spewing politics at me. That's not true. I would never do that. Not if I'm flirting with the chat. I will flirt with the chat. I will take advantage of my audience. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. Don't cancel me. However, a warning setting forth a reasonable time limit for remedying the misuse must have been ignored before the attack is permitted. The same rule applies to hospital ships and civil defense entities. Of particular note, in light of their use for military force and organized armed groups in Gaza, civilian medical facilities and transport enjoy this protection. Additional Protocol 2, Article 11, is to the same effect for medical units and transports during non-international armed conflict. You would acknowledge this man right now. What? Black women also... That's okay. Jesus, man. Listen, man. You're going to get... I'm giving you a little leniency right now because I need the viewership, all right? But if we could just try to set some boundaries here, okay? Statistic confirms that Twitch chat is the ugliest racist, though. I'm pretty sure we have Christian in the chat. Listen, I'm keeping you here because I need a viewership, and I enjoy the stupid conversations that you're getting my chat involved in. But just a few, just have some reasonable limits. Is all I ask. Okay, everyone. Okay. So for attacks on medical. It's just medical stuff, right? It was mainly medical stuff. Medical establishments that have lost their protection. I should say have lost their, like, general protection for being used for hostilities. A warning is required to have been issued and ignored. I don't want to. What's a better way? How do they phrase it? Are you prepared to? What the fuck? I don't know what chat's talking about. I don't know what chat's on about chat. What the hell? Whatever. Okay. How is my stream? Are you a bot? However, a warning setting forth a reasonable time. Okay. Okay. And then I don't know. It just says it's the same rule applies to hospital troops and civil defense entities. What are those? What does civil defense entities mean? A number of organizations around are dedicated to protecting. Okay. This pick goes hard, man. A circular reason. What the hell? Just gotta stop again. Hold on. I'm gonna make chat smaller. Why does it do that? Why is it doing that though? Oh no, oh no. What chat? What did I do? Chat, no, what the fuck? It's like fucked. Oh, there we go. My OBS is like breaking, man. Okay, chat smaller now. Tell me more about yourself. Jesus Christ, man. I guess it's probably good to have my chat entertain itself so I can retain the viewers and while I'm reading my stupid boring shit. I like spicy food. Alright, so oh, amazing with skeptic. What's up? Well, my chat is e-dating and arguing with each other. Well, I'm reading stuff about Israel, Palestine, like the legality about of advance warnings. Quick question. Oh God, yes, don't ask me my position. I'm gonna have to explain it for the 50th time. Oh no, oh no. What's your politics? What's my politics? No, it's good. Listen, I'm glad for the chat engagement and I'm glad for the viewership, okay? I don't actually mind answering this, okay? Generally, my politics are pretty left-leaning. I consider myself basically a social democrat / new liberal along those lines. So I'm a I'm a Keynesian, basically. I'm still a capitalist, but I think the government should basically smooth out the business cycle as much as it can. I think I'm pretty socially progressive. I think stuff like weed should be legalized. Even like some drugs should be decriminalized for simple possession. I don't necessarily think that should be illegal. Prisons in general, I think, should be way more humane. What else? Yeah, join a Discord server and you can see children asking to play Jackbox. It is true. I do have children in my Discord server who want me to play Jackbox instead of doing this. But I'm not listening to them. What else? I don't know. That's my politics generally. That's what I'm about. People still describe themselves as Keynesians. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you want to fucking call me a post-Keynesian or a neo-Keynesian, like whatever. I don't know. I just say Keynesian. Keynesian is just easier. Like I don't distinguish between these things. My other question is, on the topic of researching, are you Israeli from that reason? Nope. Or is the world just really special topic for you? It's because I started talking about it with my friends and I found it interesting, and I wanted to understand it more. Like it's I don't know, it's not super deep. Are you American? I am American. Embrace new liberalism. Thank you, sample text. I agree with your policies based. I'm trying. I don't know. I don't even have many like hot take policy things. Paravis Discord is what the fuck? What are you guys? What is my chat doing, man? What the hell? Okay. I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, do you like spicy food? No, I don't like spicy food. I'm very white. Oh, Jesus. Well, I mean, post-Keynesianism is a huge... Yeah, I just don't... Like, no one knows that what that means. My brother in Christ. My Zionist brother, okay? Nobody cares. Okay, post-Keynesian is a heterodox school. Totally different than neo-Keynesianism. But either way, it's not like most economists would probably use words like that to describe themselves. Then what should I use to describe myself? I don't know. I know what it means. Okay, well... I don't know. Like I don't know. I'm used to like, listen, okay. I just like the people around me were like in a basic macroeconomics class. Is they come to me and they're like, oh, what do you think? I'm just going to say I'm a Keynesian because they've heard the word Keynesianism before and they know what it means. Okay. And, if I say neo-Keynesian, post-Keynesian, they don't know what those words mean. Okay. So I didn't get my Discord bio. It says neo-Keynesian. Do you have a degree? No, I just got out of high school. Like 2 months ago. Are you working on a degree? Not yet, but I will. Can we have the right temperature to shelter you from the storm? Okay, I need to fucking lock in, man. Okay. IDF practice. So I should just say, like, oh shit, I should have had this all moved over one, shouldn't I have? Oh, come on, Notion. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, I don't know if there's a way to move everything over like I want it. I might just be lazy. Neo-Keynesian is a specific school. You might be closer to New Keynesian. I just sample text. If you want to explain to me the difference, I would love to hear them. My understanding is neo-Keynesianism. I think. Oh wait, you might be right. Hold on. One of them is like. Shit, I looked it up one time. I don't remember what exactly it was. One of them was like trying to provide like specific microeconomic foundations for like Keynesian beliefs, right? The wiki explains the diff well. What wiki? Like just Wikipedia? New Keynesian theory attempted to address, among other things, the sluggish behavior of prices and its cause and how market failures can be triggered. Oh. So what's what's new? What's neo? This comes up with not to be confused. Okay, so why does it come up then? Okay, neoclassical synthesis is a neoclassical economics academic movement and paradigm in economics that work towards reconciling the macroeconomic thought of John Maynard Keynes. Neoclassical synthesis, separate thing. Okay, well, Wikipedia is not making a distinction. All I know, okay, is if I reach over here, I have my lovely Paul Krugman book, okay, and I read it, and this is basically aligns with most of the things I think. Yeah, and it's got the nice we're able to bid the babysitting co-op, the Capitol Hill babysitting co-op, and stuff about that. And I'm like, wow, that's so true. That's an excellent example of how a lack of effective demand can be the cause of a recession. I have the same book right here, LMAO. The Krug is new Keynesian? Okay, so I'm a new Keynesian then. Let me change my Discord bio. I'll have to do it later because I have fucking streamer mode enabled and it's not gonna let me. Good one, Melody. Oh, well, it's in Hebrew. Hello, let me zoom out. Oh, well, let me zoom out. That's awesome, dude. I can't read that. Hebrew would be interesting to learn. I agree, but I'm not. I just, oh my god. I can't. I'm not going to put effort into learning Hebrew. No offense, okay? I'm not going to go that deep. Besides, I want to move to Czechia, and they speak Czech there, so it wouldn't be useful. It would be more useful to learn Czech. Don't learn Hebrew. It's an artificial language created by the settler colony Israel. That is so true. Cope the knock. Sorry, he had his the ChatGPT Palestinian pro-Palestinian thing. Sample text. He was being ironic there. You didn't see. He's an like actual. He's probably more pro-Israel than we are. Why did you move to the Czech Republic? Because I want to move because it has some nice cities. It's got nice walkable cities and trams and bus lines, and it's awesome. And it's cheap to go to college there compared to like the Netherlands and stuff. So yeah, and everything's a lot cheaper there compared to the Netherlands, since they use like the Czech dollar, the Czech krona, and the USD is pretty powerful there. And they're like a poorer country compared to like the Netherlands and Germany and whatever. Have you ever seen? No, I haven't seen that movie. Okay, we've read like 2 paragraphs. It's your mission to distract him. Stop engaging with it. I love my community. Okay, listen. I'm building it and nurturing my community. Okay, if I the reality is, okay, even if I read chat, I'm reading faster than I would if I wasn't streaming at all. So it's probably just better to do this. Okay. Stop calling me it. It's very dehumanizing. I'm not an object. Okay, chat. Does your dependent opponent believe in a 2-state solution or a 1-state? It's a 2-state solution, basically. I don't know if he has a super grounded out position even. Should he ask what are your pronouns? I would say he believes in a 2-state. I don't know like the full extent of what he believes though. But yeah, 2 states. He's a 2-stater. But I don't like he's gone like back and forth on like a ceasefire, and I'm like I don't understand like what. I don't really know what his positions are because he was calling for like a ceasefire in like November. I was like, that's kind of absurd, dude. And then recently he's been like, well, I think Hamas has to go, and it's like, well, he'll say like Hamas has to go, but Israel shouldn't invade Rafah, and I'm like, well, you were calling for a ceasefire in November. Like I don't understand. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay. For an attacker, warnings make sense from a legal perspective. Wait, shit. I gotta. Maybe he realizes it's permanent. But he was calling for a ceasefire in November when like with Hamas. Like I don't understand. And then like recently he told me like, well, Israel shouldn't be negotiating with Hamas. And I'm like, my brother in Christ, they still have hostages. They're still launching rockets into Israel. They're still fighting Israel. I don't know how you expect the hostages to be released if they don't negotiate with Hamas. I don't know how you expect anything to continue if they don't negotiate with Hamas. I don't understand. He was like, oh, Israel should negotiate with the other Arab states. And I'm like, well, I don't know what you mean. Do you believe that the Jewish people as a collective is Jesus? Okay. Where mods? Bring the temperature down, mods. Sorry. What the hell? There's a Mossad agent in my pink lemonade. Okay. That's a good question. Not exactly not a racist one though. I don't think I'm gonna answer that. I don't even know. I don't think I want to answer that. That one. Okay. For an attacker, warnings make sense from a legal perspective. After all, fewer civilians are in a target area, the less likely the proportionality rule Oh god, I know, God, I know you can't hear. I know you can't. I was coughing, and the microphone came unplugged. Listen, it's all connected. There was Aaliyah, and she was with the deep state, and then I started doing research into this, and because they yeah, it's all connected, guys. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. What the fuck type of questions are these? I don't know. Probably. I think I do. Okay. The IDF understands these realities and has accordingly long provided warnings before attacking targets in Gaza and elsewhere. These practices have drawn a great deal of attention. For instance, an International Law Association study group on the conduct of hostilities, of which I was a member, observed in 2017 that Israel's 2014 operations in Gaza and the extensive effort to provide such warnings have elevated discourse on this warning precaution to unprecedented levels. Some worries that the IDF have created an unrealistically high bar on how and when to provide warnings. Conversely, some condemn the IDF because the warnings did not produce their intended effects. Finally, some have suggested the extent of the warnings would result in policy decisions, not legal obligation. Okay, so IDF generally provides extensive warnings to civilians. Jeez, mods. Every time I look over, I see Gidiox, and I just have to say mods. What the hell? They generally provide extensive warnings to civilians. Alright, so our study concludes. It's not fair because there are more. Yeah. Oh, I don't care what the mods. There's no delete button. Look it up. You're my mods. I'm trusting you. Okay. If you do this, I will split the first dollar someone donates to me with you guys. I will do it. Do I even? Hold on, chat. I'm asking questions to a streamer. I thought there were no stupid questions. That is true when you think about it. Hold on, chat. Let me. Have you ever talked to a Palestinian person? No. I would. I mean, I would do it. Like I've talked to a lot of Israeli people. I haven't talked to any Palestinians yet. Just asking questions. Holy shit, John, $58. What the fuck?
This is a test donation for $58.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to him. I used to have the free money gif. What happened to it? Why is it? Oh, there's this funny gif I liked. What is Fred.mp4? Oh, well, it failed. Oh no, I'll just use this fucking blob gif. Do you read books? I don't very often, to be honest. I read sometimes. I've been reading less since I stopped school, but I don't know. I read books like I showed you my Paul Krugman books, and then I have my Sam Harris books up there too, and back there I have all my other fucking books. Okay. What can be said of confidence is that the IDF regularly uses a variety of warnings, regularly uses a variety of warnings, almost certainly more than any other military. Best known are cell phone calls to individual buildings. Here, we'll say like I've heard a lot of criticism of Sam Harris books. Is it all true? What do you mean? What are your criticisms? Even though I mean, Twitch just gave me suspicious user monitoring. I don't find the Bible particularly interesting. Like I don't know. Warnings include cell phone calls to philosophy people saying his book on free will is bad. I liked it. I have it right here. Hold on, this is his book on free will. I liked it. It's a very like simple. Like you can see, it's really short. I don't know. I liked it for what it was, though. I gotta go.